Amat, Aaron Seth, Army. Abad, Sergio Sagoni, Army. Abat, Matthew Thomas, Marine Corps. Abeta, Christopher Paul, Army. Aceves, Omar, Army. Acosta, Edward Joseph, Army. Acosta, Rudy Alexander, Army. Adamakas, Clayton Lee, Army. Adams, Christian Michael, Army. Adams, Daniel Ronald, Army. Adams, Ryan Christopher, Army. Adamski, Frank Edward III, Army. Adkins, Charles Lewis, Army. Adkins, Trevor Brennan, Army. Atkinson, Vincent Byron III, Army. Aguila, Francisco Javier, Army. Aguilar, Amura, Army. Agon, Eugene Michael, Army. Ahmad, Shane Hassan, Army. Ainsworth, Jesse Wayne, Army. Adkins, Kevin Dudall, Army. Albert, Philip Robert, Army. Alcaraz, Raymond Chavez, Jr., Army. Aden, Nicholas Heron, Air Force. Akasin, Erica Page, Army. Aleman, Nicholas Jose, Marine Corps. Alexander, Leroy Edward, Army. Alexander, Tobias Christopher, Army. Alan Justa Bradley, Army. Ellen Nikki Bruce, Army. Elders, Thomas Gregg, Army. Aguilar, Christopher Michael, Army. Ellison, Thomas Farrell, Army. Alt, Amber Marie, Army. Altman, Joseph James, Army. Alvarez, Kenneth Clifford, Army. Ambert, Philip Dave, Air Force. Emmerman, Matthew Ryan, Army. Ammon, Jeffrey Allen, Navy. Amores, Jason Gill, Marine Corps. Amper, Nagafor IV, Army. Amundsen, William Madden, Jr., Army. Anders, Mary James, Army. Anderson, Billy Jean, Army. Anderson, Brian Michael, Army. Anderson, Mark Anthony, Army. Anderson, Nicholas Robert, Marine Corps. Anderson, Timothy Sean, Army. Andrea, John Edwards Sr., Army. Andrews, Darren Dean, Army. Andrews, Ender Arl, Air Force. Andrews, Scott Anthony, Army. Angus, Daniel McCunnan, Marine Corps. Antoinette, Christopher John, Marine Corps. Aparicio, Carlos Arturo, Army. Apolinar, Martin Ramon, Army. Aragon, Carlos Alberto, Marine Corps. Archuleta, Tamara Lee, Air Force. Argentine, James David, Marine Corps. Agonish, Jan Michael, Army. Aramendes, Mark A., Army. Arechaca, Ofren, Army. Aruda, Rafael Rodriguez, Army. Arsenalt, Brian K., Army. Ashley, Joshua Ryan, Marine Corps. Ashlock, Vincent Wayne, Army. Etim, Paul Jed, Army. Atwell, Bradley Wayne, Marine Corps. Osborne, Jeffrey Onenal, Air Force. Austin, Alan Jerome, Army. Austin, Barrett, Lyle, Army. Alexan, Matthew Jean, Navy. Ayala, David, Army. Ayers, Jonathan Ryan, Army. Ayubi, James Anthony II, Army. Babini, Travis Thornton, Marine Corps. Bacchus, Brian John, Army. Beatty, David John, Army. Bagwell, Charlie Lane, Army. Bailey, Michael Chad, Marine Corps. Bailey, Michael Vincent, Army. Baker, Cody Glenn, Army. Baker, David Raymond, Marine Corps. Baker, Jeffrey Christopher, Army. Baldock, Kevin Bryan, Marine Corps. Baldwin, Robert Francis, Army. Ball, Scott Rowland, Army. Bali, Edward, Army. Balthasar, Christopher Sean Jr., Marine Corps. Balthasar, Jesse Michael, Marine Corps. Bancroft, Matthew William, Marine Corps. Banks, Barbara Browland, Army. Banner, George Allen Jr., Army. Barboza Flores, Pedro Antonio, Marine Corps. Barfield, Jason Nicholas, Marine Corps. Bernard, Shane Stanley, Army. Barnes, Rocco Martin, Army. Barreras, Martin Ray, Army. Barrett, Brandon Aaron, Marine Corps. Barrett, Robert John, Army. Barry, Michael Christopher, Army. Barlett, Justin Stephen Joe, Marine Corps. Barley, Daniel Benjamin, Marine Corps. Barton, Christopher Ryan, Army. Barton, Robert Nicholas III, Army. Bartz, Paul Robert, Army. Bastian, Jordan Stephen, Marine Corps. Bateman, John Luke, Marine Corps. Bates, Brian Russell Jr., Army. Batista, Jonathan, Army. Battle, Raymond Jr., Army. Bauer, Joseph Andrew, Army. Vegas, Larry John Jr., Army. Blom, Tane Travis, Army. Bauman, Ryan Patrick, Army. Bowen, Taylor John, Marine Corps. Bayshore, Thomas Allen Jr., Army. Bechenaw, Lucas Tyler, Army. Beale, John Curtis, Army. Bear, Jordan Logan, Army. Beasley, Bobby Edward, Army. Boucamp, Clayton Ross, Navy. Beckerman, Michael Joe, Army. Bedoy, Gennardo, Army. Beckefer, Thomas Patrick, Army. Bell, Brian Richard, Air Force. Bell, Christopher Roger, Army. Bell, Joram Carlos Jr., Marine Corps. Bell, Russell Ryan, Army. Bell, Vincent James, Marine Corps. Belmontes, Jose Oscar, Army. Benitez, Carlos Alonso, Army. Benjamin, Adam Frank, Marine Corps. Bedison, Robert, Army. Bennett, Alexander James, Army. Bennett, Daniel Ryan, Marine Corps. Bennett, Kenneth Wade, Army. Benson, Derek Carl, Navy. Benson, Keith David, Army. Beresford, Julian Lee, Army. Berkey, Brian David, Air Force. Bernard, Joshua Matthew, Marine Corps. Bernier, Nicholas Paul Wilford, Army. Beretia, Richard Joseph, Army. Berry, Richard Lum, Army. Bertolio, Matthew Lee, Marine Corps. Bertrand, Brian Paul, Marine Corps. Bertrand, Corey Joseph, Army. Bessa, Jeremy Eugene, Army. Bigay, Baez, Rafael Enrique, Army. Bill, Brian Robert, Navy. Billings, Randy Lee, Army. Billings, Robert John, Army. Billingsley, Tromane Jamel, Army. Richfield, Joshua Harold, Marine Corps. Birdwell, Christopher James, Army. Bishop, John Christian, Marine Corps. Bishop, Keith Robert, Army. Bittner, Benjamin Franklin, Army. Blair, John David, Army. Blake, Joseph Robert, Army. Belmires, Jesse Allen, Army. Blanchard, Aaron Roy, Army. Blaney, Joshua Charles, Army. Blasio, Aaron Joseph, Army. Buskalowski, Matthew Jean, Army. Blass, Stephen Patrick, Army. Blessing, J. Anthony, Army. Blevins, William Seth, Army. Board, Cody Allen, Army. Boatwright, Ellen Agrenon, Army. Bach, Matthew Andro, Marine Corps. Box, Philip Andro, Marine Corps. Bullock, James David, Marine Corps. Bogar, Jason Michael, Army. Bohar, Thomas Andrew, Army. Bowley, Bradley Scott, Army. Bowler, Peter Christopher, Army. Bolin, Edward Hubeck, Army. Border, Jeremy Shun, Army. Border, Raymond James, Navy. Bordoni, Christopher David, Marine Corps. Boris, David Alben, Army. Borjas, Federico Guerra, Army. Bourne, Joshua Allen, Army. Bostic, Thomas Gordon Jr., Army. Borgos, Matthew Joseph, Navy. Bovia, Joseph Antonio, Marine Corps. Bowden, Joshua James, Army. Bowden, Clayton Patrick, Army. Bowen, Collins J., Army. Bowers, Jamel Hassan, Army. Bolas, Timothy Luis, Air Force. Bowman, Brian Robert, Army. Boyd, Christopher John, Marine Corps. Bradbury, Brian J., Army. Braddon, Michael Glean, Army. Bradley, Mark Andrew, Marine Corps. Bradshaw, Brian N., Army. Bragg, Mikola N., Army. Braggs, Randy Rashad, Marine Corps. Brainerd, John R. III, Army. Brazos, Sean Edward, Navy. Brennan, Joshua Charles, Army. Brennan, Julian Thomas, Marine Corps. Burwester, Brian Allen, Army. Vicenio Alvarez, Francisco Javier Jr., Army. Bratton, Michaelalo, Andrew Trevor, Army. Britchley, Billy Don Jr., Marine Corps.
Brashew, Jordan Michael, Army. Bradeur, David Lawrence, Air Force. Brodsky, Michael John, Navy. Brougham, Matthew James, Marine Corps. Brostrom, Jonathan Paul, Army. Brown, Adam Lee Mister, Navy. Brown, Christopher Lawrence, Army. Brown, Daniel Joseph, Army. Brown, Jared William, Marine Corps. Brown, Jeremy Lynn, Army. Brown, John William, Air Force. Brown, Matthew Warren, Army. Brown, Milton W., Navy. Brown, Sateria LaFay, Army. Brown, Tara Renice, Air Force. Brown, William Dewitt III, Army. Brown, William Russell, Army. Browning, Charles Robert, Army. Brummond, Gavin Roderick, Marine Corps. Bruner, Thomas Lee, Army. Brunkhorst, Scott William, Army. Bryant, Frank Deal Jr., Air Force. Bryson, Stephen Lamone, Marine Corps. Bubatz, Andrew Stephen, Air Force. Buckley, Gregory Thomas, Marine Corps. Wenangua, Arden Joseph Ayuson, Marine Corps. Buffalo, Lauren Miles, Army. Bull, Douglas John, Army. Bullard, James David, Army. Bunn, Larry Dolan, Air Force. Bunting, Brian Matthew, Army. Burris, Michael John, Air Force. Burgess, Brian Allen, Army. Burgess, Scott Hamilton, Army. Buckholder, Jason Evan, Army. Burley, Nicholas Bryan, Army. Burnett, Dustin Kelby, Navy. Burnett, James Rowland Jr., Army. Burnside, Antonio Carlos, Army. Burrow, Dennis James, Marine Corps. Burry, Brandon Cole, Marine Corps. Butcher, Serena Nicole, Army. Butler, Thomas Jefferson IV, Army. Buttrey, Brandon Lucas, Army. Boots, James Arlen, Army. Bucksbaum, Justin Lee, Army. Buys, Adam Joseph, Marine Corps. Bazinski, Keith Thomas, Army. Bird, Jordan Matthew, Army. Byrus, Stephen Franklin, Navy. Kabakhoy, Christopher Francis, Army. Caban, Eric, Army. Cable, Michael Christopher, Army. Cabrera, David Elliott, Army. Caher, William John, Marine Corps. Kane, Justin James, Marine Corps. Kane, Norman Lewis III, Army. Calero, Jeffrey Ray, Army. Calhoun, Marvin Ray Jr., Army. Callahan, Sean Timothy, Marine Corps. Callaway, Isaiah, Army. Callow, Jason Dean, Marine Corps. Camaro, Christopher Labiano, Marine Corps. Campbell, Anthony Charles Jr., Air Force. Campbell, Christopher George, Navy. Campbell, Damian Garland, Army. Campbell, Joshua Ross, Army. Campbell, Carl Andrew, Army. Campos, Gerardo, Army. Canham, Dustin Lee, Marine Corps. Cannon, Mark Russell, Navy. Cantu, Shane William, Army. Caraballo, Petrie, Jose Manuel, Army. Carrazzo, Mario Delos Angeles, Marine Corps. Carbolito, Anthony Mark, Navy. Cardenas, Michael David P., Army. Cardoza, Kevin, Army. Carlson, Daniel Lewis, Army. Carnes, Nicholas Ray, Army. Carney, Scott Michael, Army. Karen, Joseph Theory, Army. Carpenter, Andrew Paul, Marine Corps. Carroll, Jacob Charles, Army. Carroll, Patrick Ryan, Army. Karen, Paul Douglas, Army. Carse, Nathan Brock, Army. Carson, Sean Patrick, Navy. Carter, Curtis Anthony, Army. Carter, David Rudolph, Army. Carter, James, Army. Cartwright, Charles Isaac, Marine Corps. Carver, Jacob Russell, Army. Carver, Ross Stephen, Marine Corps. Carwile, Donald Clayton, Army. Casey, Nicholas Anthony, Army. Casillas, Justin Aaron, Army. Caskey, Joseph Davis, Marine Corps. Caseta, Jesse Adam, Marine Corps. Castiglione, Benjamin Phillip, Navy. Castro, Andrew Jordan, Army. Castro, John Paul, Army. Cathcart, Michael Anthony, Army. Catherwood, Alec Ernst, Marine Corps. Catlett, Matthew Ryan, Army. Cawley, George Walter, Army. Cazares, Roberto, Marine Corps. Semper, Joseph Bryan, Army. Ceniceros, Irvin Martin, Marine Corps. Centani, Rick Joseph, Marine Corps. Cerros, Ricardo Jr., Army. Cervantes, Victor Hugo, Army. Chaffin, James Edward III, Army. Chambers, David James, Army. Chandler, Christian Jacob, Army. Chandler, Jeremy Allen, Army. Chapleau, Christopher David, Army. Chapman, John Allen, Air Force. Chapman, Nathan Ross, Army. Charlton, Robert Keith, Army. Charpentier, Andrew Scott, Navy. Chartay, Philip Gerald Etchner, Marine Corps. Chase, Julian Clement, Marine Corps. Chavers, Brock Henry, Army. Chai, Caillou Hayek, Army. Checo, Stephen, Army. Check, Nicholas David, Army. Chin, Danny, Army. Cherry, Craig William, Army. Chihuahua, Shannon, Army. Childers, Cody Stephen, Marine Corps. Childs, Gregory Lamont, Army. Chiamento, Robert Joseph II, Army. Chisholm, Benjamin Glenn, Army. Cho, Florence Bekong, Navy. Kristen, James Michael, Army. Christian, Eric Damon, Marine Corps. Christian, Rusty Hunter, Army. Crabot, Jordan Lee, Marine Corps. Sierra Mataro, Dominic John, Marine Corps. Clark, Bruce Kevin, Army. Clark, Shazray Clay Antoine, Army. Clark, Corey Luttrell Sr., Army. Clark, Jeffrey Lane, Marine Corps. Clark, Philip P., Marine Corps. Clark, Ryan Glenn, Army. Clark, Theodore Jr., Marine Corps. Clark, Todd John, Army. Clarkson, Joel David, Army. Claunch, Herbert Ronald, Army. Clayton, Hilda Ivelis, Army. Cleaver, John James, Army. Clemens, Brian Michael, Army. Clemens, Sean Michael, Army. Clements, Chad Derrick, Army. Cliff, Richard Gordon Jr., Army. Clore, Peter James, Marine Corps. Klaus, Justin Robert, Army. Clowers, Jesse Gladden Jr., Army. Cochilas, Junot M.L., Army. Cochran, Kenneth Eldrin, Marine Corps. Coffey, Keaton Grant, Marine Corps. Coughlin, Christopher James, Army. Cohee, Walter Francis III, Marine Corps. Cole, Brent Scott, Army. Cole, Jeremiah Scott, Army. Coleman, Chad Derrick, Army. Coleman, Justin Dean, Army. Coleman, Mark Wayne, Army. Collin, Matthew Christopher, Army. Collins, Jeremy Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Collins, Sean Martin, Army. Colvin, Julian Lee, Army. Combs, Casey Dean, Army. Comfort, Kyle Aaron, Army. Commons, Matthew Allen, Army. Conlon, Paul Edward Jr., Army. Connolly, David Scott, Army. Connolly, Ryan James, Army. Conrad, Timothy John Jr., Army. Contreras, Coran Polito, Army. Cook, Nicholas Scott, Army. Cook, Robert James, Army. Cook, Ryan James, Army. Cooper, Keenan Alexander, Army. Cooper, William Justin Lee, Marine Corps. Copes, Gregory Todd, Marine Corps. Cordo, Douglas Leonard, Army. Corlew, Sean Mitchell, Air Force. Corley, Clark Arnold Jr., Army. Corma, Salvatore Simplicio II, Army. Cornelius, Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Corpus, Bernard Paul, Army. Corral, Joshua Daniel, Marine Corps. Cortez, Caesar, Army. Cortez, William Eugene, Army. Corzine, Kenneth A., Marine Corps. Cortesiers, Niall William, Marine Corps. Cottle, Robert James, Marine Corps. Kumas, Kyle Andrew, Army. Corsi, Peter John, Army. Catu, Kyle Joseph, Marine Corps. Cowdrey, Robert Bryan, Army. Cox, Daniel Lee, Army. Cox, Nathan Matthew, Army. Cox, Nathan William, Army. Craig, Adam Daniel, Army. Craig, Brian Thomas, Army. Craig, Heath Nathaniel, Army. Crane, Richard Michael, Army. Crass, Leighton Bradley, Marine Corps. Creamer, Zanai Kai, Army. Creighton, Andrew James, Army. Chrysostomo, Jose San, Army. Cross, Bradley Stephen, Army. Cross, Peter Kyle, Army. Kraus, William Harry IV, Marine Corps.
Crow, Robert Wayne Jr., Army. Crumpler, Josiah Dennis, Army. Crittenden, Aaron Brett, Army. Cruz, Joseph, Army. Cueto, Kevin Alexander, Marine Corps. Colbreth, Justin Eric, Army. Quayers, Airy Richard, Army. Cullens, Joshua James, Marine Corps. Cunningham, Jason DeCastro, Air Force. Cunningham, Joe Lee, Army. Currieri, Joseph Francisco, Army. Courier, Eric Dennis, Marine Corps. Curry, Michael Seaford Jr., Army. Curtis, Jonathan Michael, Army. Curtis, Kurt Robert, Army. Cutsforth, Sean Russell, Army. Kazupi, Paul Aragio II, Army. Sear, Brandon Lee, Air Force. DeAugustine, Joseph, Marine Corps. Daling, Mitchell Kirk, Army. Dahl, Michael Anthony Jr., Army. Dulkey, Jason Sean, Army. Damas, Leopold Fred, Marine Corps. Damon, Patrick Daniel, Army. Daniels, Devin James, Army. Daniels, Nicholas Allen, Marine Corps. Danny Luke, Carrie Michael, George, Army. Darrow, James, Michael, Army. Davis, Adam, James, Army. Davis, Bryant, Leroy, Navy. Davis, David, Allen, Army. Davis, Jefferson, Donald, Army. Davis, Jonathan, Frank, Army. Davis, Jonathan Dale, Marine Corps. Davis, Joshua Michael, Marine Corps. Davis, Justin Ray, Army. Davis, Nathan Tyler, Army. Davis, Robert Jean, Army. Davis, Timothy Peter, Air Force. Dawson, Ezra, Army. Dawson, William Brandon, Army. Day, David Pyrie, Marine Corps. Day, Jared William, Navy. DeZacharon, Edward Herbert, Army. De La Pena Hernandez, Esau Evan, Army. De La Rosa, Fernando, Army. Deans, Patrick David, Army. DeBoer, Dane Adam, Marine Corps. DeBose, Coder Bernard, Army. DeCotu, Mark Paul, Army. DeFazio, Robert William, Army. DeHand, Bernard Lee, Army. Del Castillo, Dimitri Alejandro, Army. DeLuzio, Stephen Joseph, Army. DeMauricio, Michael Robert II, Army. Denier, Anthony Joseph, Marine Corps. Dennis, Jacob Anthony, Army. Dennis, Jared Roton, Army. Dennis, Preston John, Army. DePody, Jeremy Edward, Army. DePrimo, Jeffrey Frank, Army. DeRonde, Leroy III, Army. Desforges, Joshua David, Marine Corps. Desolini, Bruno Giancarlo, Army. DeVoy, Patrick Allen II, Army. Dew, Victor Anthony, Marine Corps. DeWater, Richard Allen, Army. DeWurst, Nick A., Army. DeYoung, Matthew James, Marine Corps. Dacey, Ari Tyler, Army. Diaz Boria, Roberto Efren, Army. Diaz, Christopher, Marine Corps. Diaz, Isaac Edward, Army. Dickhut, Nicholas Michael, Army. Dickinson, Scott Edward, Marine Corps. Dickmeyer, Adam Lynn, Army. Dixon, Richard Andrew, Air Force. Daner, Jackie Lee II, Army. Dietrich, Jesse Wayne, Army. Dietz, Danny Philip Jr., Navy. DeFrederico, Albert Edward, Navy. Dixis, Alan Nathan, Army. Delizio, Anthony Attillo, Marine Corps. Dillon, James Robert Jr., Marine Corps. Dimmock, Joseph Whiting II, Army. Diamond, Scott Jean, Army. Dinterman, Michael Richard, Army. Dion, John Philip, Army. Disney, Jason A., Army. DeVilly, Dwayne William, Air Force. Dixon, Edward Fred III, Army. Doberiner, Adam Eugene, Army. Dodds Dudley, Thomas Joseph, Marine Corps. Doles, John Glenn, Army. Dolphin, Patrick Ryan, Marine Corps. Demetrius, Christopher Bryan, Army. Dominion, Alex Frank, Marine Corps. Donahue, Max William, Marine Corps. Donahue, Michael Joseph, Army. Donaldson, Christopher Bryan, Army. Davinsky, Robert John, Army. Donnelly, William James IV, Marine Corps. Doherty, James Paul, Army. Dugandera, John, Navy. Duville, Daniel Lee, Air Force. Downer, Mark Jordan, Army. Drake, Christopher Rashawn, Army. Drake, David Andrew, Army. Dralick, David Joseph, Army. Drawl, Robert Eugene Jr., Army. Dries, Stephen Thomas, Army. Dronette, Brandon Ryan, Marine Corps. Duart, Christopher Joseph, Marine Corps. Duffman, Scott Eric, Air Force. Dumas, Joseph Robert, Marine Corps. Dumont, Paul Edmund Jr., Army. Duncan, Spencer Colson, Army. Dunn, Heelan Terrell, Marine Corps. Dunning, Stephen Joel, Marine Corps. DuPont, Kevin Allen, Army. DuPont, Stephen Lloyd, Army. Durgan, Russell Meade, Army. Durham, Patrick Keith, Army. Durkin, Kira Marie, Army. Duncan, Sean Michael, Army. Duskin, Michael Stephen, Army. Dutcher, Michael Joseph, Marine Corps. Dutton, James Evan, Army. Diaz, Robert Steele Jr., Army. Dykus, Edward Joe, Marine Corps. Dyer, Scott William, Army. Eastman, Christopher Lucas, Marine Corps. Ebbers, James Henry, Army. Ebert, Kevin Richard, Navy. Eckert, Christopher William, Marine Corps. Edens, Jason Kyle, Army. Edgerton, Donald Rocky, Army. Edgin, Kevin Finch, Army. Edmonds, John Joseph, Army. Edgars, Daniel William, Army. Eggleston, Brandon Forrest, Army. Egnor, Jody Lynn, Army. Eichen, Nicholas Dwayne, Air Force. Elam, Gregory Lowell, Army. Elazaris, Emilio Ephraim, Army. Ellis, Robert Wayne, Army. Ellis, Vincent James, Army. Elm, Michael Davis, Army. Elwell, Kenneth Bryan, Army. Emmons, Richard Charlton III, Army. Emmerich, Jordan Blake, Marine Corps. Inslee, Zachary Ryan, Army. Enos, Darrell Lynn, Navy. Eppinger, Garrick Lewis Jr., Army. Erickson, Caleb Lane, Marine Corps. Esposito, Michael John Jr., Army. Essery, Keith Eric, Army. Essex, Richard Allen, Army. Estelle, Raymond Gray II, Air Force. Estelle, Bobby Lee, Army. Espinal, Jason Hill, Marine Corps. Estrada, Kyler Levon, Navy. Eugenio, Carlos Francisco, Army. Evans, Jerry Randall Jr., Army. Ewans, Forrest Pinkerton, Army. Huey, Jared Wayne, Army. Ezernak, Troy Shane, Army. Foss, John Weston, Navy. Fabry, Ralph John, Marine Corps. Fahey, David Richard Jr., Army. Fairbarn, Aaron Eli, Army. Falkel, Christopher Matthew, Army. Fankhauser, Joseph Henry, Marine Corps. Fannin, Daniel Neal, Air Force. Fannin, Sean D., Army. Font, Garrett Anthony, Army. Farias, John Felix, Marine Corps. Farkas, Daniel, Army. Farley, Brandon Wade, Army. Farley, Derek John, Army. Farrell, Sean Michael II, Army. Ferris, Joshua Ray, Army. Fastutka, Lewis Robert, Army. Faulkner, Jeremy Pat, Army. Faust, Aaron Matthew, Marine Corps. Fazari, Matthew Gregory, Army. Feder, Daniel Lewis, Marine Corps. Feeks, Patrick Delaney, Navy. Feisner, Curtis Donald, Army. Fajaran, Gregory Duenas, Army. Feldhaus, Dustin James, Army. Feliciano Gutierrez, Kevin Edgard, Army. Fenty, Joseph James, Jr., Army. Fernandez, Christopher James Cepeda, Army. Fernandez, Kyle Kai Eo, Army. Ferrara, Matthew Charles, Army. Farrell, Bruce Ernest, Marine Corps. Fields, Aaron David, Army. Fike, Robert James, Army. Fingar, Jason David, Army. Finley, James Matthew, Army. Finningham, Eric Matong, Army. Bertomig, Jarrett Rome, Army. Fiscus, Michael Todd, Army. Fisher, Zachary Michael, Army. Fitz, Crystal Marie, Army. Fitzgibbon, Patrick Scott, Army. Fitzmaurice, Joseph Patrick Newman, Navy. Flanagan, William Timothy, Army. Flannery, Sean Michael, Army. Fleischner, Jacob Rudolph, Army. Fleming, Scott Joseph, Marine Corps. Fleury, Gregory Michael William, Marine Corps. Flores, David Wayne Westfall. Flores, Jose Olar Jr., Army.
Flores, Michael Paul, Air Force. Flynn, John Michael, Army. Fogarty, Thomas Kent, Army. Fontaine, Jacques Jules, Navy. Foraker, Ryan Dane, Army. Forday, Omar Wilford, Army. Fordyce, James Floyd, Marine Corps. Forrester, Mark Andrew, Air Force. Fortunato, Stephen Robert, Army. Foshi, Jeremy Dale, Army. Folks, Christopher Scott, Marine Corps. Fox, Dylan B., Army. Fracker, Dale Edward Jr., Army. Fraze, David Maurice, Army. Fralish, John Thomas, Navy. Frampton, Gregory Michael, Army. Francesconi, Alberto, Marine Corps. Frank Edward J. II, Army. Franklin Benny Chantal, Army. Frazier Danielle Alexander, Army. Frazier Jacob Lee, Air Force. Fredsty Nicholas Charles, Army. Freeman Daniel Jason, Army. Freeman Jamel Talib, Army. Freeman Matthew Charles Hayes, Marine Corps. Freeman Michael Luis Jr., Marine Corps. Freeman Ronald Douglas, Marine Corps. Freewald Jason Richard, Navy. French Alex IV, Army. Frizen Demetrius Montaz, Army. Frith Carrie Wayne, Army. Fritchie William Ryan, Army. Froctor Chad Dennis, Marine Corps. Fierst Joseph Frederick III, Army. Fuga Michael Toa, Army. Fuller Chad Edward, Army. Gabel Michael John, Army. Gaffney Charles Patrick Jr., Army. Gailey Christopher Drew, Army. Glaraza Hernandez Vilmar, Army. Galuski Justin Joseph, Army. Gallegos Justin Timothy, Army. Gallinger Long, Riley, Navy. Galvin Daniel Lee, Army. Gamble Garrett William, Marine Corps. Gamon Vincent Emmanuel III, Marine Corps. Garabrandt Brandon John, Marine Corps. Garbs Ryan Clark, Army. Garcia Anthony Christian, Navy. Garcia Israel, Army. Garcia Jared De Jesus, Army. Garcia Michael Jonathan, Army. Garner Mark Andes, Army. Garrison Joseph Michael, Marine Corps. Gartner Ryan Anthony, Army. Garver Corey Edwin, Army. Garvin Nathaniel Douglas, Army. Garza Damian James, Army. Garza Rogelio Rolanda Jr., Army. Gass Gerard David, Jr., Army. Gasson Jacob Alexander, Army. Gates Benson Austin Harper, Air Force. Gathercole Christopher, Army. Gaudette Bradley Justin, Army. Geary Daniel Joseph, Marine Corps. Geary Michael Eric, Marine Corps. Geiger Christopher Patrick, Army. Galig Ian Timothy Dagdag, Army. Gentz Joel Christopher, Air Force. George Matthew Eric, Army. George Philip Carson, Marine Corps. Germosen Scott Nelson, Marine Corps. Gibbons Thomas Joseph, Army. Gibson Jonathan Shelby, Navy. Gideon Nicholas Hugh Joseph, Army. Geese Joseph Ryan, Marine Corps. Gifford Jonathan William, Marine Corps. Gilbert Robert Lee II, Marine Corps. Gilbert William Joseph, Army. Gil Carlos Edward, Army. Gillespie Randy Joe, Air Force. Gilman Benjamin Lewis, Army. Gannett Adam Kenneth, Air Force. Gilman Benjamin Lewis, Army. Gannett Adam Kenneth, Air Force. Giordano Michael Robert, Army. Geyer Joshua Seth, Army. Glendy Theodore Matthew, Army. Gore Shamus Otto, Army. Gakey Christopher Schultz, Army. Getz Dale Allen, Army. Golding Nicholas Darwin, Army. Goldsmith Wyatt Andrew, Army. Gallnitz Jonathan Allen, Army. Gomez Billy, Army. Goncalo Ethan Luis, Army. Gonsalves Chad Aaron, Army. Gonzalez Aiden Jr., Marine Corps. Gonzalez Joseph Francisco, Army. Gonzalez Edwin, Navy. Gonzalez Jaime Jr., Army. Gonzalez Luis Manuel, Army. Gonzalez Moises Jesus, Army. Gonzalez Garza Rodrigo, Army. Gonzalez O'Malley, Araclia, Army. Gooch Gary Lee Jr., Army. Good Alicia Sabrina, Air Force. Good, Jordan Emil, Army. Godine, Brandon Dwayne, Army. Goodiron, Nathan Joel, Army. Goodman, Ashton Lynn Marie, Air Force. Goodnature, Corey James, Army. Goodwin Robert Stacy, Army. Gordon Brandon Drew, Army. Gordon Brittany Bria, Army. Gordon Robert David II, Army. Gordon Terry Kashan, Army. Gorham Brian Lee, Army. Gornushwis Brett Edward, Army. Gora Marcos Antonio, Army. Gould Christopher James, Army. Goyette Mark Raymond, Marine Corps. Grace Edward Savvy, Army. Grace Keith Aaron Jr., Army. Grady Katrina Renee, Navy. Grady Ryan John, Army. Graham Kevin James, Army. Gramath Thomas Joseph, Air Force. Granado Alejandro III, Army. Grant Christopher O'Brien, Marine Corps. Gray Joshua Allen, Army. Gray Walter David, Air Force. Green Anthony Gabriel, Army. Green Douglas J., Army. Green Michael Lee, Army. Green Stacy Andrew, Marine Corps. Green Harold Joseph, Army. Green Jeremy Richard, Army. Greer Christopher Daniel, Marine Corps. Greniger Robert Stephen, Marine Corps. Grider Ronald Aaron, Army. Greico Kevin Douglas, Army. Grimmel Jarrett Pearson, Army. Griffin Christopher Todd, Army. Griffin Dale Russell, Army. Griffin Kevin James, Army. Griffin Tyler Owen, Marine Corps. Griffin John Kripe, Army. Griffin Samuel Mark, Marine Corps. Grindy Jesse James, Army. Griner Aaron Matthew, Army. Grissom James Floyd, Army. Krachawak Casey James, Army. Grogan Travis Wayne, Army. Gross Dustin Dean, Army. Gross Frank Robert, Army. Grospanigua William Benjamin, Army. Groves James Dennison III, Army. Guerra Rawl Madrigal, Army. Gilroy Michael James, Marine Corps. Gullett Jeremy Raymond, Army. Gurr Daniel David, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Augustin, Army. Gutierrez David Hector, Army. Katowski Stephen Edward, Army. Guzman Rivera Christian Armando, Marine Corps. Guzman Gabriel, Army. Hadaway Brandon Eugene, Army. Hager Roger Gary Michael, Marine Corps. Haggerty Scott Allen, Army. Hairston Samuel Carlos, Army. Hall Benjamin John, Army. Hall Blake Wade, Army. Hall David Eugene, Army. Hall David Ray, Marine Corps. Hall Jeffrey Allen, Army. Hall Jonathan David, Army. Hall Ryan Preston, Air Force. Hallett John Louis III, Army. Hamburger Patrick Douglas, Army. Hamilton Adam Scott, Army. Hamilton Donnell Antoine Jr., Army. Hammer Call Eric, Army. Hamsky Joseph John, Air Force. Han Kimball Andrews, Army. Hand Andrew Lee, Army. Hand Nicholas Joel, Marine Corps. Haney Randy Michael, Army. Hannon Sean Thomas, Army. Hanson Danielle Louise, Marine Corps. Hanson Dennis Joe, Army. Hanson John Eric, Army. Hanson Justin Michael, Marine Corps. Hanson Matthias Newman, Marine Corps. Hardin Ethan Carroll, Army. Hardison Jeremy Franklin, Army. Hart Adam Jeffrey, Army. Hart Joshua Mitchell, Army. Hargrove Zachary Hayden, Army. Hario Eric William, Army. Harley William James Jr., Army. Harmon Matthew Allen, Army. Harper Andrew Martin, Army. Harper Scott Daniel, Marine Corps. Harriman Stanley Lorne, Army. Harris Devon Jamal, Army. Harris Joseph Graham, Army. Harris Joshua Thomas, Navy. Harris Joshua William, Army. Harris Larry Donnell Jr., Marine Corps. Harris Tareen Travanti, Army. Harris Todd Monroe, Army. Harrison Calvin Bernard, Army. Harrison James Warren Jr., Army. Hart Bradley Charles, Army. Hartman David James, Army. Harton Joshua Alexander, Army. Harvell Andrew William, Air Force.
Harvey James William II, Army. Hassenauer Jason Daniel, Army. Hassenflau William Earl, Army. Hatfield Jerome David, Marine Corps. Hawkins Patrick Christopher, Army. Hayes John Eric, Marine Corps. Hayes Bruce Even, Army. Hayes Nathan Paul, Marine Corps. Healy Daniel Richard, Navy. Healy James Caleb, Army. Heck Randy Michael, Marine Corps. Heady Jr. Michael Wayne, Marine Corps. Hefner Sean Patrick, Marine Corps. Houghton Justin Ryan, Army. Hemauer Kyle Matthew, Army. Henderson Aaron Arthur, Army. Henderson Brian James, Army. Henderson Christopher Dale, Army. Henderson John McKenzie, Jr., Army. Hennon John Michael, Army. Hennigan Matthew Robert, Army. Hensley Nicholas Charlie, Army. Hercules Russell Shane, Jr., Army. Heredia Edgar Alberto, Marine Corps. Hermanson Matthew Daniel, Army. Hermogino Ken King, Army. Hernandez Chavez Jose Iman, Army. Hernandez Alex III, Army. Hernandez Derek, Marine Corps. Hernandez Edelman Leonardo, Army. Hernandez Emmanuel, Army. Hernandez Jose Alonzo, Marine Corps. Hernandez Joseph Michael, Army. Hernandez Roberto Antonio II, Army. Herrera Octavio, Army. Herrera Purnell Johnny, Army. Herrera Rocky II, Army. Hershey Brett Michael, Army. Heselton Edward Ralph, Army. Hess David Allen, Army. Hess Jacob Michael, Marine Corps. Hess Robert Joseph, Army. Hickey Julie Rochelle, Army. Hickman Jason Omar Bradley, Army. Hicks Channing Bowe, Army. Hicks Darren Terrell, Army. Hicks Jamar Avery, Army. Hicks Jason Carlisle, Air Force. Hidalgo, Darren Miguel, Army. Heyerholzer, David Michael, Army. Heister, Michael Thomas, Army. Hyatt, Anton Hazan, Army. Higgins, Tanner Stone, Army. High, Charles Milton IV, Army. High, Stephen Carell, Army. Hike, Adrian Edward, Army. Hilleman, Kevin Joseph, Army. Hildner, Terrence John, Army. Hill, Jason Daniel, Marine Corps. Hill, Joshua Lee, Army. Hill, Kevin Olson, Army. Hill, Sean Fitzgerald, Army. Hilton, Matthew Lee, Army. Hines, Derek Stephen, Army. Heizon, Rudolph Ryan, Army. Hobbs, Brian Scott, Army. Hogan, Donald James, Marine Corps. Hogan, Hunter Dalton, Marine Corps. Holbrook, Jason Ellis, Army. Holder, Kyle Matthew, Army. Holland, Derek David, Army. Holly, Floyd Earl Courtney, Marine Corps. Holman, Eric Scott, Army. Holmes, David Alexander, Army. Holtz, Tyler Nicholas, Army. Holzimer, Matthew I, Navy. Honecker, Christopher Stephen, Army. Honeycutt, Terry Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Hoover, Brian Allen, Army. Hornbarger, James Robert, Air Force. Horn, Patricia Lee, Army. Horns, Christopher Alexander, Army. Hornsby, Brian Daniel, Army. Horsley, Justin Lewis, Army. Horton, Christopher David, Army. Hosey, Michael Wesley, Army. Hosford, Chester Wayne, Army. Hoskins, J. Michael, Marine Corps. Hostetter, Jonathan Michael Dean, Army. Hotchkin, Gunnar Randall, Army. Houston, Kevin Arthur, Navy. Hovater, Jason Dane, Army. Howard, Abram LaRue, Marine Corps. Howard, Bryce Daniel, Army. Howard, Meredith Lee, Army. Howick, Christopher Thomas, Army. Harbeck, Christopher Richard, Marine Corps. Hatak, Mong Fiothu, Marine Corps. Hughes, Bradley Scott, Army. Huey, Buddy James, Army. Hewling, John Patrick, Marine Corps. Hunsberger, Travis Kent, Army. Hunter, James Patrick, Army. Herney, Terry John, Army. Hurt, David Lee, Army. Hughes, Dakota Ray, Marine Corps. Houston, Matthew David, Army. Hutchins, Andrew Lewis, Army. Highland, Joshua Michael, Army. Ionelli Ryan Kenneth, Marine Corps. Ibarra Jose, Marine Corps. Hyde James Roger V, Army. Imlay Francis D. Jr., Air Force. Infante Jesse, Army. Ingham Matthew Nevin, Marine Corps. Ingram Matthew Lee, Army. Ingram Michael Keith Jr., Army. Eisenhower Brett Daniel, Army. Islip Brandon Taylor, Army. History Aaron Dale, Army. Jackson Francisco Raphael, Marine Corps. Jackson Isaac Brandon, Army. Jackson Joe Michael, Marine Corps. Jackson Mark Wayne, Army. Jackson Timothy Matthew, Marine Corps. Jackson Wakuna Elmira, Army. Jacobs Keith Lamont Jr., Army. Jacobs Sean Robert, Army. Jacoby Kip Allen, Army. Jakes Michael Jamal Jr., Navy. Jala Dennis Jr., Army. James Dennis Jr., Army. James Errol Melvin, Army. James Lakita Pate, Navy. Jankowitz Michael Douglas, Army. Jarbo Jamie Darrell, Army. Gerald John Haskell, Army. Jarvis Barry Edward, Army. Javier Conrado Diaz Jr., Army. Jane Ryan Paul, Army. Jefferson David Anthony, Army. Jefferson William Haywood Jr., Air Force. Jeffries Douglas J. Jr., Army. Jeffries Joseph Allen, Army. Jenkins Corey J., Army. Jenkins Gerald Robert, Army. Jenrette Kevin Michael, Army. Jensen Dennis Gregory, Army. Jeske Ryan, Marine Corps. Jetton Joshua A. Lynn, Army. Hertel Charles Scott, Army. Johns Jason Douglas, Army. Johnson Allen Cornelius, Army. Johnson Benjamin Allen, Navy. Johnson Clifton David, Army. Johnson Daniel James, Air Force. Johnson David Andrew, Army. Johnson Donna Ray, Army. Johnson Edwin Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Johnson Isaac Lee Jr., Army. Johnson Jeffrey Warren, Marine Corps. Johnson John Corey, Army. Johnson Joseph Dennis, Army. Johnson Justin Broussard Sr., Army. Johnson Kalen Christopher Lee, Army. Johnson Larry Michael, Marine Corps. Johnson Matthew James, Army. Johnson Michael Edward, Marine Corps. Johnson Nicholas Scott, Army. Johnson Ramon Lee Allen, Marine Corps. Johnson Timothy Lamar, Army. Johnson Trevon Travis, Army. Johnson Trevor Jeremiah, Marine Corps. Johnston, Jason Michael, Army. Jones, Adam Douglas, Marine Corps. Jones, Eric Alton, Marine Corps. Jones, Jason Benjamin, Army. Jones, Landon Lee, Navy. Jones, Omar Alejandro, Army. Jones, Peyton Alexander, Army. Jones, Richard Calvin, Army. Jones, Ricky Dwayne, Army. Jordan, Jeffrey William, Army. Joyce, Kevin Boyd, Marine Corps. Juarez, Mark David, Marine Corps. Juden, Tyler Austin, Army. Justison, Anthony T., Army. Justice, James Allen, Army. Justice, James Austin, Army. Collar, Matthew Ryan, Army. Kaipat, Ramon Taisakan, Marine Corps. Caliphate, Christopher Edward, Navy. Kankler, Dennis Edward, Marine Corps. Kane, Jeremy Mitchell, Marine Corps. Cantor, Matthew Jeffrey, Navy. Karch, Christopher Neal, Army. Corella, Jason Anthony, Marine Corps. Casson, Robert Paul, Army. Katzenberger, Christopher M., Army. Katzenberger, Jeremy Andrew, Army. Kearney, James Charles III, Army. Keating, Benjamin David, Army. Keller, Andrew James, Army. Kelly, Michael Jason, Army. Kelly, Nigel David, Army. Kelly, Robert Michael, Marine Corps. Kelsall, Jonas B., Navy. Kennefic, Aaron Michael, Marine Corps. Kennedy, Joseph Allen, Army. Kennedy, Nathan Patrick, Army. Kennedy, Thomas Elliott, Army. Kern, Kurt William, Army. Kerwood, William Joe, Air Force. Kessler, Kevin James, Army. Kessler, Richard James, Jr., Navy. Kettle, Jeffrey Dwayne, Army.
Kim John Francis, Army. Kimbrough Paul Wayne, Army. King Brandon Michael, Army. King Jared Lee, Army. King Ryan Charles, Army. Kinzer Adam Gareth, Army. Kirk Joshua John, Army. Kerspel Michael Dana Jr., Army. Curtin Brandon Michael, Army. Kervin Nicholas Kane, Marine Corps. Kisling Daniel Leon Jr., Army. Kiseloff Dennis De Leon, Army. Kidowski Charles Bernard III, Army. Kleinwetcher Chris K., Army. Klausakic Eric Justin, Army. Knapp Michael Joseph, Army. Knight Marcus Irving, Army. Knox Jobran Stephen, Army. Knudsen Sarah Marie, Army. Coe Stephen Robert, Army. Kaler Edward William III, Army. Cole Shane Marion, Army. Kopp Benjamin Stephen, Army. Quote Noah Mark, Army. Kowal Corey Joseph, Army. Kramer Aaron Keith, Army. Kraus Sharish Naranhan Abba, Army. Krins Tyler Richard, Army. Ridlow Dell Justin, Army. Ripner Andrew Mark, Army. Christensen Eric Samsel, Army. Kropat Jason Michael, Army. Kropov Serge, Marine Corps. Kubik Ronald Allen, Army. Kulgrowski Adam Michael, Army. Kutzbach Patrick Francis, Army. Laborde John Keith, Army. Lacey William Kelly, Army. Lackey James Bertant, Air Force. Lagman Anthony Santos, Army. Lalier Gerard Allen, Army. Lamar Daniel James II, Marine Corps. Lambeck Todd William, Army. Lambert Michael Scott, Army. Lancaster Joshua Trevin, Army. Landcore Joseph Michael, Army. Land Brett Willie, Army. Landis Christopher Andrew, Army. Landrum Brandon James, Army. Lane Mitchell Arthur, Army. Lane Randall Ray, Army. Lane Ryan H., Marine Corps. Lagavin Sean Canay Aldrich, Army. Langlis Louis James, Navy. Lanningham Ira Benjamin IV, Army. Large Samuel Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Larson Ryan Jeffrey, Army. Lasher Jeremy Scott, Marine Corps. Latour Jacob, Marine Corps. Lawrence Joshua Sean, Army. Lawson Daniel Courtney, Army. Lawson Eric Timothy Sr., Army. Lawton Garrett Tucker, Marine Corps. Lay Patrick Lewis II, Army. Layton James Ray, Navy. Leach Matthew John, Army. Leckwick Ivan Derrick, Army. Lee Carly Matson III, Army. Lee Daniel Tyler, Army. Lee Dick Alson Jr., Army. Lee James Sean, Marine Corps. Lee Jinsu, Army. Lee Roger, Army. Lehan Damon Thomas, Army. Leggett Matthew Ivan, Army. Lee Miller Michael Robert, Army. Lee Jacob Carl, Marine Corps. Lembeck David Lee, Army. Lembeck Eric Nathaniel, Army. Lembeck Matthew Ryan, Marine Corps. Lenstrock Joseph Allen, Army. Leon Guerrero Brian Stephen, Army. Leonard Jamie Elizabeth, Army. Leonhardt Brian Jeffrey, Army. Levins Donnie Lee Ford, Marine Corps. Levy Christopher Phoenix Jacob, Marine Corps. Lou Harry, Marine Corps. Lewis Darrell Cornelius, Army. Lewis Joseph Michael, Army. Lewis Lex Lee, Army. Lewis Timothy Dale, Marine Corps. Lusader Roy Persimon Jr., Army. Libby George Varanus, Army. Lightfoot Anthony Marcus, Army. Lyles Stewart Forrest, Army. Lillard Nathan Edward, Army. Lily Arthur Leroy, Army. Lily Joseph Michael, Army. Lim Daniel, Army. Lind Darren Michael, Army. Lindanu Robert Dwayne, Army. Lindsay Nathaniel Bradley, Army. Linskog Jameson Lynn, Army. Lindstrom, Eric James, Army. Linnaberry, Daniel Lee II, Marine Corps. Lipari, Kevin Ernest, Army. Lobosco, Andrew Thomas, Army. Lobriaco, Todd James, Jr., Air Force. Locke, Gwendolyn Ann, Air Force. Loisa, Roberto, Jr., Army. Loftus, John Darren, Air Force. Logan, Joseph Daniel, Marine Corps. Loney, Uvert, Army. Longsworth, Christian, Army. Lonely, Andrew Richard, Army. Loney, Brandon John, Navy. Lopez, Angel Lewis, Army. Lopez, Jesus Jonathan, Army. Lopez, Joseph Charles, Marine Corps. Lopez, Ruben Jesus, Army. Lopez Castañeda Juan, Marine Corps. Loredo Eduardo, Army. Lorenzo Christopherson Bernardo, Army. Lozano Raymond, Air Force. Lovejoy Zachary George, Army. Lowe Jaime Russell, Marine Corps. Lowell Jacob Michael, Army. Lowry Connor Thomas, Marine Corps. Lucas Jason Allen, Army. Lucas Jeffrey Allen, Navy. Lucas Leon Horace Jr., Marine Corps. Luce Roland George Jr., Army. Lugo Martin Anthony, Army. Lucayla Joshua Aconi, Army. Lumley Ryan Michael, Army. Lundell Scott Blanchard, Army. Lundy Brian Keith Jr., Navy. Lucier Jonathan Luke, Army. Lutz David Christopher, Army. Luxmore Bryant Jordan, Army. Libert Patrick Lee, Army. Lynch Scott Albert, Marine Corps. Lynch Terry J., Army. Lyon David Urin, Air Force. Lyons John Alden, Army. Lyons Neil Damian, Army. Mace Stephen Lee, Army. McFarland Bruce Andrew, Army. Mackey Herman III, Air Force. McPherson Thomas Raymond, Army. Madden Russell. Maddox Anthony Rennell, Army. Madrazo Nicholas Aaron, Marine Corps. Magnani Patrick Daniel, Air Force. Mayor Brent Matthew, Army. Mahalik Thomas Donald, Army. Marr Michael Christopher, Army. Mochowski James Michael, Marine Corps. Maldonado Alexis Vicente, Army. Maldonado Jose Luis, Marine Corps. Maldonado Pedro Antonio, Army. Malone John Joel, Marine Corps. Maltz Michael Harry, Air Force. Mancini Curtis, Army. Mangano Anthony Leonard, Army. Mann Jason Daniel, Marine Corps. Manaukin Matthew Patrick, Marine Corps. Marcellus Matthew, Marine Corps. Marchanti Robert Joseph II, Army. Markham John Wayne, Navy. Maria Giovanni, Army. Marler Daniel Matthew, Marine Corps. Marcus Justin Cameron, Army. Marcus Christopher J., Army. Marta Chase Stone, Army. Martin Ethan Jacob, Army. Martin Jack Mayfield III, Army. Martin Shane Robert, Marine Corps. Martin Vernon William, Army. Martin Wyatt Joseph, Army. Martinez Matthew M., Army. Martinez Alex, Marine Corps. Martinez Rafael Jr., Army. Mason Matthew David, Navy. Massarelli Robert Anthony, Army. Masterson Connor Gerard, Army. Matos Colon Edwin Antonio, Army. Mattoni Anthony Dennis, Marine Corps. Maddox John Alexander, Army. Magans Jamie Odell, Army. May Eric Nathaniel, Army. May Kenneth Blaine Jr., Marine Corps. Mayberry Thomas James, Army. Mays Chauncey Ryan, Army. Missouri Alec Frank, Navy. McAdams Andrew Langston, Army. Mechanic Kenneth Keith, Army. McCain Jonathan Bryant, Army. McCants Herschel Daniel Jr., Army. McLean Charles John, Army. McLean Kyle Britton, Army. McLennan Jonah David, Army. McClenny Daniel Bradley, Marine Corps. McClemens Joshua Michael, Army. McCloskey Sean Patrick, Army. McClure Charles Patrick, Army. McCluskey Jason James, Army. McCauley Jonathan Eric, Marine Corps. McCullum Daniel Gardner, Marine Corps. McConnell Andrew Heron, Army. McDaniel McColas Chavette, Army. McDaniel William Lewis II, Air Force. McDaniel Joshua Brent, Marine Corps. McDonald Edmund Wayne, Army. McDonnell Jason Andrew, Army. McDowell David Lauren, Army.
McDowell Mark Russell, Air Force. McCanahan Michael Everett, Army. McGara Clayton Dwayne, Army. McGeeth Philip Diane, Marine Corps. McGee Robert Keith, Army. McGee Thomas Patrick, Army. McGill Timothy Raymond, Army. McGreevy Michael Martin Jr., Navy. McCone Nathan Ronald, Marine Corps. McHugh John Michael, Army. McKay Joseph A., Army. McKenna Allen Robert Jr., Army. McLean Buddy Wendell, Army. McClawhorn Willie Atlas Jr., Army. McClendon David Blake, Navy. McLeod Jason Adam, Army. McClellan Jeffrey Allen, Army. McMahon Jason Thomas, Army. McMahon Michael Jerome, Army. McNabb Barrett Wallaby, Army. McNabb Sean Henry, Army. McNair Andre Devon Jr., Army. McNeil Spence Alexander, Army. McNeely Justin Jacob, Navy. McNulty Richard Lewis III, Army. McQuarrie Jeremy Ryan, Marine Corps. Metter John David II, Army. Meadows Coleman Joseph III, Army. Meadows Joshua Stewart, Marine Corps. Means Dale Wayne, Marine Corps. Miri Andre Nir Muhammad, Army. Medley Preston Ray, Army. Marer Curtis Robert, Army. Maringer Daniel Frederick, Army. Meinhardt Jacob Alexander, Marine Corps. Mice Christopher Steele, Marine Corps. Meister Tobias Corbin, Army. Melendez Sanchez Luis Manuel, Air Force. Melton Bradley Lewis, Army. Melton Jesse III, Marine Corps. Melton Joshua Allen, Army. Memon Kashif Muhammad, Army. Mendez Hernandez Norberto, Marine Corps. Mendoza Victor, Army. Mendoza Matthew Elias, Marine Corps. Marcondet Luke John, Marine Corps. Meredith William L., Army. Meriwether Daniel Dwayne, Army. Mersman Jeffrey Scott, Army. Mescal Brian Michael, Army. Metcalf Michael Joseph, Army. Metcalf Daniel Thomas, Army. Metzger David Elia, Army. Metzger Jonathan Matthew, Army. Mashad Seth Robert, Marine Corps. Michael Devin J., Army. Mickler Donald Ray Jr., Army. Middleton William Kyle, Army. Mahalo Anthony Gary, Marine Corps. Milam Charles Luke, Navy. Miller Alexander Joel, Army. Miller Cal Clyde, Army. Miller Daniel Edward, Army. Miller David Taylor, Army. Miller Harvey D. R., Army. Miller James Lee, Army. Miller Jerome David Jr., Air Force. Miller Michael Philippe, Army. Miller Paul James, Marine Corps. Miller Robert James, Army. Millet Melchick Pedro Antonio IV, Army. Millie Scott Francis, Army. Millard Errol Duran Astor, Army. Milken Kyle Jeffrey, Navy. Mills Edward David Jr., Army. Mills Eugene Clifton III, Marine Corps. Mills Joshua M., Army. Mills Stephen Matthew, Navy. Miracle Joseph Allen, Army. Miranda Dennis, Navy. Meisner Garrett Anderson, Marine Corps. Missman James Gregory James, Army. Mitchell David Seth, Marine Corps. Mitchell Sean Carey, Army. Miltler Sean Michael, Army. Mixon Kelly Joseph, Army. Moling Timothy Wayne, Army. Moffett Thomas Adam, Army. Mogesson Robert Joseph, Army. Molina Jacob, Army. Monahan Christopher Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Mondragon Enrique, Army. Monroe Jeremiah James, Army. Montenegro Jose Luis Jr., Army. Montez de Ocho Osprani, Marine Corps. Montgomery Michael Patrick, Army. Montgomery Thaddeus Scott II, Army. Monty Jared Christopher, Army. Montoya Diego Miguel, Army. Montrad Alberto de Salvera, Army. Moody William Robert, Army. Moodling Evan Jan, Army. Moon Christopher James, Army. Moore Benjamin Gerald, Army. Moore Joseph Arthur, Air Force. Mossman Cody Otho, Army. Moquin Brian Michael Jr., Army. Mora Conrad Adrian, Army. Mora Sampson Augusto, Army. Morales Orlando, Army. Morales Ramundo Porras, Army. Morales de los Vial Gil Isaiah, Army. Moreno Fabricio Alexander, Navy. Moreno Jennifer Maddie, Army. Morgando Travis Allen, Army. Morgan Dwight Jackson, Marine Corps. Morin Darby Todd, Army. Morris Jordan Matthew, Army. Morris Raymond Shelton, Army. Morrison Donald Scott, Army. Morton John David, Army. Moses Sonny Jade, Army. Moscow Christopher E., Navy. Moat Sky Russell, Marine Corps. Maury Brian Keith, Army. Morris James Douglas, Army. Mudge David Michael, Navy. Muller Nicholas Anthony, Army. Murr Sean Andrew, Army. Mullally Christopher Raw, Army. Mullen James Scott, Army. Mullen Sean William, Army. Mullen Ian Matthew, Marine Corps. Mullins Brandon Scott, Army. Mulville Hill William Joseph, Army. Munden Raymond John, Army. Mulgiervius Rodrigo, Army. Munier Charles Earl, Army. Munez Christopher Lee, Army. Munoz Pedro Antonio, Army. Maroc Thomas Page, Army. Morales Marcus Vincio, Army. Murdoch Michael Wayne, Army. Murphy Michael Chance, Army. Murphy Edwin John, Army. Murphy Michael Patrick, Navy. Murray Dennis Ray, Army. Myers Philip Andrew, Air Force. Miri Marlin E., Marine Corps. Nargarsi Scott Thomas, Army. Napier Dustin Paul, Army. Naquivi Motion A., Army. Nas Ryan John, Marine Corps. Navarro Juan Pantonia, Army. Neal Benjamin Herod, Army. Near Robert James, Army. Nicosia Kenneth Edward Jr., Army. Neenan Brendan Patrick, Army. Nuff Randy Jr., Army. Negron Carlos Javier, Army. Neil James Dominic, Army. Neil William Robert Jr., Army. Nelson Caleb Andrew, Navy. Nelson Joshua Nathaniel, Army. Nelson Travis Michael, Marine Corps. Nenya Sapro Brightlight, Army. Nettleson Eric Marcel, Army. Nevins Liam Jules, Army. New Stephen Michael, Army. New Love Jared Paul, Navy. Newman Christopher Rod, Army. Newman Clinton Thomas, Army. Newman Eric Colby, Army. Newman Jamie Carlos, Army. Newton Allen Howard Jr., Army. Newton Michael Ray, Army. Newton Robert John, Marine Corps. Nego Tan Hoc, Army. Nugent Long Nok, Army. Nugent Tavon Lee, Marine Corps. Nicholas Jamie Scott, Army. Nicholas Brian Joseph, Army. Nichols Donald Lee, Army. Nichols Kenneth Ray Jr., Army. Nichols Rob Lee, Army. Nicole Andrew Coate, Army. Neves Raphael and Angel Jr., Army. Nishukra Reed Carrillo, Air Force. Nixon Travis Wayne, Army. Nolan James Michael, Army. Nolan Michael Conrad, Marine Corps. Norris Cody Robert, Army. Nueve Karen Elaine, Army. Novak Adam Jacob, Army. Nowatzkets David Paul, Army. Nozika Mark Anthony, Army. Nuez Israel Paul, Army. Noel Nicholas Heath, Navy. Nuncio Levi Efren, Army. Nunez David, Army. Nunez Rodriguez Joe Abram, Army. Nunn Angel Anthony Michael, Army. Nylander Nathan J., Air Force. O'Brien Matthew James, Navy. O'Donoghue Justin Lee, Army. O'Leary Tanner James, Army. O'Neill Evan William, Army. O'Neill Jonathan Charles, Army. O'Neill Michael Christopher, Army. O'Quinn James Joseph Jr., Army. Osteen Mark Stephen, Army. O'Brien Nicholas Shea, Marine Corps. O'Connor Sean Michael Nicholas, Marine Corps. Oakes Curtis Allen, Army. O'Kipper Jasper Kidd, Army. Obad Alberto Lustre, Jr., Army. Ochuk Alex, Army. Ocha Alfonso Jr., Marine Corps. O'Chesner James Scott, Army. Officier Henry San Nicholas, Army. Officer Justin Adam, Army.
Oseguera Alex, Army. Ochoa Alfonso, Jr., Marine Corps. Oshner James Scott, Army. Officier Henry San Nicholas, Army. Officer Justin Adam, Army. Ogden Matthew Dwight, Army. Oles Tony Bruce, Army. Olinsky Blaze Adam, Marine Corps. Olivias Nicholas Henry, Army. Oliveira Jorge Miguel, Army. Oliver Galbraith Luis Antonio, Army. Ollis Michael Harold, Army. Olson Nigel Kenton, Marine Corps. Oliveira Javier, Marine Corps. Oratowski Kevin Edward, Marine Corps. Odegaard Tyler John, Army. Ortega William F., Navy. Ortiz Riviera Javier Orlando, Marine Corps. Osborne Benjamin Douglas, Army. Osborne Kyle Bruce, Army. Osborne Jared Heath, Army. Osway Joshua Scott, Marine Corps. Osman Edgarin Vidat, Army. Osterman Sean Andrew, Marine Corps. Ott Nicholas Stephen, Marine Corps. Ouellette Brian Joseph, Navy. Ouellette Michael Webster, Marine Corps. Owen Kirk Avery, Army. Owens Bart Derek, Army. Owens Brandon Andre, Army. Owens Gregory Jr., Army. Owens Vincent Lee Carson, Army. Osbat Jesse Aaron, Army. Pace Scott Patrick, Army. Pace Anthony Americo, Army. Padgett Timothy Paul, Army. Pagan Bobby Justin, Army. Page James Anthony, Army. Parrish Joshua Cole, Marine Corps. Polaris Ronnie Joseph, Army. Palmetier Mark Charles, Army. Palmer Benjamin James, Marine Corps. Palmer, Christopher Lloyd, Army. Palmerton, Jason T., Army. Palmeiras, Isaac, Army. Pape, Kevin Matthew, Army. Paquette, David Lawrence, Army. Para dos Rodriguez, Nicholas Demas, Marine Corps. Parazino, Michael Francis, Army. Parado, Alejandro Jose, Army. Park, Benjamin J., Army. Park, Day Han, Army. Parker, Vincent E., Navy. Parsons, Jason Ray, Army. Parton, Tyler Edward, Army. Pasker, Terrell Lynn, Army. Patch, Skylar Brent, Army. Pate, Ralph Earl Jr., Marine Corps. Patino, Claudio IV, Marine Corps. Patron, Daniel James, Marine Corps. Patterson, Christopher Alexander, Army. Patterson, Cody James, Army. Patton, Adam James, Army. Patton, Michael Robert, Marine Corps. Patton, Shane Eric, Navy. Paul, Robert Joseph, Army. Payne, Ronald Raymond Jr., Marine Corps. Peak, Adam Daniel, Marine Corps. Pearson, Brandon William, Marine Corps. Peterson Keel, Andrew Michael, Army. Pedro, Brian Joseph, Army. Pelham, John Alexander, Army. Pellerton, Justin Reed, Army. Pena, Paul Wencelas, Army. Pena, Roger Pena Jr., Army. Pena Cerez, Pedro Lazaro, Army. Pensy, Jonathan Kelly Lee, Army. Penny, Richard Reyes, Marine Corps. Pepper, Brandon Robert, Army. Padera, Calvin Matthew, Army. Perez, Sergio Eduardo, Army. Perkins, Adam Levy, Marine Corps. Perkins, Adrian Michael, Army. Peridot, Theodore Luis, Army. Peridot, Justin John, Army. Peters, Joseph Michael, Army. Peterson, Anthony Delmar, Army. Petto, Jason Duran, Marine Corps. Petrie, Jacine Pilar, Army. Piffer, Christopher Franklin, Army. Peneuf, Joseph Edgar II, Army. Ferris, Robert Wayne, Army. Phillips, Antoine Remiche, Army. Phillips, Francis Jean IV, Army. Phillips, Matthew Britton, Army. Philpott, Edward Otis, Army. Pickering, Brandon Thomas, Army. Pierre, Noah Miles, Marine Corps. Pierce, Robert Allen, Army. Piercy, Brian Francis, Army. Pierre, Linda Lamour, Army. Petrek, David, Marine Corps. Pike, Christian Michael, Navy. Pilgrim, Jonathan Adam, Army. Picnicky, Victoria Ann, Air Force. Pinnock, Trevor Adam, Army. Piper, Christopher Neal, Army. Pirtle, James Jewell, Army. Pittman, Jesse Darrell, Navy. Plank, Michael Gee, Marine Corps. Pleats, Benjamin Carlos, Army. Pleat, Jason Thomas, Air Force. Plumhoff, Stephen, Air Force. Plunk, Jared Clifton, Army. Plutino, Alessandro Leonard, Army. Poirier, David Lucien, Air Force. Polong, William Compton Jr., Army. Ponder, James Williams III, Army. Poole, Timothy James Jr., Marine Corps. Pope, Jerry Orial II, Navy. Porto, Jonathan Daniel, Marine Corps. Posey, Gregory Allen, Marine Corps. Potter, Tony Joe Jr., Army. Pugh, Paris Shawn, Navy. Poland, Dennis Colin, Army. Povolantis, Alexander George, Jr. Army. Powell, Joshua David, Army. Powell, Joshua David, Army. Powell, Matthew Christopher, Army. Praying, Benjamin Gill, Army. Prasniski, Stephen Chase, Army. Prather, Clint Jeffrey, Army. Pratt, Dennis Joseph, Army. Pratt, John Castle, Army. Preach, Kevin Thomas, Marine Corps. Prentler, Joseph Thomas, Army. Prescott, Brandon Joseph, Army. Presley, Shirah LaShawn, Army. Price, Bruce Edward, Army. Price, Charles Levon III, Army. Price, Daniel Joseph, Marine Corps. Price, Job Wilson, Navy. Prideham, Michael Shane Jr., Army. Prince, Michael Lee, Army. Proctor, David Tyler, Army. Prophet, Jason Allen, Navy. Prosser, Brian Cody, Army. Pruitt, Scott Eugene, Marine Corps. Pusino, Matthew Albert, Army. Prayette, Lucas Todd, Marine Corps. Purion, Michael Wayne, Army. Ki Nguyen, Navy. Kinlan, John Andrew, Army. Quinn, Adam David, Army. Quinn, Patrick Howard, Army. Quintana, Daniel Anthony, Army. Rabjohn, Thomas Duane, Army. Rabon, Luther Willard Jr., Army. Rada Morales, Jeffrey Michael, Army. Rafferty, Christopher Conrad, Army. Ray, Baron, Army. Rabel, Christopher Keith, Marine Corps. Rainey, Pruitt Allen, Army. Ramirez, Joe Alvarez, Army. Ramirez, Ray Anthony, Army. Ramirez, Talia Suzanne, Army. Ramos Velasquez, Louis, A, Army. Ramsey, Jacob Israel, Air Force. Ramsey, Matthew Wayne, Army. Ramsey, Wade Charles, Army. Randolph, Tony Michael, Navy. Rainey, David Gabriel, Marine Corps. Rangel, Christopher, Marine Corps. Rankle, John Kenneth, Marine Corps. Ransom, Charles Anthony, Air Force. Rao, Elijah John Miles, Army. Rapp, Robert Theodore, Army. Rapon, Bradley David, Army. Rasmussen, Derek Michael, Army. Rast, Benjamin David, Navy. Rath, Joshua Lee, Army. Ratzelaff, Thomas Arthur, Navy. Raver, Brian Todd, Army. Rawl, Ryan Davis, Army. Ray, Adam James, Army. Ray, Clovis Tim, Army. Ray, Joseph Randall, Army. Raymundo Mariano Martin, Army. Reagan, Curtis Scott, Army. Redding, Blaine Edward, Army. Reed, Jerry Don II, Army. Reed, Jesse David, Army. Reeves, Jason Allen, Army. Reeves, Robert James, Navy. Regolin, Chad Robert, Navy. Reich, Stephen Charles, Army. Reed, Nicholas John, Army. Reeford, Shane Michael, Army. Reef, Zachary Christopher, Marine Corps. Rago, Job Matthew, Army. Rayners, John Allen, Army. Reinhard, Kevin James, Marine Corps. Repike, Robert Kelsey Levi, Army. Restrepo, Juan Sastraban, Army. Retmir, Mark Allen, Navy. Reyes, Jose Joel, Army. Reynolds, Titus Roderick, Army. Reza, Matthew Gregory, Marine Corps. Rhea, Trenton Lockard, Army. Rhodes, Wellington Mitchell, Army. Rice, Jefferson Leone, Army. Richard, Matthew Thomas, Marine Corps.
Richards, William Taylor, Marine Corps. Richardson, Jonathan Jerome, Army. Richardson, Joseph Alvin, Army. Richardson, Ricky Lynn Jr., Marine Corps. Richmond, Colby Lee, Army. Ricketts, William Seth, Army. Riddick, Travis William, Marine Corps. Wrigley, Charles Edward Jr., Army. Ridout, Juan Miguel, Air Force. Rick, Jeffrey James, Army. Riley, Brian David Jr., Army. Riley, Joseph William, Army. Reimer, Joshua James, Army. Rios Ordonez Gustavo Adolfo, Army. Riestu Michael Eugene, Army. Ravendera Juan Luis, Army. Rivera Edwin, Army. Rivera Paul Andrew, Army. Rivera Richard Anthony Jr., Marine Corps. Rivers Daquan Demetrius, Army. Rivers Thomas Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Rhodes Tyler Allen, Marine Corps. Roberson Jeffrey Gordon, Army. Roberts Cody Allen, Marine Corps. Roberts Dion Rashawn, Navy. Roberts Edgar Nathaniel Jr., Army. Roberts Kevin Casey, Army. Roberts Michael Christopher, Army. Roberts Neil Christopher, Navy. Robertson Forrest Warren, Army. Robertson Nicholas Allen, Army. Robinson Anton Vincent, Army. Robinson Carlo Montel, Army. Robinson Charles Daniel, Army. Robinson Christopher Lee, Army. Robinson David Scott, Army. Robinson Fernando Daniel, Army. Robinson Heath Michael, Navy. Robinson James Christopher Jr., Army. Robinson Joshua James, Marine Corps. Robinson Michael Allen, Marine Corps. Robinson Simone Asia, Army. Robinson Thomas Lewis, Navy. Robles Santa Wilbel Alexander, Army. Robles Adrian, Marine Corps. Rodewald Joseph Earl, Marine Corps. Rogers Christopher Blake, Marine Corps. Rogers Joshua Robert, Army. Rogers Christopher Dan, Army. Rodriguez Ramirez Nelson D, Army. Rodriguez Arturo Emmanuel, Army. Rodriguez Daniel Anthony, Army. Rodriguez Gregory Allen, Army. Rodriguez Jose, Army. Rodriguez Mario Jr., Army. Rodriguez Matthew Rolando, Marine Corps. Rodriguez Rudolfo Ivan, Air Force. Rodriguez Rodolfo, Jr., Army. Rodriguez Ronald Ariel, Marine Corps. Roebuck Omar Gregorian, Marine Corps. Rowelli Jacob James, Army. Rogers Alan Lee, Army. Rogers Jason Aaron, Marine Corps. Rogers Jesse Scott, Army. Rogers John Michael, Army. Rogers Justin Richards, Army. Rojas Daniela, Army. Romero Daniel Aaron, Army. Romig Kristen Joseph, Army. Rookie Kyle Robert, Army. Rook Lester Gomez, Army. Rosa Anthony James, Marine Corps. Ross Adam Corey, Army. Ross Jacob Allen, Marine Corps. Ross Justin David, Army. Ross Kenneth Grant, Army. Roten Andrew J., Army. Rugel Larry Ismail, Army. Rausch Nicholas Ryan, Army. Rowe Blue Charles, Army. Roy Michael Curie, Marine Corps. Rosansky Nicholas Jan, Army. Rudd Keith Freeman, Army. Rudzinski Christopher Michael, Army. Ruffner Matthew Paul, Army. Ruiz Cesar Bocanegra, Marine Corps. Ruiz Clinton Keith, Army. Runkle John Marshall, Jr., Army. Rushforth Bruce Allen, Jr., Army. Rushing Theodore Boykin, Army. Rusk Colton Wesley, Marine Corps. Russell Drew Edward, Army. Russell Jonam Jasu, Army. Russell Michael Lynn, Army. Rylander David E., Army. Sabalu Wilberto, Jr., Army. Sazik Lucas Darius, Army. Sadell Charles Montague, Army. Sanez Jose Luis III, Marine Corps. Salazar Brendan Neal, Army. Salmon Zachary Stephen Richard, Army. Salvacion Jr., Army. Samek Jesse Monroe, Air Force. Sanchez Daniel Ray, Air Force. Sanchez Ian Thomas, Army. Sanchez Javier Jr., Army. Sanchez Roberto Daniel, Army. Sancho Jeremiah Thor, Army. Sanders Charles Ray Jr., Army. San Nicolas Christian Riley, Army. Santiago Annabel Jr., Army. Santiago Trinidad Jr., Army. Santora Jason Anthony, Army. Santos David Michael Maliski, Marine Corps. Santos Delphin Montemayor Jr., Army. Santos Timothy George Jr., Army. Santos Silva Carlos Marcelino, Army. Savard Ryan James, Army. Sawyer Ronald Wayne, Army. Sane Timothy Douglas, Army. Shad Rex Lloyd, Army. Schaefer Michael Wayne, Army. Schreckenbach Chris John, Army. Schiller Philip Channing Sipe, Army. Schimmel Patrick Wayne, Marine Corps. Shiro Joseph Lee, Army. Schmelsteg Justin Edward, Marine Corps. Schmidt Benjamin Whetstone, Marine Corps. Schmidt Jonathan Phillip, Army. Schneider Kyle Richard, Marine Corps. Schoner Richard Phillip, Marine Corps. Schulten Julian, Air Force. Schoenhoven Mark Henry, Army. Schulte Rosalind Littman, Air Force. Schultz Joseph William, Army. Schultz Nathaniel Joseph Augustus, Marine Corps. Schumann Jordan Christopher, Army. Schwally Jacob Michael, Army. Schwartz Matthew Scott, Air Force. Cialdo Mark Anthony, Army. Scobie Drew Michael, Army. Scott Bryce Murrell, Army. Scott Christopher John, Army. Scott Justin Andrew, Army. Scott Lucas Christopher, Marine Corps. Scusa Michael Patrick, Army. Seabrooks Andrew, Army. Seals Joshua Michael, Army. Seidler Matthew Ryan, Air Force. Siha Ricardo, Army. Setzinger Denton Kyle, Army. Self David Dwayne, Army. Senth David Paul, Army. Serveus Adam Peter, Air Force. Servin Anthony Bromon, Marine Corps. Suranowski Timothy Giles, Marine Corps. Schaefer Dean Russell, Army. Shanefield Derek Lee, Marine Corps. Shank Michael Allen, Army. Shannon Michael Paul David, Army. Shannon Zachary Lee, Army. Sharp. Charles Seth, Marine Corps. Sharp, Ryan David, Army. Shaw, Christopher Donnell, Army. Shaw, Eric Byron, Army. Shea, Kurt Stephen, Marine Corps. Shearer, Jeffrey Chul Soon, Army. Sherman, Benjamin William, Army. Shiro, Anissa Ann, Air Force. Shields, Andrew John, Army. Shoecraft, Blue, Army. Shoemaker, Kevin Roger, Army. Shirks, Billy Joe, Army. Sigley, Randolph Alonso, Jr., Army. Silk, Brandon Mark, Army. Silva, Eduardo Sosa, Army. Silverman, Joshua Benjamin, Army. Sim San, Marine Corps. Simmons, Anthony Warren, Army. Simmons, Sean Elliott, Army. Simonetta, Derek Todd, Army. Simpson, Mark Allen, Army. Simpson, Michael Harrison, Army. Sims, Marky Tyrell, Army. Singer, Christopher Gregg, Marine Corps. Singh, Gurpreet, Marine Corps. Sinclair, Amy Renee, Army. Sipple, Andrew Holland, Army. Sisson, Justin Lee, Army. Sisson, Robert Curtis Jr., Army. Sitton, Christopher Franklin, Army. Sitton, Matthew Stephen, Army. Skalberg, James Lynn Jr., Army. Skelt, Roberto Carlos, Army. Scavler, Benjamin A., Army. Slack, Wade Allen, Army. Slebenick Michael, Army. Sled, Antonio James, Marine Corps. Sloan, Douglas Emery, Army. Slustiller, Matthew Stephen, Army. Small, Andrew Richard, Army. Small, Mark Joseph, Army. Small, Sarah Catherine, Air Force. Smith, Aaron Michael, Army. Smith, Adam Olin, Navy. Smith, Bradley Randall, Air Force. Smith, David Kazi, Air Force. Smith, David James, Marine Corps. Smith, Edward Bernard, Army. Smith, Garrick D., Army. Smith, James Lee, Navy. Smith, Jason Thomas, Marine Corps. Smith, Jeremy Daniel, Marine Corps. Smith, John Darren, Army. Smith, Paul Jean, Army. And Smith, Scott Daniel, Army.
Smith Stefan Mark, Army. Smith Tara Jean, Army. Smith Tyler James, Army. Smith Zachary Dillon, Marine Corps. Snow D'Angelo Barnell, Army. Snow Jesse Adam, Army. Snow Teresa Michelle, Marine Corps. Snyder Alan Lee, Army. Snyder Devin Ariel, Army. Snyder Norman Kyle, Army. So Gloxy Stephen Cody, Marine Corps. Soderland Christopher Paul, Army. Soja Merrick Andres, Army. Soulsby Christopher Michael, Air Force. Solorzano Valadinos Diego Alberto, Army. Soltero Omar, Army. Sonka David Michael, Marine Corps. Sofreen Eric Daniel, Army. Southworth Jared William, Army. Southworth Tristan Howard, Army. Sovey Nicholas Joseph, Marine Corps. Sparks John Travis, Marine Corps. Sparks Orion Nelson, Army. Spalding Riley Sheridan, Army. Spear Christopher James, Army. Spayard Nicholas Patrick, Navy. Spicer David Shane, Marine Corps. Spino Ronald J., Army. Spitzer Thomas Zachary, Marine Corps. Spivey Michael Keith, Army. Springer Clinton Edward II, Army. Springman Tyler Michael, Army. Sprotstoff Nicholas Adam, Marine Corps. Stats Chris Neal, Army. Stacy William Chapman, Marine Corps. Stack James Bray, Marine Corps. Stacy Donald Vincent, Army. Staggs Austin Garrett, Army. Stombach Cameron James, Army. Stanfest Jeffrey Robert, Marine Corps. Stanker Jared Donald, Army. Stanley Chase Brennan, Army. Stanley Cody Robert, Marine Corps. Stanley Derek Anthony, Army. Stanley Trevor Javon, Navy. Stansberry Michael Lane Jr., Army. Stanton Jordan Robert, Marine Corps. Stapley Tracy Lane, Army. Stark Christopher Glenn, Army. Steedley Camilla Marchette, Marine Corps. Steele James Michael, Air Force. Steele Joshua Eric, Army. Steele Timothy Davis. Steele Timothy James, Army. Steffi Brandon Keith, Army. Stein John Henry, Air Force. Stevens David Alexander, Army. Stevens Riley Jean, Army. Stetz Mark Allen Jr., Army. Stevens Stephen Prince II, Marine Corps. Stevenson Benjamin Allen, Army. Stewart David Hamilton, Marine Corps. Stewart Patrick Dana, Army. Steart Matthew Paul, Army. Stiles Johnny Lee, Army. Stilts Matthew Hendrick, Army. Stites Jesse Wade, Marine Corps. Stivetson Glenn Hale Jr., Army. Stoddard James John Jr., Army. Stocksley Kyle Pascal, Army. Stone John Thomas, Army. Stonesifer Christopher Tiff, Army. Stout Christopher Todd, Army. Stout Crystal Gale, Army. Stout Kyle Brandon, Army. Strachota Michael Joseph, Army. Strange Michael Joseph, Navy. Stratton Mark Edward II, Air Force. Stream Scott Bradley, Army. Strickland Christopher Duane, Marine Corps. Strickland H-Man Antonio, Navy. Strickland Joshua Jacob, Army. Strong Charles Calvin, Marine Corps. Stroud Jonathan Fulton, Marine Corps. Strubble Sascha, Army. Studemund Scott Richard, Army. Stutter Brian Edward, Army. Soltz Gregory Scott, Marine Corps. Stump Adrian Brove, Army. Steyer Brandon Michael, Army. Suggs Cody Dalton, Army. Suggs Milton Eric, Army. James Eric, Navy. Sullivan Sean Patrick, Navy. Summers Jeremy Russell, Army. Summers Severin West III, Army. Supley Daniel Adrian, Army. Sutter Jake William, Marine Corps. Sutter Preston J, Army. Sutton Billy Albert, Army. Sutton Stephen Jean, Marine Corps. Svitak Philip James, Army. Swanson Aaron Michael, Marine Corps. Swanson Justin James, Marine Corps. Swanson Matthew Colleen Samuel, Army. Sweeney Paul Anthony, Army. Swenson Curtis Michael, Marine Corps. Swindle Jason Michael, Army. Swink James Michael II, Navy. Sykes Pendleton Little II, Army. Swezwek Adrian Basil, Navy. Tabata Brian, Army. Tab Donald Therone, Army. Talbert Christopher Maxwell, Army. Taper David Martin, Navy. Tarwo Abraham, Marine Corps. Tate Darren Ethan, Navy. Tate Jacob Allen, Marine Corps. Tate Sheldon Leon, Army. Tatum Michael Rex, Navy. Totteris Robert Joseph Jr., Army. Totalu Tufiga Joshua, Army. Tawny Ian Matthew, Marine Corps. Taylor Aaron James, Marine Corps. Taylor Archie Andrew, Marine Corps. Taylor Cynthia Renee, Army. Taylor David Wayne, Army. Taylor Dion Lamar, Army. Taylor Houston Mark, Army. Taylor Jeffrey Scott, Navy. Taylor John Edward, Army. Taylor Jonathan Wesley, Marine Corps. Taylor Jonathan Andrew, Marine Corps. Taylor Matthew Donald, Army. Taylor Nicholas Andrew, Army. Teal John Michael, Air Force. Tellier Zachary Daniel, Army. Terhune Eric Daniel, Marine Corps. Terwisk Alec Robert, Marine Corps. Thacker Jostin Tyler, Marine Corps. Thanehart Joseph James, Army. Thibodeau Christopher Roy, Army. Thode James Earl, Army. Thomas Adam Lee, Army. Thomas Colin Trent, Navy. Thomas David William, Army. Thomas Jesse Lamar Jr., Army. Thomas Christopher Douglas Scott, Army. Thomas Matthew Bradford, Army. Thomas Michael Duane, Army. Thomas Robert Edward Jr., Army. Thompson Alejo Renee, Army. Thompson Blair Daniel, Army. Thompson Daniel James, Army. Thompson David J., Army. Thompson Jabari Noski, Marine Corps. Thompson, Kevin Christopher, Army. Throckmorton, Joshua Adam, Army. Timon, Richard James, Army. Tillman, Patrick Daniel, Army. Tilton, Jesse Richard, Army. Timmons, David Nelson Jr., Army. Tinsley, John, Army. 2. Joel Del Mundo, Navy. Tobin, Andrew Robert, Army. Todd, David James Jr., Army. Togi, Jason, Army. Tolles, Ross Laval III, Navy. Tom, Troy Orion, Army. Tomlinson, Joshua Abram, Army. Tompkins, Travis Martin, Army. Toner, Francis Lawrence the Fifth, Navy. Toplin, Aaron Scott, Army. Torbent, Eric Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Torian, Aaron Carl, Marine Corps. Torres, Juan Manuel, Army. Torres, Luis Ramon, Army. Totten, Eric William, Army. Toves, Jacob Joseph, Marine Corps. Townsend, John Ross, Army. Townsend, Joshua Ray, Army. Towles, Cody James, Army. Tracy William John, Army. Trevor James Matthews, Army. Trent Gregory Ray, Army. Trent Nelson David, Army. Trimble Chad Michael, Army. Trueblood Eric Stanley, Army. Tucker Lamaro Jerome, Army. Tucker Stephen Charles, Army. Tumilson John Thomas, Navy. Turbant Jacob Henry, Marine Corps. Turnbull Lyle Dervin, Army. Turner Eddie, Army. Turner Estelle Lee, Army. Turner Neil Isaac, Army. Turner Wardell Benjamin, Army. Turpin Emery Jason, Navy. Tuttle Benjamin Wayne, Marine Corps. Twig Joshua Thomas, Marine Corps. Tyses Peter Paul II, Army. Tynes Marcus Allen. Ulam Aaron David, Navy. Uzensky Nicholas Kelly, Marine Corps. Vaccaro Angelo Joseph, Army. Valdez Stephen Armandio, Marine Corps. Van Alads Jared Neville, Army. Van Aladen Alexander, Army. Van Zost Travis Allen, Army. Vance Gene Arden Jr., Army. Van Dyken Kyle Rolfe, Marine Corps. Van Drummel Joseph Andrew, Army. Van Geisen Kenneth Rowland, Army. Van Querno Jalfred David, Army. Vargas Anthony, Army. Vargas Julio, Marine Corps. Vanador Terry Lee II.
Vasquez Gary Joseph, Army. Vasquez Manuel Joseph, Army. Veseline Daniel Mark, Marine Corps. Vaughn Aaron Kaysen, Navy. Vaughn Travis Ryan, Army. Vasquez Frederick Eric, Marine Corps. Vasquez Jason Anthony, Army. Vasquez Richard Lee, Army. Vasquez George Lewis, Navy. Valise Andrew, Army. Vinnie Dane Taylor, Army. Veerbeck Joseph Cameron, Marine Corps. Vicari Augustus James, Army. Vickers Craig Michael Calamani, Navy. Vierne Barbara, Army. Vile William David, Army. Velasque George Emmanuel, Army. Villanueva Jonathan Michael, Army. Villarreal George Jr., Marine Corps. Vitamo Thomas Ray, Army. Vincent Donald Wayne, Marine Corps. Vintage Philip David, Marine Corps. Viola Alex Anthony, Army. Varay Don Cayetano, Army. Vokes Robert Lee Jr., Army. Voss Randall Dutton, Air Force. Viol Paul Clark, Army. Valger Lance Herman, Army. Void Demetrius Lamar, Army. Von Zurich Jason Eric, Army. Voss Douglas M. III, Army. Voss Mark Taylor, Air Force. Wade Andrew Paul, Army. Wade Chad Stafford, Marine Corps. Wade Tristan McCall, Army. Wadman Brandon James, Army. Wagstaff Matthew Gabriel, Army. Walker Brian Lloyd, Army. Walker Laura Margaret, Army. Walker Matthew Herbert, Army. Walker Morris Lewis, Army. Walkup Thomas Alva Jr., Air Force. Wallace Daniel Wayne, Army. Wallace David William III, Marine Corps. Wallace Ellery R., Army. Walls Johnny Carl, Army. Walls Jonathan Michael, Army. Walsh Jonathan Patrick, Army. Walsh Sean Michael, Army. Walsh Tyler Robert, Army. Walters Howard Arlene, Air Force. Walters Zachary Joe, Marine Corps. Walton James Joseph, Army. Waltz Christopher Ian, Army. Ward Christopher Michael, Army. Ward Eric Levi, Marine Corps. Ware Albert Dono, Army. Warren Eric Dean, Navy. Warren Kyle Ray, Army. Weiner Christian Michael Cade, Army. Warson David John, Navy. Washington Michael Tustin Howe, Marine Corps. Walters James Allen, Army. Watson Franklin Naaman, Marine Corps. Watson Jason Ryan, Army. Watts Samuel Thomas, Army. Weathers Andrew Tarrant, Army. Weather Davy Nathaniel, Army. Weaver Jason Michael, Army. Weaver Todd William, Army. Welsh Daniel Paul Jr., Army. Weigel David Lee, Army. Weichert Matthew Ward, Army. Weinger Robert Martin, Army. Weiss James Matthew, Marine Corps. Welsh Jonathan David, Army. Nicholas Shane, Army. Welsh Robert Force III, Army. Wells Mark Christopher, Army. Wells Wesley Robert, Army. West Matthew J., Army. Westbrook Kenneth Warren, Army. Weston Michael Edward, Marine Corps. Wheeler Abraham Sherrod III, Army. Wheaton Glenn Jacob, Army. Whipple Blake Daniel, Army. Whitaker Andrew Francis, Marine Corps. Whitaker Joseph Robert, Army. White Ashley Irene, Army. White Benjamin Daniel, Air Force. White James Paul Jr., Army. White Jeffrey Lee Jr., Army. White Kenneth Ryan, Army. White Kevin Wilson, Army. White Robert Charles III, Army. White Robert Frank, Army. White Russell Patrick, Marine Corps. Whitlock Nicholas Shade, Air Force. Whitmer Justin Michael, Army. Whitsett Jeffrey Alexander, Army. Whidden Daniel Preston, Army. Whittle Joseph Ray, Marine Corps. Wichman Grant Arthur, Army. Wycliffe Channon James Taylor, Army. Wycombe Jeffrey Scott, Army. Wiles Matthew Everett, Army. Waldrick Ronald Herbert Jr., Army. Wiley James Leon Jr., Army. Wilford Andrew Charles, Army. Wilkins Justin James, Air Force. Wilkinson Adam Alexander, Army. Wicks Kyle Weston, Army. Willard Brian Douglas, Marine Corps. Williams Anthony Lee, Marine Corps. Williams Charles Alvin II, Army. Williams Clarence III, Army. Williams David Vincent, Army. Williams Dennis Michael, Army. Williams Derwin Isaac, Army. Williams Eric Edward, Army. Williams Jesse Lee, Army. Williams Keith Michael, Army. Williams Leslie Dominic, Air Force. Williams Wesley Ross, Army. Williamson Patrick Oliver, Army. Wilson Christopher M., Army. Wilson Ivan Arl, Marine Corps. Wilson Justin J., Marine Corps. Wilson Matthew Willard, Army. Wilson Ryan James, Navy. Wilson Shane Gregory, Army. Wilson Thomas Randall, Army. Wilson Wade Daniel, Marine Corps. Wilson William Robert III, Army. Wimpy Cagle John Robert, Marine Corps. Wing Jessica Marie, Army. Wickelman Damon Gabriel, Army. Winston Vincent Cortez Jr., Army. Winters Jeanette Lee, Marine Corps. Winters Leston Michael, Army. Wise Benjamin Bryan, Army. Walensky David Anthony, Air Force. Wachowski Philip Lawrence, Army. Whitman Joseph Eli, Marine Corps. Whitman Aaron Xavier, Army. Whitman Jeremiah Thomas, Army. Wazowski William Joseph, Marine Corps. Wolf Enriquez Guadalupe, Army. Wolf Adam Franklin, Marine Corps. Wolverton Brian Michael, Army. Wood Brett Everett, Army. Wood Edwin Cabal, Army. Wood Roy Alvin, Army. Wood Zorian Andrew, Navy. Woodard Ramons Lee, Army. Woods Travis Martin, Marine Corps. Woods William Bryan Jr., Army. Workman Chris John, Army. Workman Jason Ray, Navy. World Frank Joseph Alfonso, Marine Corps. Wren Charles Jeffrey, Army. Wright Charles Shane, Army. Wright David Timothy II, Army. Wright Jeremy Robert, Army. Wright Kyle James, Army. Wright Terry Carl, Marine Corps. Wrightsman Joe Lee, Marine Corps. Wrinkle Christopher Matthew, Marine Corps. Wyatt Derek Allen, Marine Corps. Wyatt Sterling William, Army. Wyckoff Charles Edward, Jr., Army. Wickstra Jacob Henry, Army. Warwick Nathan Lee, Army. Xavier Patrick Jr., Marine Corps. Zieros Nicholas George, Marine Corps. Yanni Jonathan Christopher, Army. Yates Eric David, Army. Yazzie Alexandro J., Marine Corps. Yelkner Jonathan Antonio Vega, Air Force. Yascalas Roberto Joseph, Army. Yoder Jarrett Michael, Army. Young James Chad, Army. Young Mitchell Wayne, Army. Young Ricardo Diadrell, Army. Urista Trevor John, Marine Corps. Zeringer Frank Riddle III, Marine Corps. Zanowick Paul William II, Marine Corps. Zier Daniel Lee, Air Force. Zermino Andreas, Army. Zimmerman James Russell, Marine Corps. Zimmerman Sonny Christopher, Army. Zizumbo Daniel, Army. Zwelling Gunnar Williams, Army.
Abad Roberto, Marine Corps. Acevedo Joseph, Navy. Acevedo Aponte Ramon Antonio, Army. Acklin Michael Dwayne II, Army. Acosta Gennaro, Army. Acosta Stephen, Army. Adair James Lee, Army. Adamuski James Francis, Army. Adams Aldron, Army. Adams Brandon Edwin, Army. Adams Brent Allen, Army. Adams Clarence III, Army. Adams Leonard Wade, Army. Adams Mark Phillip, Marine Corps. Adams Michael Robert, Army. Adams Michael Scott, Army. Adams Roger Leroy, Jr., Army. Adams Sean Galen, Army. Adams Thomas Mullen, Navy. Adcock Shane Timothy, Army. Addison Jamal Rashad, Army. Adkins Dustin Matthew, Army. Adele Patrick Ryan, Marine Corps. Adele Spenger Christopher Scott, Marine Corps. Agami Daniel J., Army. Agno Randy Suyat, Army. Aguilar Andre Jr., Marine Corps. Aguirre Anthony, Marine Corps. Aguirre Nathaniel Aaron, Army. Ahiron James Michael, Army. Alquist Clinton Wayne, Marine Corps. Alice Jeremy Allen, Marine Corps. Aitken Tristan Neal, Army. Akers Spencer Clark, Army. Atkins James Christopher, Army. Akindade Sigan Frederick, Army. Allens Paul Christopher, Marine Corps. Alaronk Alacron Ivans Vargas, Army. Albrock Omar Mohammed, Jr., Army. Albrecht Jesse Bryan, Army. Alcatara Juan Muriel, Army. Alcazor Christopher Michael, Army. Alday Zachary Matthew, Navy. Aldrich Nicholas Neal, Marine Corps. Alex Eugene Harry Eli, Army. Alexander George Thomas, Jr., Army. Alexander Matthew Lee, Army. Alexev Alexandre Alexandrov, Army. Alfonso Carlo Escoto, Army. Alfred Marcus Ray, Sr., Army. Alger Tracy Lynn, Army. Algrim Wilson Andrew, Army. Ali Azhar, Army. Elisa Rivera Raphael and Angel, Army. Albroch Jeremy David, Marine Corps. Alcott Jacob Hamilton, Army. Allman Michael Boyd, Army. Allen Aaron Michael, Marine Corps. Allen Chad Michael, Marine Corps. Allen Charles Donald, Army. Allen Howard Paul, Army. Allen John Edward, Army. Allen Lonnie Calvin, Jr., Army. Allen Lewis Edwin, Army. Allen Ronald Dean, Jr., Army. Allen Terrace Patrick, Marine Corps. Allers William Alvin III, Army. Allgood Brian Duane, Army. Allison Glenn Richard, Army. Allman Daniel Joseph II, Army. Allman Jeremy Olin, Army. Allman William Elliott, Army. Allred Michael Jacob, Marine Corps. Alton Eric Lewis, Army. Almazan David Jimenez, Army. Alomar Joseph David, Navy. Alonzo Joshua Christopher, Marine Corps. Altai Ahmed Quise, Army. Alvarez Adriana, Army. Alvarez Conrad, Army. Alvarez Nicor Angel, Marine Corps. Amale Daniel Ray, Marine Corps. Amez Jason Eric, Army. Amos John Douglas II, Army. Anaya Michael Justin, Army. Anderson Paul Eugene, Army. Anderson Andy D, Army. Anderson Brian Edward, Marine Corps. Anderson Bouchon Xavier, Army. Anderson Carl Lovett, Jr., Air Force. Anderson Christopher Allen, Navy. Anderson Danny Lamar, Army. Anderson Ian Christian, Army. Anderson Joshua Roland, Army. Anderson Michael Charles, Navy. Anderson Michael Dwayne, Jr., Marine Corps. Anderson Nathan Richard, Marine Corps. Anderson Nicholas Hale, Marine Corps. Anderson Norman Wallace III, Marine Corps. Anderson Philip Reed, Army. Anderson Stuart Marlin, Army. Anderson Travis Wayne, Army. Anderson Victor Antonio, Army. Andino Edwin Anthony II, Army. Andrade Michael, Army. Andrade Roberto Jr., Army. Andres Joseph John Jr., Army. Andrews Harley Dean, Army. Enrios Yoy Manuel, Army. Angel Levi Tootie, Marine Corps. Angiano Edward John, Army. Angus Brett Evan, Marine Corps. Onsong Theophilus, Navy. Antonio Charlie Cobby, Army. Anzac Joseph John Jr., Army. Apinero Fao Leonidas, Marine Corps. Apunon Matthew Stephen, Army. Aragon John David, Army. Arcala Curtis Dean Kama, Army. Arcad Edlin David, Army. Achiola Michael Anthony, Army. Adron Brian Daniel, Army. Arachaga Julian M., Marine Corps. Arielano James Joseph, Army. Ariano Pandora Carlos H., Marine Corps. Agrail Derek Mears, Air Force. Arzola Roberto Jr., Army. Armand Reynolds, Marine Corps. Armio Santos Raymond, Army. Arms Bradley Thomas, Marine Corps. Armstrong David Charles, Army. Arndt Travis Mark, Army. Arnetti Jason Russell, Army. Arnold Andrew Todd, Marine Corps. Arnold Daniel Laverne, Army. Arnold James Lawrence, Army. Arnold Larry Richard Sr., Army. Arredondo Alexander Scott, Marine Corps. Arriaga Richard Steve, Army. Arriave Jimmy Javier, Marine Corps. Arciaga Robert Ray, Army. Arthur Aaron Montel, Army. Aravintius Nicholas Alexander, Army. Asbury Army. Oshcraft Evan Asa, Army. Ashley Benjamin James, Army. Aston Trevor David, Marine Corps. Atkins Julia Valindia, Army. Atkins Sean Michael, Army. Atkins Travis William, Army. Abun J. Thomas, Marine Corps. Oshman Stephen Edward, Air Force. Audo David Lawrence, Army. August Matthew Joseph, Army. Ault Jesse Adam, Army. Aults Corey James, Army. Austin Aaron Cole, Marine Corps. Austin Shane Robert, Army. Avery Garrison Charles, Army. Avery Jeffrey Allen, Army. Avila Adrian Landon, Army. Aviles Andrew Julian, Marine Corps. Ayala Alejandro, Air Force. Ayala Luis Gerardo, Army. Ayon Eric Alonzo, Marine Corps. Eris Robert Thomas III, Army. Aero Lionel, Army. Bab Brock Allen, Marine Corps. Babbitt Tranvis Allen, Army. Babcock Howard Edward V. Babin Christopher James, Army. Babignon David Joseph, Army. Vesevich Andrew John, Army. Bachar Salem, Marine Corps. Bachman Travis Scott, Army. Bacon Henry Albert, Army. Bedek Andrew Joseph, Army. Badir Daniel Aaron, Army. Baez Cesar Omar, Navy. Baez Miguel Angel III, Army. Baez Roberto Carlos, Army. Bailey Lakeisha Misha, Army. Bailey Nathan Jerome, Army. Bailey William Lee III, Army. Baines Joe Lewis, Army. Baker Brian Keith, Army. Baker Riley Elam, Marine Corps. Baker Ronald Wayne, Army. Baker Ryan Travis, Army. Baker Sherwood Russell, Army. Baker Zachary David, Army. Balcon Dane Rodrigo, Army. Badalsing Juan Carlos, Army. Baldwin Joel Egan, Navy. Baldwin Stephen Philip, Marine Corps. Bales Chad Eric, Marine Corps. Bellint Paul Jr., Army. Ball Terry Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Ballard Kenneth Michael, Army. Balmer Ryan Andrew, Air Force. Balgoa Michael Andrew, Army. Balsley Michael Christopher, Army. Banazak Deborah Ann, Army. Bandhold Scott Michael, Army. Bendonil Mitodi Ambonti, Army. Banganin Solomon Curias, Army. Banks Derek Raymond, Army. Baragona Dominic Rococo, Army. Barbadier Thomas Joseph II, Army.
Barbosa Felipe Carvelo, Marine Corps. Barbret Mark Alexander, Army. Barkus Collier Edwin, Army. Barkey Michael Christopher, Army. Barlow Patrick O'Neill, Army. Bernard Levi Cole, Army. Barnes Eric Michael, Air Force. Barnes Jonathan Paul, Army. Barnes Matthew Ryan, Marine Corps. Barnes Nathan Stanley, Army. Barnett Charles Yee, Army. Barnett Christopher William, Army. Barnett Jeremy David, Army. Barnett Scott Garland, Army. Barnhill Edward Carl, Army. Barnhill Michael Scott, Marine Corps. Barrow Jeremiah Allen, Marine Corps. Barcocini Lester Domenico Jr., Army. Bar Arik Julius, Marine Corps. Barraza Ricardo, Army. Bajera Michael Paul, Army. Barrett Chad Allen, Army. Barron Brian Edward, Army. Barta John Paul, Army. Bartels Daniel Dean, Army. Bartkowitz Christopher All, Army. Bartlett Benjamin Blake Jr., Army. Barton Jacob David, Army. Bascom Douglas Edwin, Marine Corps. Bassam Robert Joseph, Army. Bass Aram Jordan, Army. Bass David Allen, Marine Corps. Bates Todd Michael, Army. Battles Michael, Army. Balkus Philip Ellison, Marine Corps. Brower Justin Lynn, Army. Bogman Nathaniel Scrope, Army. Baum Mark Conrad, Army. Baum Ronald Eric, Marine Corps. Baum Ryan John, Army. Bayless Matthew Edward, Army. Baywo Stephen Gamu, Army. Beadless Jason James, Army. Bean Allen Norman Jr., Army. Bean Matthew Allen, Army. Beard Bradley Scott, Army. Beard Daniel J., Army. Beardsley William Joseph, Army. Beatty Jonathan Scott, Marine Corps. Bialu Bo Ramsey, Army. Biapripi Ryan Anthony, Marine Corps. Beckert Michael Allen, Army. Becker Gunnar Duane, Army. Becker Shane Robert, Army. Beckstrand James Lee, Army. Bedard Andrew Dennis, Marine Corps. Beeler Brent Edward, Marine Corps. Barry Brock Allen, Army. Behinicki Joseph Otto, Army. Rayleigh David William, Army. Basil Jacob Walter, Marine Corps. Bellinger Gregory Allen, Army. Belchick Christopher Ward, Marine Corps. Bell Aubrey Dell, Army. Bell Ricky Lynn, Army. Bell Rusty Wayne, Army. Bell Ryan Michael, Army. Bell Timothy Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Bell Johnson Katrina Lonnie, Army. Bellard Wilfred Davy Russell, Army. Bellavia Joseph Paul, Army. Belsar Donnie Ray Jr. Benford Jason A., Army. Benish Stephen Christopher, Army. Bennett Durrell Lavoie, Army. Bennett Keith Allen, Army. Bennett Richard Allen, Marine Corps. Bennett William Monroe, Army. Benson Derry, Army. Benson Jonathan Lee, Marine Corps. Benson Michael Allen, Army. Benson Robert Theodore, Army. Benito Anthony Kamalu, Army. Bentz David John III, Army. Berg Ryan Russell, Army. Bergeron Bradley John, Army. Berlin Joseph Richard Jr., Army. Bernholtz Eric James, Marine Corps. Bernstein David Richard, Army. Berrios Campos Herbert Anto, Army. Barry David Russell, Army. Barry Sean Bradley. Barry Sean Brady, Army. Bertoldi Joel Lynn, Army. Bertolino Stephen Anthony, Army. Best Marvin Leslie, Marine Corps. Bestie Bradley Harry, Army. Bevel Ray Michael, Army. Bevington Alan Ray, Army. Bewley Kevin Ronald, Navy. Bayer Paul Anthony, Army. Bibby Mark Anthony, Army. Becknell Stephen Dean, Army. Byer Joseph Phillips, Marine Corps. Beavery Mario Jude, Army. Biggers Ethan John, Army. Bellbury Charles Edward II, Army. Billiter Gregory John, Navy. Birch Dustin Vincent, Marine Corps. Burchett Alicia Anna, Army. Berkman Tracy Renee, Army. Bishop Jason Lee, Army. Bishop Jeffrey Adam, Marine Corps. Bishop John Thomas, Army. Bishop Ryan Allen, Army. Bishop Stephen Jesse, Army. Besky Benjamin Walter, Army. Bison Jeffrey Dean, Army. Bittaker Robert Lee, Army. Bitten Albert, Army. Bitts Michael Edward, Marine Corps. Bixler Evan Abraham, Army. Bixler Stephen Richard, Marine Corps. Black Jared William, Army. Blackwell Justin Richard, Army. Blair Jonathan Fleming, Army. Blair Robert Edward, Army. Blair Thomas Allen, Marine Corps. Blasey Michael Thomas, Army. Blakely Richard Allen, Army. Blanco Ernesto Manuel, Army. Blanco Joseph Anthony, Army. Bland Brian Daniel, Marine Corps. Blaney Christopher Thomas, Army. Blanken Beechler James David, Army. Blanton Jeffrey Stephen, Marine Corps. Blazer Melvin Leslie Jr., Marine Corps. Blacksmith James Patrick, Marine Corps. Blankenstaff Joseph Michael, Army. Block Kamasha Jane, Army. Blodgett Clinton Coy, Army. Blodgett Nicholas Henry, Army. Blohim Nicholas William Bart, Marine Corps. Blohim Allen Robert, Army. Bloomfield Gerald Michael II, Marine Corps. Blunt William Anthony, Army. Blue Sean Michael, Marine Corps. Bloom Aaron Cody, Marine Corps. Bloomberg Trevor Arthur, Army. Blystone Ronald Carl, Army. Boatman Darrell Wayne, Marine Corps. Boatwright Michael Luke, Army. Bob Brandon Keith, Army. Bach Amos Camden Riley, Army. Bomer Jeremiah James, Army. Bogret Henry William, Marine Corps. Bohannon Jeremy Shawn, Army. Bowling Matthew Charles, Army. Bolam Jeremy Lee, Marine Corps. Bower Jeffrey Edward, Marine Corps. Broracin Kyle Jeffrey, Army. Bolander Brian Eugene, Army. Bolar Matthew Thompson, Army. Bolding Todd James, Marine Corps. Bowles Dennis Joel, Army. Bowling Craig Allen, Army. Bollinger Doyle Wayne Jr., Navy. Bowler Kelly Martin Liberato, Army. Bonifacio Jerry Lee Jr., Army. Bonella Orlando Antonio, Army. Bonnell John Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Booker Darrell Demetrio, Army. Booker Kenneth Raymond, Army. Booker Stephen Alexander, Army. Boone Christopher Kerman, Army. Boone Clarence Ernest, Army. Booth Joshua Lauren, Marine Corps. Barbonas John George, Army. Bordeleon Michael Joseph, Army. Borea Russell Paul, Army. Borea John Javier, Air Force. Brom Val John, Army. Boscovitz Jeffrey Allen, Marine Corps. Boselman Kirk J., Marine Corps. Bozert Andrew Lee, Army. Bostek Kenneth Eric, Army. Bosfield Rachel Krista Heather, Army. Boswell Samuel Mark, Army. Botello Brian A., Army. Bruchard Nathan Kalini, Army. Guilford Jeremy Paul, Army. Bull Matthew George, Army. Borden Elvis, Army. Boutot Michael Edward, Army. Bow Jeremy Daniel, Marine Corps. Bowie Matthew Corey, Army. Bowen Samuel Robert, Army. Bowling Jonathan Williams, Marine Corps. Bowling Theodore Andrew, Marine Corps. Bowling William Glenn, Army. Bowman John Eric, Marine Corps. Bowman Larry Robert, Army. Box Hesley Jr., Army. Bryce Timothy Rick, Army. Boyd Joshua Marvin, Army. Boy Noah Lee, Marine Corps. Boyles Aaron Robert, Marine Corps. Barbazon Edward Walter, Army. Braddock Naw Travis John, Marine Corps. Bradfield Hobby Frank Jr., Army. Bradley Juan Threa Tyrone, Army. Bradley Kenneth Ray, Army. Bradshaw Anthony Mitchell, Army. Brand Emerson Noah, Army. Brandon Stacy Craig, Army. Brangman David Joseph, Army. Branning David Michael, Marine Corps. Brassfield Armitrius Demone, Army. Brighton Joel Kenneth, Army. Braun Jeffrey Francis, Army. Bravo Raul Samuel, Marine Corps. Brazy Joshua Thomas, Army. Bragg Lucas Montana, Army. Brim Dale Gregory Michael, Army. Brennan William Ignitus, Army. Brevard Christopher Robert, Army. Brewer Adam Noel, Army. Bridges James Lee Douglas, Army. Bridges Michael Paul, Army. Bridges Stephen Henry, Army. Bright Dean Robert, Army. Bright Scotty Lee, Army. Brinley Kyle Adam, Army. Briones Pablito Peña Jr., Navy. Brisky Dustin Ryan, Army. Britt Benjamin Thomas, Army. Britt Sandy Richard, Army. Brock Sean Lee, Marine Corps. Brodnick Philip John, Army. Brooks Adam Ryan, Marine Corps. Brooks Corey William, Army. Brooks Edward Love Jr., Army. Brooks Paul Ferris, Army. Brooks William Jerome, Army. Brookshire Said William, Army. Bromy Thomas Francis, Army. Brosh Benjamin Keith, Army. Brown Andrew William, Army. Brown Bruce Eric, Air Force. Brown Demarcus Demone, Marine Corps. Brown Dominic Christopher, Marine Corps. Brown Donald Stephen, Marine Corps. Brown Harrison, Army.
Brassfield Artemis Damone, Army. Bratton Joel Kenneth, Army. Braun Jeffrey Francis, Army. Bravo Rael Samuel, Marine Corps. Brazy Joshua Thomas, Army. Bragg Lucas Montana, Army. Bram Dale Gregory Michael, Army. Brennan William Ignatius, Army. Bavard Christopher Robert, Army. Brewer Adam Noel, Army. Bridges James Lee Douglas, Army. Bridges Michael Paul, Army. Bridges Stephen Henry, Army. Bright Dean Robert, Army. Bright Scotty Lee, Army. Brindley Kyle Adam, Army. Briones Pablito Pena Jr., Navy. Brisky Dustin Ryan, Army. Britt Benjamin Thomas, Army. Britt Sandy Richard, Army. Brock Sean Lee, Marine Corps. Brodnick Philip John, Army. Brooks Adam Ryan, Marine Corps. Brooks Corey William, Army. Brooks Edward Love Jr., Army. Brooks Paul Ferris, Army. Brooks William Jerome, Army. Brookshire Sid William, Army. Broomhead Thomas Francis, Army. Brosh Benjamin Keith, Army. Brown Andrew William, Army. Brown Bruce Eric, Air Force. Brown Demarcus Damone, Marine Corps. Brown Dominic Christopher, Marine Corps. Brown Donald Stephen, Marine Corps. Brown Harrison, Army. Brown Henry Levon, Army. Brown James Eric, Marine Corps. Brown Jason Logan, Army. Brown Jeffrey Scott, Army. Brown Jeremy Alexander, Army. Brown John Eli, Army. Brown John Gary, Army. Brown Joshua David, Army. Brown Kevin Ray, Army. Brown Kyle W., Marine Corps. Brown Larry Kenyatta, Army. Brown Lorando Jr., Army. Brown Lunsford Bernard II, Army. Brown Menelek Martel, Navy. Brown Michael Dean, Army. Brown Nathan Patrick, Army. Brown Nicholas Paul, Army. Brown Oliver J., Army. Brown Philip Dorman, Army. Brown Scott James, Army. Brown Thomas Joseph, Army. Brown Timmy Ray Jr., Army. Brown Timothy Darwin, Army. Brown Timothy Wayne, Marine Corps. Brown Tyler Hall, Army. Brown William Edward, Army. Brown Weeks Ari Daniel, Army. Brownfield Andrew David, Marine Corps. Browning Brian Anthony, Army. Brozovich Daniel Anthony, Army. Bruce Travis Robert, Army. Bruckenthal Nathan B., Navy. Bruns Cedric Eugene, Marine Corps. Brunson Yak Earl, Army. Brian Benjamin Saxon, Marine Corps. Bryant Hamel Antoine, Army. Bryant Jack Jr., Army. Bryant Todd Jason, Army. Bub Daniel Scott Resner, Marine Corps. Bubbick John Thomas, Army. Buchan Raymond Richard, Army. Bucklew Ernest Glenn, Army. Buckley Roy Russell, Army. Buckley Ryan James, Army. Buckland Brock Lyle, Army. Boucher Paul Joseph, Army. Buring Charles Henry, Army. Buno Galdas Christian Enrique, Army. Bursetta Richard Allen, Marine Corps. Busing Brian Rory, Marine Corps. Buford Travis Wayne, Army. Buggs George Edward, Army. Bew Jimmy Dale, Army. Bunch Joshua Isaac, Army. Bunda Christopher, Army. Burbank Michael Lee, Army. Burdick Richard Allen, Army. Burge Jury Clark Jr., Army. Berger Dale Allen Jr., Marine Corps. Burgess Alan Joseph, Army. Burgess Brian K., Marine Corps. Burgess Jeffrey Charles, Marine Corps. Burgess Ryan John, Marine Corps. Burgess Cruz Ulysses, Army. Burke Taylor Joseph, Army. Burkart Armour Nathan, Army. Burke Timothy Robert, Army. Burkett Donald Allen, Army. Burkett Tamario Demetrius, Marine Corps. Burkhart Travis Lee, Army. Burks Peter H., Army. Burnett Jason Keith, Marine Corps. Burns Kyle Wayne, Marine Corps. Burris Richard Benjamin, Army. Burry Eric Todd, Army. Burridge David Paul, Marine Corps. Burris Jeremy Wade, Marine Corps. Burrows, Joshua Kane, Army. Burgee, Jesse Ryan, Army. Bush, Charles Edward Jr., Army. Bush, Matthew Duane, Army. Bouchard, Damian Scott, Army. Bushnell, William Wade, Army. Bustamante, Marlon Andrus, Army. Butcher, Steve Jr., Army. Buckhis, Jason Michael, Army. Butler, Adrian Josiah, Army. Butler, Jacob Lee, Army. Butler, Kenneth James, Marine Corps. Butler, Kenneth Tyler, Army. Butler, Rhett Allen, Army. Butterfield, Anthony Edward, Marine Corps. Buzzard, Jason James, Army. Byers, Casey, Army. Byers, Joshua Todd, Army. Byler, William Justin, Army. Bird, Henry George III, Army. Bird, John Thomas II, Marine Corps. Bird, Thomas Harold, Army. Cabino, Shane Matthew, Marine Corps. Cabreranuenos, Juan Carlos, Army. Cadavero, Jonathan David, Army. Caddy, Marshall Hugh, Army. Katie, Frank Leslie III, Army. Cagle, Daniel Patrick, Army. Kikegwa, Mark Ryan Climaco, Army. Cahill, Joel Eric, Army. Kane, Marcus Anthony, Army. Kajimont, J. Celasto, Army. Calipini, Louis Thomas Duquez, Marine Corps. Calavan, Cody Shea, Marine Corps. Calderon, Juan Jr., Marine Corps. Calderon, Pablo Andres, Army. Calderon, Asensio, Roland Ernest, Army. Caldwell, Chad Arthur, Army. Caldwell, Charles Todd, Army. Caldwell, Eric Thomas, Army. Caldwell, Nathaniel Alexander, Army. Calhoun, Derek Allen, Army. Callahan, Bobby Thomas, Army. Callahan, Keith Allen, Army. Callahan, William Joseph, Marine Corps. Camacho Rivera, Carlos M., Army. Camacho, Anna Marie San Nicolas, Navy. Camacho, Leroy Epitang, Army. Camara, Joseph, Army. Cambridge, Lyle Jim, Army. Camilo Matos, Red Hames, Army. Campbell, Jaime Lynn, Army. Campbell, Jeremy Martin, Army. Campbell, Michael Curtis, Army. Campbell, Ryan Montgomery, Army. Campos Siles, Marvin Antonio, Army. Campos, Adrian Montoya, Navy. Campos, Juan Francisco, Army. Campoy, Isaac, Army. Candelaria, Mahias, Israel, Army. Candelo, Stephen Ivan, Army. Canigata, David Cornelius III, Army. Can, Adam Lee, Marine Corps. Cannon, Kelly Matthew, Marine Corps. Canning, Wesley Joel, Marine Corps. Cannon, Yakia Sherry, Navy. Cannon, Oscar Eduardo, Marine Corps. Cantafio, Ryan Joseph, Marine Corps. Cantrell, Joseph Herman V, Army. Capra Anthony Lewis, Air Force. Carradine Irvin Jr., Army. Carbello Adolfo Cesar, Army. Carbonero Alessandro, Marine Corps. Cardelli Sean T., Marine Corps. Cardenas Edgar Enrique, Army. Cardinal Anthony O'Neill, Army. Carey Michael Marvin, Marine Corps. Carriaga Dason Ken, Army. Carl Richard Paul, Army. Carlock Ryan Jean, Army. Carlson Frederick Andrew VI, Army. Carlson Michael Curtis, Army. Carmen Benjamin Robert, Marine Corps. Carmen Edward William, Army. Carr Robert Michael, Army. Carrasco Tony Jr., Army. Carrasquillo Jocelyn Luis, Army. Carrasquillo Miguel, Army. Carricker Casey Samuel, Army. Carrillo Alejandro, Marine Corps. Carrillo Rafael Antonio Jr., Army. Carroll James Dustin, Army. Carroll John Azariah, Army. Carter Justin Blake, Army. Carter Lawrence James, Army. Carter Mark Thomas, Navy. Caruso David Mitchell, Marine Corps. Carver Cody Montana, Army. Carver Dane Olin, Army. Carver Mitchell Kyle Jr., Army. Carville Frank Timothy, Army. Casanova Casey Lynn, Marine Corps. Casanova Jose Jr., Army.
Case Virgil Ray, Army. Casey Thomas John, Army. Cash Christopher Scott, Army. Cash Alwyn Crendel, Army. Cassica Kenneth, Army. Kassan Ahmed Akil, Army. Casper James Allen, Marine Corps. Cassidy Michael Paul, Army. Cassidy Paul Justin, Army. Castillo Stephen Anthony, Army. Castillo Luis Jose, Marine Corps. Castillo Mario Alberto, Marine Corps. Castle Samuel Tyrone Sr., Army. Castleberry Roger Dale Jr., Marine Corps. Kastner Stephen William, Army. Castro Jesse Castro Jesse Joel Jesus, Army. Castro Jonathan, Army. Castro Roland Lee, Army. Catalin Rommel, Army. Cataudella Sean Kelly, Army. Cates Stephen Charles Tyler, Marine Corps. Kathy James Jeffrey, Marine Corps. Kaufman Sean Leach, Navy. Kaufman Thomas Day, Army. Cosser Roberto Jr., Jr., Army. Cawthorn Forrest Dane, Army. Cawley James Wilford, Marine Corps. Covey Jessica Lynn, Army. Kayer Jeffrey Robert, Marine Corps. Cadeno Sanchez Jr., Army. Cedargren David Ashley, Navy. Celestine Willie Paul Jr., Marine Corps. Siniceros Emmanuel Adrian, Marine Corps. Cio Bernard Lawrence, Army. Cepeda Aaron Nathaniel Sr., Marine Corps. Cerrone Michael Anthony, Army. Cervantes Ramirez Guadalupe, Army. Chires Daniel Burrows, Marine Corps. Chambers William Craig, Marine Corps. Champlin Donald Eugene, Marine Corps. Shamruan James, Marine Corps. Shan Duran, Army. Chanawangis Kamafun An, Marine Corps. Chance James Anderson III, Army. Cheney Jeffrey Lucas, Navy. Cheney William David, Army. Chanel Robert William Jr., Marine Corps. Shao Cornell Clinton, Army. Chapin Chris Shane, Army. Chappelle Jason Christopher, Army. Charette Holly Ann, Marine Corps. Shafaros Joe Goog Jr., Army. Chase Lance Michael, Army. Chavez Daniel, Marine Corps. Chavez Javier Jr., Marine Corps. Chavez Stephen Michael, Marine Corps. Chavez Leonard Emmanuel, Air Force. Cheatham Jonathan Marshall, Army. Chen Yinji Lang, Army.
Sharava, Nicholas, Oresti, Marine Corps. Sherry Marcus Miguel, Marine Corps. Chevalier Brian Luther, Army. Chevalier Stephen Joseph, Army. Childers Terrell Shane, Marine Corps. Childress Kyle William, Army. Chisholm Tyrone Leonard, Army. Chisholm Jonathan B., Army. Shitjian Adam James, Army. Ko Min Soo, Army. Chris Andrew Forrest, Army. Christensen Curtis Allen, Jr., Marine Corps. Christensen Jeremy Edward, Army. Christensen Ryan Douglas, Army. Christensen Thomas Walter, Army. Christian Brett Thomas, Army. Christoph David Russell, Marine Corps. Christopherson Stephen John, Army. Christopher Caleb Paul, Army. Church Theodore Ulan, Army. Cifuentes Michael Joseph, Marine Corps. Cimarasti Ernesto Guadalupe, Army. Cerezo Christopher Raymond, Army. Cisneros Alvarez Julio C., Marine Corps. Claire Day Jason Scott, Marine Corps. Clemens Lillian Leday, Army. Clark Aaron Ray, Army. Clark Carlton Allen, Army. Clark Donald Vincent, Army. Clark Eric David, Army. Clark Lance Murphy, Marine Corps. Clark Matthew William, Marine Corps. Clark Michael Joseph, Marine Corps. Clark Michael Kyle, Army. Clark Regina Renee, Navy. Clark Ryan James, Army. Clark Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Clary Don Allen, Army. Clay Daniel Jason, Marine Corps. Clay Darrell Patrick, Army. Clay James Michael, Army. Clayton Hayes Jr., Army. Cleary Michael Joseph, Army. Clemens Brad Allen, Air Force. Clemens Nathan Bradley, Marine Corps. Clemens Thomas Wade, Army. Cleveland Adair Williams, Army. Clevenger Ross Aaron, Army. Clifton Karen Nicole, Army. Clifton Richard Chad, Marine Corps. Klein Donald John Jr., Marine Corps. Clouser Zachary Ryan, Army. Cobb Christopher Ronald, Marine Corps. Cockerham Benny Gray III, Marine Corps. Cotner Kyle Wayne, Marine Corps. Coe Keith Adam, Army. Koffelt Ronald Lee, Army. Coffin Christopher DuPont, Army. Cohen Michael Ryan, Marine Corps. Coburn Gavin James, Army. Cole Jennifer Lynn, Army. Cole Timothy Bruce Jr., Army. Coleman Bradley Shane, Army. Coleman Bradley Nathaniel, Army. Coleman Gary Brent, Army. Cole, Dominique Rashad, Army. Colgan, Benjamin Joseph, Army. Collado, J.T., Marine Corps. Collier, Russell Lee Jr., Army. Collins, David Samuel, Army. Collins, Garen Lamar, Army. Collins, James Stephen Jr., Army. Collins, Jonathan William, Marine Corps. Collins, Randall Dwayne, Army. Collins, Robert Wilson, Army. Collins, Ryan Daniel, Army. Collinsworth, Clifford Raymond, Marine Corps. Colnott, Kyle Arnold, Army. Colin, Pedro Jesus, Army. Colton, Lawrence Shane, Army. Kalunga, Zefrino Asubio, Army. Colville, Robert Eugene Jr., Army. Como, Kurt Joseph, Army. Comita, Anthony Stephen, Army. Comley, Chase Johnson, Marine Corps.
Comstock, William Craig, Marine Corps. Conboy, Adam Charles, Marine Corps. Condy, Kenneth Jr., Marine Corps. Conley, Matthew Dwayne, Marine Corps. Connell, James David Jr., Army. Connolly, Brian Michael, Army. Connor, Bradley Dean, Army. Connor, Brian Renato, Army. Conway, Timothy Michael, Army. Conover, Stephen Daniel, Army. Conti, Matthew Gale, Navy. Contreras, Aaron Joseph, Marine Corps. Contreras, Andre Jonathan, Army. Contreras, Pedro, Marine Corps. Cook, Jason Chasley, Marine Corps. Cook, Eric Francis, Army. Cooley, Sean Michael, Army. Coon, James Jack, Army. Coons, James Curtis, Army. Cooper, Charles Stephen Jr., Army. Cooper, Christopher Michael, Army. Cooper, David Allen Jr., Army. Cooper, David Keith, Army. Cooper, John Edward, Army. Cooper, Travis Sentel, Army. Cooper, Troy Dale, Army. Corbin, Jeffrey Wilbur, Army. Corbett, Jason Jarrett, Army. Cornell, Todd Ryan, Army. Cornell, Wayne Richard, Army. Cornett, Lance Scott, Army. Cornel, Marcelino Ronald, Army. Correll, Dennis Anthony, Army. Correa, Richard Valiant, Army. Cortez, Isaac Thomas, Army. Cortez, Victor Manuel III, Army. Consgrove, Christopher Benedict III, Marine Corps. Costello, James Francis III, Army. Costello, Jeremy David, Army. Cota, Victor M., Army. Coat, Bud Michael, Marine Corps. Coat, Michael Shane Jr., Army. Cothran, Derek Joshua, Marine Corps. Cotner, Christian Scott, Marine Corps. Cotting, Grant Andrew, Army. Cottrell, Eric Dwayne, Army. Collard David John, Marine Corps. Coulter Alexander Scott, Army. Cornelia Daniel Winston, Army. Cornoyer Nicholas Real, Army. Courtney Kelly Lance, Marine Corps. Courtois Matthew Ryan, Air Force. Cotu Matthew Scott, Army. Covert Dwayne Allen Jr., Army. Cowherd Leonard Maloney III, Army. Cox Gregory Allen, Army. Cox Jason Nathaniel, Army. Cox Ryan Robert, Marine Corps. Cox Simon Timothy Jr., Army. Crabtree Daniel Bryan, Army. Crackle Alexander Bailey, Army. Craig Andre Jr., Army. Craig Brandon Michael, Army. Craig Clay Allen, Army. Craig James Edward, Army. Crate Casey J., Air Force. Craver Johnny Keith, Army. Krager Timothy Ryan, Marine Corps. Crimean Tyler Lauren, Army. Creed Matthew Wallace, Army. Creighton Sean Ross, Army. Creighton Weldon Michael Russell, Army. Crocker Ricardo Antonio, Marine Corps. Crockett Michael Tyron, Army. Crockett Ricky Leon, Army. Croft David Andrew Jr., Army. Crombie David Nicholas, Army. Krongite Brud Joseph, Army. Crookston Duncan Charles, Army. Cross Kenneth Michael, Army. Crouch William Jarrett, Army. Crow William Wayne Jr., Army. Crow Terrence K., Army. Crow Thomas Alfred, Air Force. Crowley Kyle Duane, Marine Corps. Crumpler Adam Johnson, Marine Corps. Crutchfield Michael Jacob, Army. Quaresma Serlo Chacho, Army. Hubert Clinton Wayne, Army. Cuellar Basilio Emilio, Army. Cuervo Ray David, Army. Kuka Daniel Michael, Army. Culbertson Russell Grant III, Army. Culvert Ronald Wayne Jr., Army.
Cumming Kevin Alexander, Army. Cummings Brandon Charles, Army. Cummings Ryan J., Marine Corps. Cunningham Daniel Francis Jr., Army. Cunningham Darren James, Army. Cunningham Timothy Wayne, Army. Curran Carl Francis II, Army. Curtin Michael Edward, Army. Cutchell Christopher Eric, Army. Cutter Brian Kenneth, Marine Corps. Dacklin Edgar Patray Jr., Army. Daggett John Kyle, Army. D'Agostino Anthony Domenic, Army. Dahl Joel Jonathan, Army. Daly Mark Jennings, Army. D'Alessio Gregory T., Army. Dallam Ryan Scott, Army. Dallas Ernest Wayne Jr., Army. Dally Nathan Stephen, Army. Dameron Joel Preston, Marine Corps. Dampier Grant Allen, Army. Dan Corey Allen, Army. Dang Andrew Stephen, Marine Corps. Daniel Jason Brent, Army. Daniels, Danny Bruce II, Army. Dantzler, Tori Gentile, Army. Darga, Paul John, Navy. Darling, Norman, Army. Doss, Eric Bruce, Air Force. Daughtry, Stephen Phillip, Navy. Dahl, Andrew Patrick, Army. Davenport, James Ray, Marine Corps. Davy, Seamus McLean, Marine Corps. David, Timothy Allen, Army. Davids, Wesley Graham, Marine Corps. Davies, Sean Michael, Army. Davila, Jesse, Army. Davis, Anthony D., Army. Davis, Anthony Jerome Jr., Army. Davis, Anthony, Army. Davis, Brad Anthony, Army. Davis, Brandon Lee, Army. Davis, Artelta Sharita, Army. Davis, Chris, Army. Davis, Craig, Army. Davis, Daryl Anthony, Army. Davis, David Joseph, Army. Davis, Donald Neal, Army. Davis, Edward Glenn III, Marine Corps. Davis, Gloria Dean, Army. Davis, Kevin Dwayne, Army. Davis, Michael Warner, Army. Davis, Raphael Rapchin, Army. Davis, Stephen Alexander, Army. Davis, Todd Edgar, Army. Davis, Wilbert, Army. Davis, William Nathan, Army. Davis, Zachariah Scott, Marine Corps. Dawson, Darius Julius, Army. Day, David Frederick, Army. Dayton, Jeffrey Francis, Army. Dayton, Kyle, Army. De La Paz, Armando Alexander, Army. De La Torre, Jesse Dan, Marine Corps. De Leon, Lauro Garcia Jr., Army. De Morris, Joseph David, Army. Deal, Lee Hamilton, Navy. Dean, Jonathan Wayne, Army. Deering, John Wilson, Army. Dearman, Stephen Fitzgerald, Marine Corps. Deason, Michael Lee, Army. DeBlanc, Darren Allen, Army. Darrow, Germain Lamont, Army. Dechen, Kurt E., Marine Corps. Deckard, Matthew Lynn, Army. Deeds, Roger Wayne, Marine Corps. Deem, Michael Sean, Army. Deese, Joshua, Army. Defren, Jason Garth, Army. DeJovine, Christopher Raymond, Marine Corps. Den, Derek Eugene, Army. Deibler, Jason Lee, Army. DeLeon, Mary Kawakika, Army. Delgado, George, Army. Delgado, Mark Andrew, Army. Del Greco, Felix Mario Jr., Army. Demond, Jacob Henry, Army. Dombowski, Robert Henry Jr., Army. Dempsey, Kevin John, Marine Corps. Dean, Jason Farrow, Army. DeFriend, Jason Charles, Army. Denkim Tenzin, Marine Corps. Denny Mike Ashman, Army. Dennison John Ryan, Army. Dent Daryl Thomas, Army. Depew Corey Ramsey, Army. DeReps Leon B., Marine Corps. Derby Garnett Robert, Army. Derenda Robert Valerian, Army. Durga Dustin Allen, Marine Corps. Dirks Brian Keith, Army. Duro Gabriel Glenn, Army. Derek Andrew Joseph, Army. Dervishi Irvin, Army. Decito Travis Reed, Marine Corps. Desilets Benjamin David, Marine Corps. Desjardins Douglas Christopher, Army. DeTomple Nathaniel Edward, Army. Joel Michael Robin, Army. Deutsch Michael John, Army. Devora Garcia Israel, Army. Dewey Brandon Christopher, Marine Corps. Duyarman Daniel Nathan Jr., Marine Corps. Danulal Dane Darren, Army. Diamond Sean Darrell, Army. Diaz Carlos Juan, Army. Diaz Varela Sergio Rafael, Army. Descenzo Douglas Andrew, Army. Dickens Tyler Joe, Army. Dickerson Christopher Mason, Navy. Dickinson Joshua Wayne, Marine Corps.
Dickinson Michael Anthony II, Army. Dixon Christopher Wayne, Army. Dixon Kevin Randolph, Army. DeRoof Nicholas James, Marine Corps. Dising Trevor John, Army. Dyrich David Eugene, Army. D.G. Vianney Jerome Joseph, Army. Dill Christopher William, Army. Dillon Benjamin Charles, Army. Dillon Matthew Vincent, Marine Corps. Dima Catalin Dan, Army. Dillon Matthew Vincent, Marine Corps. Dima Catalin Dan, Army. Damarian Jeremy McInerney, Army. Dingler Joshua Paul, Army. DeRimondo Michael Anthony, Army. Dix William Timothy, Army. Dixon Anthony Joseph, Army. Dixon Christopher Robert, Marine Corps. Dixon Derek Curtis, Marine Corps. Dixon Donnie Dwayne, Army. Dixon Robert Jonathan, Army. Bogoguy Derek Anthony, Army. Dodson Philip Allen Jr., Army. Dorflinger Thomas Carl, Army. Dorenwed Jacob Park, Army. Dolan Daniel George, Army. Doltz Ryan Edward, Army. Dominguez Alejandro Antonio, Army. Dominguez Carlos, Army. Domino Chadrick Omar, Army. Dones Jacob Dan, Army. Donica Dustin Ross, Army. Dooley Mark Harold, Army. Dooley Michael Eugene, Army. Dorr Jason Edward, Army. Dorf Patrick Douglas, Army. Doria Richwell Arzadon, Army. Doring Nathaniel James, Marine Corps. Dorsey James Michael, Army. Dossett Trace William, Navy. Doster James Douglas, Army. Dosty Sean Christopher, Army. Dosty Thomas John, Army. Doherty Scott Eugene, Marine Corps. Dowdy Robert John, Army. Downey, Michael Andrew, Marine Corps. Downing, Stephen Paul II, Army. Downs, William Bryan, Air Force. Doyle, Jeremy Wade, Army. Dozier, Jonathan Killian, Army. Drake, Chad Hayden, Army. Dragan George Ray Jr., Army. Drusky, Dwayne Joseph, Army. Dries, Justin Wesley, Army. Dressler, Sean, Army. Drevnik, Daniel Paul, Army. Drexler, Jeremy Lee, Army. Dreyer, Charles Allen, Army. Dryden, Stacy Ann, Marine Corps. Dusang, Robert, Army. Duckworth, Eric Thomas, Army. Dudskilsky, Casper Allen, Camino, Army. Dunas, Joseph Jonathan, Army. Drexen, Amy Alicia, Army. Duffy, Christopher Michael, Army. Duffy, Justin Joseph, Army. Duffy, Shane Perrig, Army. Dumas, Joseph Claude Jr. Duncan, Thomas Franklin III. Dunkley, Alan James Jr. Dunham, Jason Lee, Marine Corps. Dunham, Robert Earl, Army. Dunnigan, Joe Larry Jr. Duncan, Sean Michael, Army. Dunkleberry, Brett William, Army. Dunlap, Brian Enrique, Marine Corps. Dunn, Clayton George II, Army. Dunn, Jeanette Thomas, Army. Dunn, Terrence Dulcie, Army. Duplanter, Arnold II, Army. Dupree, Danny Paul, Marine Corps. Duran, Joan Joseph, Army. Durbin, Jerry Michael Jr., Army. Durbin, Wesley Roy, Army. Dusenberry, William David, Army. Deverin, Seth Jeremy, Army. Dwelly, Jacob Bosley, Navy. Dreyer, Christopher Jenkins, Marine Corps. Dykeman, Philip Germain, Marine Corps. Dykeman, Scott Douglas, Army. Echo, Donald Wayne, Army. Eakes, Lance Oliver, Army. Eason, Carl Allen, Army. Eden, Richard Selden Jr., Army. Ebert, Blaine Matthew, Army. Ebert, Christopher Stephen, Marine Corps. Eccles, Thomas Payne, Marine Corps. Eckert, Gary Andrew Jr., Army. Eckfield, Robert Franklin Jr., Marine Corps. Eckhard, Christopher Michael, Army. Eckhart, William Cody, Army. Eads, Jonathan W., Army. Edens, William Anthony, Army. Edge, James Courtney, Marine Corps. Edgerton, Marshall Lane, Army. Edinger, Benjamin Charles, Marine Corps. Edmondson, Chad Allen, Army. Edmondson, Philip Charles, Army. Edwards, Amos Collins, Army. Edwards, Chase Austin, Marine Corps. Edwards, Corey Adderall, Army. Edwards, Mark Oscar, Army. Edwards, Michael Ignatius, Army. Edwards, Sean Christopher, Army. Edwards, William Lawrence, Army. Egan, Michael, Army. Eggers, Kyle Andrew, Army. Eggleston, Cody Joel, Army. Ellie, Jeremy Wayne, Army. Ennie, Robert William, Army. Earlich, Andrew Christopher, Army. Eisenhower, Wyatt Dale, Army. El Asado Frad, Army. Alant Aaron Cutter, Army. Elas George, Army. Ellisdale, Adrian Marcos, Army. Elge, Michael Duane, Army. Ellenberg, Kevin James, Army. Elliott, Terry Joe, Marine Corps. Ellis, James Darden, Army. Ellis, Jessica Ann, Army. Ellis, Joseph John, Marine Corps. Ellsworth, Justin Mark, Marine Corps. Elrod, Nathan Ross, Marine Corps. Elrod, Stephen Ray, Army. Emmanuel William River IV, Army. Emrod, Jonathan David Arthur, Army. Emmett, Lucas Wesley Albert, Navy. Emerson, Matthew J., Army. Emery, Blair William, Army. Emmerich, William Eric, Army. Emolo, Ebby Fermin, Army. Amul Adam Aquagol, Marine Corps. Enrich Corey Michael, Army. Engel, Mark Eugene, Marine Corps.
Ingledrum, Christian Philip, Army. Engman, John William, Army. English, Sean Levy, Army. Engstrom, Andrew Travis, Army. Enos, Peter Gerald, Army. Erdy, Nicholas Brandon, Marine Corps. Escalante, Brian Anwar, Marine Corps. Escalin, Christopher Edwin, Marine Corps. Escobar, Sergio Hernandez, Marine Corps. Escobedo, Jose Refugio Jr., Army. Eshba, Daniel Michael, Army. Espelate, Pedro Ignacio, Air Force. Esparza Gutierrez, Army. Espinoza Bradley, Army. Espiritu, Alan Mark Kungan, Navy. Esposito Philip Thomas, Army. Estep Adam Wayne, Army. Estep James Earl, Army. Estes Justin Michael, Army. Estrada Rodriguez Yull, Marine Corps. Estrella Michael Anthony, Marine Corps. Estrella Soto Reuben, Army. Ederling Jonathan Edward, Marine Corps. Evans Blake William, Army. Evans David Jr., Army. Evans Kermit Orville, Air Force. Evans Michael Scott II, Army. Evans William Lee, Army. Everett Christopher Lee, Army. Eve Jason Matthew, Army. Evnan Mark Asher, Marine Corps. Ewing Anthony David, Army. Ewing Jeremy Ricardo, Army. Irely Justin Lynn, Army. Ezel Lawrence David, Army. Fairbanks Jacob John, Army. Faircloth Bradley Michael, Marine Corps. Fairley Nathan Paul, Army. Falanico Jonathan Iokimo, Army. Fales Adam Robert, Marine Corps. Falter Sean Patrick, Army. Fargo Adam Joseph, Army. Farley Stephen Lee, Navy. Farmer Donald Bernard, Army. Farnon Colby Mace, Army. Farr Clay Patrick, Army. Farrar Andrew Kevin Jr., Marine Corps. Farrar William Anthony Jr., Army. Ferris Billy Brent, Army. Farrow Jeffrey Jerome, Army. Fashnet Michael John, Army. Fassbender Huey Pierce Long III, Army. Falkenberg Stephen Wayne, Army. Faulkner James Daniel, Army. Falstich Raymond Joseph Jr., Army. Faunis Brian Richard, Army. Fiegler Jason Allen, Army. Felder Arthur Layden, Army. Felder Tiana Cherie, Army. Felix Glade L., Air Force. Feliz Nieve Jorge Luis, Army. Fell Robin Vincent, Army. Felsberg Paul Michael, Marine Corps. Feltz Thomas Holt Sr., Army. Fender Lily Thaniel, Army. Finello Shelby James, Marine Corps. Fennerty Sean Patrick, Army. Fenton Matthew John, Marine Corps. Federer Dennis James Jr., Army. Ferguson Ryan Christopher, Army. Ferguson Richard Lee, Army. Fernandez Darrell Lamar, Army. Fernandez George Andrew, Army. Fernandez Reuben Marcus III, Army. Fernandez William Valentine, Army. Ferrero Marius Leonardo, Army. Farron Clint Daniel, Army. Fursk Michael Harvey Jr., Marine Corps. Fester Gregory John, Army. Fettig John Paul, Army. Fay Tyler Richard, Marine Corps. Fissick Damian Ty, Army. Field Nathan Robert, Army. Fielder Michael Sheen, Army. Pfeiffer Eric Andrew, Army. Figueroa Gabriel Jared, Army. Figueroa Luis Alberto, Marine Corps. Finch Courtney Dean, Army. Fink Michael Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Finken Paul John, Army. Fisher Jeremy James, Army. Fiscus Keith Emerson, Army. Fisher David Michael, Army. Fisher Donald Eugene II, Army. Fisher Dustin Cole, Army. Fisher Paul Francis, Army. Fisher Sean Paul, Army. Fight Joseph Earl, Marine Corps. Fitzgerald Almer Larson, Marine Corps. Fitzgerald Dustin Robert, Marine Corps. Fitzmaurice Steve John, Army. Flanagan Dennis James, Army. Fletcher Jacob Samuel, Army. Flint Marion Jr., Army. Flores John Derrick, Army. Flores Jonathan Rubin, Marine Corps. Flores Omar Demetrio, Army. Flores Wilford Jr., Army. Flores Mejia Jose Ricardo, Army. Florexil Cami, Army. Floyd Alcaya Tony, Army. Floyd Clarence Levon Jr., Army. Flynn Paul Joshua, Army. Foley Thomas Arthur III, Army. Folks Timothy Ike Jr., Army. Fulmar Timothy Shane, Marine Corps. Fonseca Jesus, Army. Fontanilla Victor Michael, Army. Fontecchio Elia Paeta, Marine Corps. Fontenot Jared Seth, Army. Forbes Aaron Matthew, Army. Ford David Harrison IV, Army. Ford Jason Christopher, Army. Ford Joseph Andrew, Army. Ford Joseph Andrew, Army. Ford Michael Luis, Marine Corps. Ford Philip Cody, Army. Ford Richard Lee, Army. Ford Travis Allen, Marine Corps. Forrest Edward Watson Jr., Army. Forshey Curtis John, Army. Fortenberry Wesley Charles, Army. Fortin Joseph D., Army. Fortune Maurice Keith, Army. Foster Eric Matthew, Army. Fouty Byron Wayne, Army. Fox Bradley Charles, Army. Fox Christopher Thomas, Army. Fox Travis Allen, Marine Corps. Foythek Krang David, Army. Franco Jason, Marine Corps. Frank Craig Stewart, Army. Frank Michael Kevin, Army. Frank Philip Edward, Marine Corps. Frank Stephen William, Army. Frank Warren Andrew, Marine Corps. Franklin Bobby Charles, Army. Franklin Jermaine Donnell, Army. Franklin Michael William, Army. France Lucas Allen, Army. France Matthew Curtis, Army. France Robert Lewis, Army. Frazier David Michael, Army. Frazier Grant Bruce, Marine Corps. Fracetio Vincent Michael, Marine Corps. Frazier Joseph James, Army. Frederick Kendall Coma, Army. Freeman Benjamin Lee, Army. Freeman Brian Lee, Army. Freeman Brian Scott, Army. Freeman Brian Lee Jr., Army. Freeman Walter Jr., Army. Freitas Ralph Anthony Webb, Marine Corps. French Carrie Lee, Army. Fresques Jeremy Jeff, Air Force. Freund Stephen William, Marine Corps. Fribley David Keith, Marine Corps. Fruki Armand L., Army. Frederick David Travis, Army. Frugo Nathan Joseph, Army. Frist Luke Pierce, Army. Fritz Jacob Noel, Army. Froelich Adam Darlimple, Army. Froshire Kurt Russell, Army. Frost Christopher Scott, Air Force. Fry John David, Marine Corps. Fry Jason Lee, Marine Corps. Fry Nicole Marie, Army. Fuentes Daniel Armando, Army. Furman Ray Michael II.
Fulkerson Timothy Adam, Army. Fawkes William Bradley, Marine Corps. Fuller Alexander Henry, Army. Fuller Carl Ray, Army. Fuller Travis John, Marine Corps. Funchion Alexander James, Army. Funky Kane Michael, Marine Corps. Funkhauser James Alexander Jr., Army. Furman Donald Devon, Army. Futrell Marcus Sean, Army. Futrell Raphael Anton, Army. Gabbard Marilyn Lee, Army. Gabrielson Dan Henry, Army. Gadsenden Clifford Valentino, Army. Gatson Jonathan Earl, Marine Corps. Gagaluk Alexander Adobar, Army. Gagarin Greg Phil, Army. Gage Joseph Allen, Army. Gahados Sean Douglas, Army. Galai Max Allen, Marine Corps. Gallagher Patrick James, Marine Corps. Gallardo Dennis Javier, Army. Gallegos Joseph Lawrence, Army. Galvan Jose Arellano, Marine Corps. Galvez Adam Anthony, Marine Corps. Gamble Carter Alvin Jr., Army. Gamboa Joseph Duenes, Army. Gansweski Stephen Charles, Army. Ganny Jerry Lewis Jr., Army. Gannon Richard John II, Marine Corps. Garber Jeffrey James, Navy. Garces Seth Christensen, Army. Garces Thomas, Army. Garcia Arana Juan de Dios, Army. Garcia Schill Juan Manuel, Marine Corps. Garcia Villarreal Felipe Jose, Army.
Garcia Alberto Jr., Army. Garcia Anthony Ricardo, Army. Garcia J. Adan, Army. Garcia Javier Jesus, Army. Garcia Justin Rivero, Army. Garcia Rule Maril, Army. Garcia Victor Abraham, Army. Gardner Derek Lloyd, Marine Corps. Gardner Freeman Lee Jr., Army. Gardner James Wilkinson, Army. Garibay Jose Angel, Marine Corps. Garback Joseph Martin Jr., Army. Garroot Eric Thomas, Marine Corps. Garrigus Mikkel David, Army. Garrison Benjamin Joseph, Army. Garrison Landis Wayne, Army. Garvey Justin Reesley, Army. Garvin Edward Marcel, Marine Corps. Gariantes Joseph Paul, Army. Garza Israel, Army. Garza Joe Jesus, Army. Garza Juan Guadalupe Jr., Marine Corps. Gaswicks Carrie Ann, Army. Gasper Frank Joseph, Army. Gasper Kevin John, Army. Gall Sean Michael, Army. Gonky Anthony Alexander, Army. Gathro J. Ryan, Army. Gautier Aaron Daniel, Army. Gautier Bryce Edmond, Army. Gabrielle Demetrius, Marine Corps. Gaylord Alva Lamar, Army. Jabbar Ronald Wayne, Army. Gear George Raymond, Army. Gregor Wayne Marshall, Army. Galena Mark Christopher, Marine Corps. Jelanu Christopher David, Army. Genevieve Aaron Michael, Army. Gentry Louis J., Army. George Jason Everett, Army. Garina Orville, Marine Corps. German Merlin, Marine Corps. Gertson Clinton Ross, Army. Gettings Albert Pasquale, Marine Corps. Garin Corey Ryan, Marine Corps. Gianimo David Lawrence, Army. Giano Poulos Peter John, Marine Corps. Gibbons Devin James, Army. Gibbs Matthew Vincent, Army. Gibbs Nicholas Ray, Army. Gibbs Todd Clayton, Army. Gibson Brennan Chris, Army. Gibson Christopher Allen, Marine Corps. Gibson Derek Arthur, Army. Gibson Kenneth Bartlett, Army. Gibson Timothy Mark, Marine Corps. Janau Richard Bryan, Army. Gifford Allen New, Army. Gifford Jonathan Lee, Marine Corps. Gifford Micah Stephen, Army. Gil Carlos Javier, Army. Gilbert Kyle Charles, Army. Gilbert Richard Allen Jr., Marine Corps. Gilbert Thomas Michael, Marine Corps. Gilbert Troy Lee, Air Force. Gilbertson Kevin Allen, Army. Giles Landon Scott, Army. Gil Stephen Patrick, Marine Corps. Gillum Chadwick Allen, Marine Corps. Gillican Charles Crum III, Army. Gilmore Cornell Winston I, Army. Gilmore Joseph Adam, Army. Gilmore Richard III, Army. Gilmore Terrell Wayne, Army. Gilorosco Carlos and Snyder, Marine Corps. Ginther Ronald Albert, Navy. Gannett Daniel Robert, Army. Gist Milton Anthony Jr., Army. Given Nathaniel Allen, Army. Givens Jesse Allen, Army. Givens Stephen Ray, Army. Glosson Curtis Eric Jr., Army. Gleason Michael Todd, Army. Glimpse Marcus Stephen, Marine Corps. Glover Michael Dennis, Marine Corps. Gluff James Michael, Marine Corps. Godbolt Lee Miles, Army. Godwin Todd Johnson, Marine Corps. Goins James Michael, Army. Golby Christopher Allen, Army. Glodinsky Marcus Andrew, Marine Corps. Goldberg David Jonathan, Army. Goldman Shane Lee, Marine Corps. Gola Cliff Christopher, Marine Corps. Gomez Daniel Enrique, Army. Gomez Jose, Army. Gonzalez Cordova Ramon Ernesto, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Esu Shalom Atakio, Army. Gonzalez Tony Gerold, Army. Gonzalez Aretha Felix Giovanni, Army. Gonzalez Rodriguez Jose Francie, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Aniel Daniel, Army. Gonzalez Emil Carr H, Army. Gonzalez Armando Ariel, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Benjamin Rigoberto, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Carlos Michael, Army. Gonzalez Christopher Neal, Army. Gonzalez Jesus Angel, Marine Corps. Gonzalez George Alonzo, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Mario Daniel, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Michael Lewis, Army. Gonzalez Orlando Eric, Army. Gonzalez Victor Avila, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Zachariah Jared, Army. Gooden Bernard George, Marine Corps. Gooding Dakota Lee, Army. Goodrich Gregory Ronald, Army. Goodrich Joseph Patrick, Marine Corps. Goodwin Anthony Lee, Marine Corps. Gordon David Wayne, Army. Gordon Lyle L, Marine Corps. Godfred Richard Stephen, Army. Gold Dustin Michael, Marine Corps. Gorley Gregson Glenn, Army. Goward Richard Allen, Army. Graham James Randolph III, Marine Corps. Graham Jeffrey Carl, Army. Graham Lance Tanner, Marine Corps. Graham Mark William, Army. Graham Sean Alexander, Army. Grahams Sanchez David James, Marine Corps. Grandos Caesar Adrian, Army. Grant Brian Keith, Army. Grant Jonathan Walter, Marine Corps. Grant Sandra Stephanie, Navy. Grass Zachary Allen, Army. Grasbaugh Jonathan David, Army. Grader Cody Clark, Army. Graves Joseph Anthony, Army. Gray Jamie Allen, Army. Gray Michael Jason, Navy. Gray Tommy Lee, Army. Gray Torrey Luis, Marine Corps. Gray Yance Tell, Army. Green Jeffrey George, Marine Corps. Green Quincy Jermel, Army. Green Ryan Patrick, Army. Green Takara Renee, Army. Green David Scott, Marine Corps. Greenlee Savjeton Vineyard, Army. Greer Nicholas James, Army. Greca Allen Arthur, Army. Grella Devin James, Army. Grishan Daniel Jean, Army. Grishan Ganesha Matrill, Navy. Grez Jordan Lee, Marine Corps. Greece Luis Alexander, Army. Griffin Durrell Ray Jr., Army. Griffin Kyle Andrew, Army. Griffin Patrick Lee Jr., Air Force. Griffin Travis Lee, Air Force. Griffin Donald Delbert Jr., Army. Greg Travis J., Army. Grilava James Travis, Army. Greeley Sean Richard, Army. Grimes Kyle Jason, Marine Corps. Grimes Sean Patrick, Army. Grime Matthew Tyler, Army. Grinder Billy Jean, Army. Groper Chad David, Army. Growth Kelly Brandon, Army. Guardo Ramirez Francisco Javier, Army. Gustafero Daniel Frank, Army. Guadino Sergio, Army. Goodridge James, Army. Gureco Jose Rodriguez Jr., Army. Guerrera Ernesto Rodolfo, Army. Guerrera Joseph Robert, Army. Guerrero Murillo, Army. Guerrero Salvador, Marine Corps. Gul Kelson Hans Nicholas, Army. Gluzinski Leonard Joseph II, Army. Goulet Zachary Ryan, Army. Gummersall Nicholas Aaron, Army. Gunterman Hannah Leah, Army. Gurisbis James Matthew, Army. Gunther Christian Daniel, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Gunther Christian Daniel, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Jose, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Marshall Angelo, Army. Gutierrez Rosales Luis Enrique, Army. Guy Robert Allen, Marine Corps. Guy Shakir Tafari, Army. Guyton Larry Asaya, Army. Guzman Miguel Angel, Marine Corps. Gatwali Derek Daniel, Army. Hag Chase Armstrong, Army. Habsir Andrew James, Army. Hattier Jordan Christian, Marine Corps. Haffer Richard William, Army. Hager Joshua Ryan, Army. Hagen Jonathan Christopher, Army. Hagay Guy Stanley Jr., Army. Han Peter James, Army. Height Charles Gein, Army. Haynes Kenneth Walter, Army. Hike Christopher Michael, Army. Halal Michael James, Marine Corps. Hale James Melvin, Army. Hale John Edward, Marine Corps. Hall Brian Edward, Army. Hall Curtis Ralph, Navy. Hall Robert Eugene Jr., Army. Hall William Gregory, Marine Corps. Halal Derek Lyle, Marine Corps. Holler Roger Woods, Army. Holling Jesse Marinas, Army.
Halsell Santiago Machon, Army. Halverson Andrew Jason, Marine Corps. Halverson Eric Anders, Army. Hamill Jason Richard, Army. Hamlin Christopher Neal, Army. Ham Jonathan Victor, Army. Hammett Robert Charles Jr., Army. Hammond Nathaniel Thomas, Marine Corps. Hampton Kimberly Nicole, Army. Hancock Michael Scott, Army. Hanks Michael Wayne, Marine Corps. Hannon Fernando Baxter, Marine Corps. Hanson Jeffrey John, Army. Hanson Warren Scott, Army. Hanson Charles Allen Jr., Marine Corps. Hanson Jason, Marine Corps. Hanson Joshua Robert, Army. Hanson Timothy Robert, Army. Hardgree Michael Christoph, Army. Hardy Brandon Michael, Marine Corps. Hardy Nathaniel Hall, Navy. Hardy Richard Allen, Army. Harkins Jason Robert, Army. Harlan James William, Army. Harmon Darren Prattis Sr., Army. Harmon Joshua Scott, Army. Harold Marin Atanasio, Army. Harper Bradley Jared, Marine Corps. Harper Gary Ray Jr., Army. Harper Marlon Bryan, Army. Harrell William Merrill, Marine Corps. Harrelson James Jacob, Army. Harrington Foster Lee, Marine Corps. Harrington Kyle Joseph, Army. Harris Adam Joseph, Army. Harris Blake Andrew, Army. Harris Blake McKenzie, Army. Harris Dustin James, Army. Harris Jennifer Jean, Marine Corps. Harris Kenneth Wayne Jr., Army. Harris Noah, Army. Harris Shane Patrick, Marine Corps. Harris Torrey Devon, Army. Harris Kelly Leroy, Army. Harrison George Daniel, Army. Harrison Ronald R., Army. Hart David Joseph, Army. Hart John Daniel, Army. Hart Nathaniel Jr., Army. Harford Justin Paul, Army. Hardage Nicholas Scott, Army. Harding Adam James, Army. Harding Rolf John III, Army. Hartley Jared Douglas, Army. Hartley Jeffrey Lee, Army. Hartman David Allen, Army. Hartman Jennifer Marie, Army. Hartman John Leroy Jr., Army. Hartman Jonathan Nicholas, Army. Hartwick Michael Lee Jr., Army. Haslip Travis Frederick, Army. Hayes Donald J., Army. Hastings, Matthew Dishong, Army. Hadamer, Stephen Clarence, Army. Honert, Brandon Patrick, Army. Hopt, Ryan Eugene, Army. Hayes, Brian Paul, Air Force. Hawk Eagle, Hawk Eagle, Sheldon Ray, Army. Hawkins, Gene Anthony, Army. Hawkins, Omar Thomas II, Army. Hahn, Asbury Fred II, Army. Hay, Dennis Patrick, Army. Hayes, Eric Wayne, Army. Hayes, James Frederick, Army. Hayes, Michael Ray, Army. Hayes, William Stephen III, Army. Haynes, Bryant Jamal, Army. Haynes, Shaler Bontasek, Army. Hazlett, Timothy Lawrence, Army. Hazelgrove, Brian David, Army. Hazelwood, Joshua Lee, Army. Heath, David Michael, Army. Herbert, Anthony David, Army. Herbert, Justin William, Army. Hecker, William Frieder III, Army. Heffelfinger, Matthew Clayton, Army. Heflin, Christopher Todd, Marine Corps. Heidelberg, Damian LaQuasha, Army. Hateman, Keith Neal, Army. Hayter, Rayan Tyson, Army. Haynes, Jeremy Michael, Army. Halen, Charles Thomas, Jr., Army. Helt, Eric Ryan, Marine Corps. Hellerman, Brian Richard, Army. Helton, Joseph Dennis, Jr., Air Force. Heltzer, Paul Martin, Army. Hemingway, Jerry Wayne, Army. Henderson, Ashley Lane, Army. Henderson, Matthew Charles, Marine Corps. Henderson, Miles Parker, Army. Henderson, Robert Louis II, Army. Hendrickson, Kenneth Wayne, Army. Hendrickson, Robert Tyler, Army. Hendricks, Jason Russell, Army. Henkins, Richard Joseph II, Army. Henley, Melvin Lee Jr., Army. Hennessy, Jack Taft, Army. Henry Chasan Sandhu, Army. Henry Gary Michael, Army. Henry Joshua Justice, Army. Henry Lorraine Evan Jr., Army. Henry Lorne Evan Jr., Army. Henry Raymond Lamar, Army. Hensel Sean David, Army. Henson Clayton Welch, Army. Henthorne Jeffrey Stewart, Army. Heredia Joseph Javier, Marine Corps. Heredia Marisol, Army. Herrings David Allen, Army. Hurlum Bryant Anthony, Army. Hermanson Michael Lyon, Army. Hernandez Armando, Army. Hernandez Eric James, Army. Hernandez Frank Bustamante, Army. Hernandez Irving Jr., Army. Hernandez Jason John, Army. Hernandez Robert, Army. Hernandez Tony Lay, Marine Corps. Herndon Joseph Franklin II, Army. Harold Adam Gregory, Army. Harima Richard John, Army. Herrera David Lee, Army. Herrera Everin Christopher, Marine Corps. Hergot Edward James, Army. Herod Patrick William, Army. Herring Jacob Robert, Army. Hervaz Tad Thomas, Army. Herzberg Eric William, Marine Corps. Hess Jordan William, Army. Hess Kenneth Dale, Army. Hester Charles Brandon, Army. Hewitt Thomas James, Army. Hewitt Corey Michael, Army. Hicks Corey Lee, Army. Hicks Glenn Dale Jr., Army. Hicks Gregory Bryan, Army. Hicks John Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Higdon Christopher Allen, Army. Higgins Andrew James Duquette, Army. Higgins James Willard Jr., Marine Corps. Herbert Thomas Layton, Army. Heldenbrandt Chad Robert, Marine Corps. Hildred Seth Aaron, Army. Hill Christopher Kenneth, Army. Hill Raymond Dwayne II, Army. Hill Ryan Jeffrey, Army. Hill Terrell Benedict, Marine Corps. Hillenberg Eric Dean, Marine Corps. Hiller Stephen Dustin, Army. Hills Casey Lee, Army. Hiltz Carey Francis, Army. Hines Joshua Michael, Marine Corps. Hines Casey Malia, Army. Hines Timothy James Jr., Army. Hinkefant Coleman Wayne, Army. Hinkley Haith Renee, Army. Hinton Dominic Joseph, Army. Hins Kelly Curtis, Marine Corps. Hurlston James Daniel, Marine Corps. Hobart Melissa Jennifer, Army. Hobbs Theron Vandermeer, Army. Hodge Jeremy Michael, Army. Hodges Eric James, Marine Corps. Hodshire Michael Paul, Marine Corps. Hodson Nicholas Michael, Marine Corps. Hoa Nainoa, Army. Hoffner Benjamin David, Army. Hoffman James Thomas, Army. Hoffman Justin Fenton, Marine Corps. Hoffmaster Roselle M., Army. Holden Brian Lee, Army. Holder Theodore Samuel II, Marine Corps. Olguin Manuel Joaquin, Army. Holke Eric Morgan, Army. Holland Christopher James, Army. Holland Daniel Edward, Army. Holler Robert Lee, Jr., Army. Holler Luke Benjamin, Marine Corps. Holly Matthew John, Army. Holloman Aaron Nathaniel, Army. Holiday Jaron Duval, Army. Hollised Lincoln Daniel, Army. Hollingsworth Courtney Atwain, Army. Hollopeter Josiah Wayne, Army. Holloway Matthew Wayne, Marine Corps. Holmason John Martin, Marine Corps. Holmes James J., Army. Holmes Jeffrey Scott, Marine Corps. Holmes Jeremiah John, Army. Holmes Terry, Marine Corps. Holt Antoine Germain, Air Force. Holter Paul Carroll III, Marine Corps. Holtum James Joseph, Army. Holzar Raymond James, Marine Corps. Hook Michael Anthony, Army. Hoover Levi Kenneth, Army. Hopkins Ryan Jeffrey, Army. Hopper Brian Chase, Marine Corps. Hopper Lucas Caleb, Army. Hopper Nicholas Lee, Marine Corps. Horn Sean Lee, Marine Corps. Hornbeck Kelly Lewis, Army. Ornetto Manny, Army. Horner Bruce Edward, Army. Harrigan Robert Mark, Army. Horton Jeremy Richard, Army. Hoskins Christopher Lee, Army.
Huck David Burton, Marine Corps. Houghton Andrew Ryan, Army. Husby Jessica Marie, Army. House Joel Amos, Army. House John Daniel, Navy. Houseel Matthew Phillip, Army. Hauser Thomas Eugene, Marine Corps. Howard Curtis Tyrone II, Army. Howard John Ryan, Marine Corps. Howard Walter B. II, Army. Houtshell William Robert, Army. Hal Casey Elwin, Army. Hal Darren Dean, Army. Howell George Jimmy, Army. Howells Allen Richard, Army. Howie Blake Harold, Marine Corps. Howman Gregory Christopher, Marine Corps. Hoyer Bert Edwins, Army. Hoyt Robert Williams, Army. Sia Hai Ming, Army. Hubbard Jared Patrick, Marine Corps. Hubbard Nathan Carroll, Army. Hubbard Tavon Lee, Marine Corps. Hubble Corey Allen, Army. Hubble Darren Patrick, Army. Hudson Aaron Mark, Army. Hudson Christopher Edwin, Army. Huerta Cruz Arturo, Army. Huey Sean Patrick, Army. Huff Sam Williams, Army. Huffman Jason Isaac, Army. Hofstadler Doyle Maurice, Army. Huggins Jamie Lee, Army. Hughes Jeremiah Cham, Army. Hughes Jonathan Adam, Army. Hugo Rachel Lorraine, Army. Hun David Anthony, Marine Corps. Hull Eric Raymond, Army. Hull Thomas Carlton, Navy. Hollander Michael Regine, Army. Humble Joshua Ut, Army. Holmhans Barton Russell, Marine Corps. Humphreys Christian Peter, Army. Hunt Isaiah Robert, Army. Hunt Joseph Daniel, Army. Hunt Justin Thomas, Marine Corps. Hunt Kenneth E. Jr., Marine Corps. Hunt Simon, Army. Hunter Matthew David, Army. Hurley Joshua Charles, Army. Hurst David Raymond, Army. Hurt Gifford Ethan Jr., Army. Houston James Benton Jr., Marine Corps. Houston Seth Ryan, Marine Corps. Hutchings Nolan Ryan, Marine Corps. Hutchinson Ray Joseph, Army. Hutchinson Stephen, Army. Hutton Timothy John, Army. Huxton Gregory Paul Jr., Army. Hyde Daniel Bryan, Army. Idelsky Nicholas Ryan, Army. Idanen Michael June, Army. Ingles Rios Julian, Army. Ingram Thor Harrison, Army. Inman Rowdy J., Army. Oriel Bradley William, Army. Isery Henry Edison, Army. Eisenberg Benjamin Warren, Army. Isaac Daniel, Army. Ivory Greg Stephen, Army. Ivy Kendall Howard II, Marine Corps. Iwan Edward Donald, Army. Iwazinski Kenneth James, Army. Uwansky Kenneth James, Army. Jack Darrence Wilbecker, Army. Jack Edward Eugene, Navy. Jackson Dustin Cody, Army. Jackson Kyle Edward, Army. Jackson Leslie Dennis, Army. Jackson Marlon Phillip, Army. Jackson William Samuel II, Army. Jacobs Gerald Paul, Marine Corps. Jacobs Morgan Nathaniel, Army. Jacobson William Wadoops Jr., Army. Jacobson Elizabeth Nicole, Air Force. Janishan Mary Jane, Army. Janique Jamie Suzanne, Navy. Jafarhani Torjizi Saeed Jr., Marine Corps. Jager Errol Donald, Army. Jamie Jesse, Marine Corps. Jarala Alfred Henry, Army. Jacunia Gregor, Army. Jamar Scott, Army. James Evan Tyler, Marine Corps. James Leon Gifford II, Army. James Lindsay Thomas, Army. James Luke Samuel, Army. James Richard Zachary, Marine Corps. James William Klepper, Marine Corps. Jameson Trisha Lynn, Army. Jankowski Charles Andrew, Army. Jensky Benjamin Donald, Army. Jarrett Justin Robert, Army. Jarrett Michael Robert, Army. Jarvis Rodney Allen, Army. Rodriguez Michael James, Army. James Allen Brenton, Army. Jasmine Moses, Army. Jeffcoat Brahim Jamil, Army. Jeffers Edmund John, Army. Jeffries Gary Wayne, Army. Jeffries Victor Walter, Navy. Jeffries William Andrew, Army. Jenkins Kenneth Andrew, Army. Jenkins Robert Boyd, Navy. Jenkins Rush Marshall, Army. Jenkins Troy David, Army. Jennings Darius Tommel, Army. Jensen Drew N., Army. Jerebeck Ryan Michael, Marine Corps. Jarek Ivica, Army. Jernigan William Keith, Army. Jensen Kevin Paul, Army. Jewel Stephen Roy, Army. Jex Albert Ronald, Army. Jimenez Alex Raymond, Army. Jimenez Linda Coral, Army. Jimenez Oscar, Marine Corps. Jimenez Romulio Jose II, Marine Corps. Jordan Andrew Ryan, Army. Johnson Adam Robert, Army. Johnson Allen Ricardo, Army. Johnson Carol William II, Army. Johnson Christopher Braden, Army. Johnson Christopher Charles, Army. Johnson Courtney Tremaine, Army. Johnson David Wayne, Army. Johnson Godfrey Golden, Army. Johnson Howard II, Army. Johnson Jeremiah Jewell, Army. Johnson John Paul, Army. Johnson Joshua Allen, Army. Johnson Justin Weaver, Army. Johnson Lavinia Lynn, Army. Johnson Leon Montiel, Army. Johnson Marcus James, Army. Johnson Maurice Jerome, Army. Johnson Michael Van Jr., Navy. Johnson Nathaniel Henry, Army. Johnson Paul Joseph, Army. Johnson Philip Alexander, Marine Corps. Johnson Philip Andrew Jr., Army. Johnson Randy Lewis Jr., Army. Johnson Rayshawn Samuel, Army. Johnson Robert Lyman, Marine Corps. Johnson Robert Scott, Army. Johnson Robert Thomas, Army. Johnson Rodney Jerome, Army. Johnson Stephen Franklin, Marine Corps. Johnson Stephen Patrick, Marine Corps. Johnson Ty John, Army. Johnson William Christopher, Army. Johnston Gary Scott, Marine Corps. Jonas Jude Ralph, Army. Jones Anthony Glenn, Army. Jones Charles Jason, Army. Jones Charles Stacy, Army. Jones Darrell Ray Jr., Navy. Jones David Randall Sr., Army. Jones Derek William, Marine Corps. Jones Devin D'Amelio, Army. Jones Gussie May, Army. Jones Jeremy Scott, Army. Jones Joshua Durrell, Army. Jones Kevin McCrae, Army. Jones Raymond Edison Jr., Army. Jones Ricky Edward, Army. Jones Robert Leon, Army. Jones Rodney Aaron, Army. Jones Roy Lee III, Army. Jones Ryan Patrick, Army. Jones Huffman Kyle Alexander, Navy. Jopex Ryan David, Army. Joplin Brian Keith, Navy. Jordan Alexander, Army. Jordan Kurt Edward Jr., Army. Jordan Jason David, Army. Jordan Javon Kieran, Army. Jordan Michael Anthony, Navy. Jordan Philip Andrew, Marine Corps. Jordan Richard Joseph, Army. Joshua Ron Joseph Jr., Army. Justice Forrest Joseph, Army. Joya Mendoza Giancarlo, Army. Julian David Daniel, Army. Jutras Dylan M., Army. Caden Matthew Ronald, Army. Kahalawai Henry K. Jr., Army. Kaiser Adam Wade, Marine Corps. Kaiser Anthony Adam, Army. Kaladine Anthony Nelson, Army. Kamka Vincent George, Army. Camelvathan Alan Lewis, Army. Kanakaule Eugene Dante, Army. Kane Joseph Michael, Army. Kareem Brian Christopher, Army. Carol Spencer Timothy, Army. Carolez Edward, Army. Karpowicz Paul Daniel, Army. Carl Michael Greg Jr., Army. Kaseki Mark Joseph, Army. Kashkush Michael McLaren, Marine Corps. Kashmir Douglas Edward, Army. Kason Darrell Wayne, Army. Katheria Hatim Siraj, Army. Kaufman Charles Anthony, Army. Kavanaugh Eric Matthew, Army.
Kaler Jeffrey Joseph, Army. Kazakrik Jason Christopher, Army. Keeling Thomas Oliver, Marine Corps. Kiesling Chancellor Arsenio, Army. Keith Chad Lynn, Army. Keith Quinn Archie, Marine Corps. Kelly Dwayne Maurice, Army. Kelly Matthew Jean, Army. Kelly Brian Patrick, Marine Corps. Kelly Dale James, Army. Kelly Paul Michael, Army. Kelly Sean Patrick, Marine Corps. Kelsey Samuel Edbert, Army. Keeple Andrew Joseph, Army. Kendall Justin Lee, Army. Kennard Cortland Ashland, Army. Kennedy Adam Patrick, Army. Kennedy Brian Matthew, Marine Corps. Kennedy Corinne Edward, Army. Kennedy Stephen Curtis, Army. Kenyon Morgan Deshawn, Army. Kenny Christopher James, Army. Kenny Joseph Paul, Army. Kenny Patrick Bryan, Marine Corps. Keith Aaron Antrim, Navy. Kenyon Chadwick Thomas, Navy. Kenyon Rex Christopher, Army. Keepert Jonathan Roy, Army. Kefart Jonathan Roy, Army. Kerchief Powell Willard Monroe III, Army. Kearns Dallas Lee, Marine Corps. Kinzer James Clifford, Army. Kessler Jason Michael, Army. Ketcherson Eric Clayton, Army. Khan Humain Sabat Muzam, Army. Khan Kareem Rashad Sultan, Army. Kidd Mark David, Marine Corps. Keyford Ricky Allen, Army. Keel James Michael, Army. Keenlion Shane Edward, Marine Corps. Kiernan Christopher Spellman, Army. Kilpatrick Christopher Reed, Army. Kilpila Andrew Jacob, Marine Corps. Kim Inchul, Marine Corps. Kim Jang-ho, Army. Kim Zhenguin, Army. Kim Kun-young, Marine Corps. Kim Lewis Jean, Army. Kim Min-hee, Marine Corps. Kim Shin-woo, Army. Kimbler Dexter Seatman, Marine Corps. Kimmy Danny Lee, Army. Kimball Matthew Allen, Army. Kimberly Kevin Christopher, Army. Kimple James Frederick, Marine Corps. Kincaid Kenneth Ellsworth IV, Army. Kinchin Jeremiah Colt, Marine Corps. Kinchin Levy Bond, Army. King Bradley Darrell, Army. King Charles Monroe, Army. King Eric Dean, Army. King Janelle Franshaw, Army. King Jeremy Edward, Army. King Jerry Ryan, Army. King Paul Nicholas, Marine Corps. Kingman Jonathan Paul, Army. Kinglow James Andorra, Army. Kenny Lester Orman II, Army. Kingslow Anthony David, Army. Kingser William Scott Jr., Army. Kirchhoff David Michael, Army. Kirk Jeffrey Lynn, Marine Corps. Kurth Jonathan Ernest, Marine Corps. Kirkpatrick David Austin, Army. Kirkpatrick Scott Lang, Army. Kaiser Charles Anthony, Army. Kaiser Timothy Craig, Army. Kleinslow Reese William, Army. Kleinberger Nicholas Bryan, Marine Corps. Klein Allen, Marine Corps. Klein Keith Allen, Army. Klinsmith John Kevin Jr., Army. Klingser Joshua Phillip, Marine Corps. Knifer Tony Lee, Army. Knight Timothy Allen, Marine Corps. Knighton Floyd George Jr., Army. No Garrett Charles, Army. Not Allen James, Army. Not Eric Lynn, Navy. Not Joseph Lebion, Army. Knowles Joshua Lincoln, Army. Knox Adam Lund, Army. Knox Renee Jr., Army. Coach Brent William, Army. Coach Matthew Allen, Army. Coach Michael Eugene, Army. Kogler Gary Allen, Marine Corps. Cohen Lance Jacob, Army. Coloas Adam Job, Army. Kokish Allen Dale Jr., Army. Colosa Alexander James, Army. Coloth Obadiah James, Army. Colota Zachary Allen, Marine Corps. Combe Kevin Thomas, Marine Corps. Copa Charles Victor, Navy. Condora Martin Willis, Army. Co-Prince William Craig Jr., Marine Corps. Cordsmeyer Patrick William, Army. Corn James Edward, Army. Corthidus Bradley Stephen, Marine Corps. Costers Corey Christian, Army. Koth Edward Austin, Navy. Kortobis Jason Barron, Army. Kovic Ryan Joseph, Marine Corps. Kowalski Stephen Matthew, Army. Kowalik Jacob Henrique, Marine Corps. Kramer Edward Jester, Army. Kraus Elmer Charles, Army. Craig Travis Cabot, Army. Creeder Dustin Levy, Army. Cream Jared Jason, Marine Corps. Caruter David Kenneth John, Marine Corps. Krisoff Nathan Michael, Marine Corps. Kritz Tyler Joseph, Army. Kritzer Bradley Gordon, Army. Kraut Kurt Eric, Army. Kreger Eric John, Army. Cruz Kurt Elmo, Army. Kraus Christopher Ryan, Army. Chris Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Krabowska Jared William, Army. Cube Christopher David Allen, Army. Cubic Brian James, Army. Kuhl David Charles, Army. Kuglix Matthew Joseph, Air Force. Coons Larry Robert Jr., Army. Kulik John, Army. Kurth Christopher Milton, Army. Kurth John Frederick, Army. Kurtz Russell Andrew, Army. Knuch Joshua Jacob, Army. LaBeouf Douglas Emil, Army. Labetty William Wallace Jr., Army. La Serena Reno Sabato, Army. Ladd Joshua Shane, Army. LaFleur Jason Kenneth, Army. LaForest Matthew Phillip, Army. Lamont Jonathan Allen, Army. Lurrit Dustin Daniel, Army. Lake Chad William, Army. Lake Floyd Everett Sr., Army. LaLouche Michael Vernon, Marine Corps. Lane Allen Ding, Marine Corps. Lamb Jeffrey, Marine Corps. Lamb Charles Robert, Army. Lambertson Randall Lynn, Army. Lambert David Eugene, Army. Lambert James Irving II, Army. Lambert James Peter, Army. Lambert Jonathan Wyatt, Marine Corps. Lamy Jean Levine, Army. Lamont Andrew David, Marine Corps. Lancaster Andrew Wayne, Lancaster Andrew Wayne, Army. Landaker Jared Michael Vincent, Marine Corps. Landeck Kevin C., Army. Landrus Sean Gregory, Army. Landry John Francis Jr., Army. Landrew Joseph Need III, Army. Lane David Joseph, Army. Lane Sean Allen, Marine Corps. Lan Garcia Victor Manuel, Army. Langenbrenner Richard Peter, Army. Langhorse Moses Albert, Marine Corps. Langley Sean Michael, Marine Corps. Landmac Stephen Michael, Army. Lanham Jane Elizabeth, Navy. Langford Jonathan Miles Sr., Army. Lanneman Denise Adele, Army. Lantieri Jason Michael, Army. Lantigua Nelson Manuel, Marine Corps. Lanziering Joseph Antonio, Army. Lampiski Stanley James, Army. Lampica Christopher Jack, Marine Corps. Laura Brandon Taylor, Marine Corps. Laramore Tracy Lee, Army. Large Brian William, Army. Larson Cole William, Army. Larson Jackie Louis, Air Force. Larson Nicholas David, Marine Corps. Larson Scott Quinn Jr., Army. Lakowski Matthew Carl, Army. Lasky Michael Howard, Marine Corps. Laswell Sean Thomas Jr., Army. Latham Thomas Lee, Army. Latham William Travis, Army. Latimer Aaron Priest, Army. Latorney Paul Miguel, Army. Lau Karina Sotelo, Army. Lowry Timothy Joseph, Army. Laware Casey Michael, Army. Lawrence Jeffrey David, Marine Corps. Lawson Isaac Sean, Army. Lawton Mark Anthony, Army. Layfield Travis James, Marine Corps. Layman Benjamin Joseph, Army. Lynn Ben Gok, Marine Corps. Leach Patrick Daniel, Army. LeBrin Jeff, Army. Leckland Daniel Allen, Army. Ledzema Renee, Army. Ledsum Michael Craig, Marine Corps. LeDuc Ryan David, Marine Corps. Lee Bumrock, Marine Corps. Lee Carl Wayne, Army. Lee Dustin Jerome, Army. Lee Jason Thomas, Army. Lee Mark Allen, Navy.
Lee Kwajing, Army. Lee Samuel Sunjun, Army. Lee Terrence Dellin Sr., Army. Lee Thomas Edward III, Army. Lemus Thomas Ray, Army. Legaspi Emmanuel Ladaris, Army. Leg Cody R., Army. Legrand Damon Glenn, Army. Lato Jason Allen, Marine Corps. Leha Hector, Army. Leinstein Ken Willie, Army. Lemke Jason Floyd, Army. Lemon Jerome, Army. Lennon Cedric Lamont, Army. Leon Christopher David, Marine Corps. Leon Perez Jesus Antonio, Army. Leonard Charles Earl Jr., Army. Leody Nicholas William, Marine Corps. Letendre Brian S., Marine Corps. Letufuga Ferraro Kevin, Army. Lezink William J., Marine Corps. Louis Adrian Juancito, Army. Louis Brian Anthony, Army. Louis Dwayne Peter Ryan, Army. Louis Jason Dale, Navy. Louis Joel William, Army. Louis Lee Arthur Jr., Army. Louis Mason Lee, Army. Lahota Jesse Marvin, Army. Libby Dustin James, Marine Corps. Lacalzi Michael Lucian, Marine Corps. Latio Wiljean Tuleta, Army. Lawrence Victor Patrick, Army. Liggett Robert Andrew, Army. Light Robbie Glenn, Army. Leitner Daniel Russell Jr., Army. Leitner Nicholas James, Army. Lil Eric Anthony, Army. Lily Michael Thomas, Army. Link Henry William, Army. Lind John David, Army. Linmuth Michael Brent, Marine Corps. Lyndon Justin Wayne, Army. Lyndon Joy Carlin, Army. Linder Daryl Wardlaw, Army. Lindsay David Paul, Marine Corps. Lindsay James Tyler, Army. Ling Roger Gutung, Army. Link Joey Dwayne, Air Force. Lynn Carl Richard, Marine Corps. Lisk Terry Michael, Army. Lister Joseph Leroy, Army. Little Jason Thomas, Marine Corps. Little Kyle Andrew, Army. Little Tommy Siri, Army. Livide Nino D. Lloyd Tail Damas, Army. Lloyd Keith Everett, Army. Lloyd Michael Chadwick, Army. Low Enman Lam, Army. Lau Jeffrey Sufa, Army. Locker Kenneth Edward Jr., Army. Lockey John Michael, Army. Locklear Velton III, Army. Loggins Adam Eugene, Marine Corps. Lanecki Elizabeth Ann, Air Force. Ladano Daniel Jesus, Army. Loney John Eric, Army. Long Braden Joseph, Army. Long Brian Michael, Army. Long Bunny, Marine Corps. Long Jeremy Zeus, Marine Corps. Long Ryan Patrick, Army. Long William Alfred, Army. Long Zachariah Wesley, Army. Longoria John Matthew, Marine Corps. Longstreth Dwayne Edward, Army. Lutens Jonathan Edward, Army. Lopez Rodriguez Damian, Army. Lopez Edgar Eldeberto, Marine Corps. Lopez Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Lopez Hilario F., Marine Corps. Lopez Juan Manuel Jr., Army. Lopez Juan, Marine Corps. Lopez Manuel III, Army. Lopez Feliciano Williams, Army. Lopez Reyes Jason. Lopez Hugo Brazil, Marine Corps. Lord Richard Murrell, Marine Corps. Lauder Christopher Warren, Army. Loden Christopher Everett, Army. Lowry Matthew Scott, Army. Love Joseph Isaiah, Army. Love Robert Lee Jr., Army. Love Scott McLean, Army. Loveless Jeremy Michael, Army. Lowry Jonathan Allen, Army. Lloyd David Leroy, Army. Loza Christopher David, Army. Lozada Angelo Luis Jr., Army. Lou Victor Ronald, Marine Corps. Lucas Joseph Allen, Army. Lucas Kevin Adam, Marine Corps. Lucent John Anthony, Marine Corps. Lucero Joshua Elijah, Marine Corps. Lucero Robert Lawrence, Army. Lucio Ramirez Angel de Jesus, Army. Lucky Brian Christensen, Army. Ludlam Jason Courtney, Army. Lucan Eric Robert, Marine Corps. Lufkin Caleb Andrew, Army. Lugo Jacob Raoul, Marine Corps. John, Marine Corps. Lumpkin, Johnny Wayne, Army. Luna, Kevin Michael, Army. Luden, James Edward, Army. Lundstrom, Brett Lee, Marine Corps. Lunsford, Audrey Darren, Army. Lusk, Joe Fenton II, Army. Lutters, Derek Joseph, Army. Lutz, George Anthony II, Army. Lynn Y. Foe, Army. Learley, Sean Edward, Army. Lynch, Jason Nathaniel, Army. Lynch, Matthew Devon, Marine Corps. Lynch, Robert Allen, Marine Corps. Lyons, Christopher Paul, Marine Corps. Lyons, James Nathaniel, Army. Lyons, Thomas Franklin, Army. Mabry, Christopher Dale, Marine Corps. McDonald, Gregory Edward, Marine Corps. Machado Ohms, Caesar Fabricio, Marine Corps. Michael Fred Lee, Marine Corps. Mac Brian Anthony, Army. Mac Kenneth Nathaniel, Marine Corps. Mac Vorn Jimmy, Army. Mackenzie Tyler Ryan, Army. Mackey Bryant Wayne, Army. McKinnon Michael John, Army. McCrum Robert Douglas, Navy. Madras Nicholas Alexander, Army. Madden Joshua Barrett, Army. Maddies Stephen Roosevelt, Army. Madero Vincent Alexander, Army. Mador Ronnie Jean Jr., Army. Maguire Blake Antonio, Marine Corps. McGee Anthony O'Neill, Army. Maggart Brandon Edward, Army. Maglione Joseph Basil, Marine Corps. Mahafahi Shane Reichert Martin, Army. Mahdi Marcus, Marine Corps. Maher Jared Lee, Marine Corps. Maher Sean Patrick, Marine Corps. Maher William Joseph III, Army. Mahalenbrock David Paul, Army. Medea Mark Allen, Army. Makowski Russell Michael, Army. Malcolm Dan Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Mallard Tor Ramon, Army. Mallet Toby Wayne, Army. Malone Jimmy Mack, Army. Malone Patrick Antonio, Marine Corps. Maloney John William, Marine Corps. Malson Adam Michael, Army. Manabog Michael Tolentino, Army. Manon Travis Lemma, Marine Corps. Manukayan Nicholas Yan, Marine Corps. Manuel Ian Desmond, Army. Manuel William Francis, Army. Manzano Pablo, Army. Marvillosa Mila Lamag, Army. Marceau Sidney Joseph Jr., Army. March Howard Sylvester Jr., Marine Corps. Marchand Jason Nicholas, Army. Maricel Miguel Angel III, Marine Corps. Maricent Luigi Jr., Army. Markham Joshua Samuel, Army. Marcus Lyndon Anson Jr., Army. Martis Paul Charles Jr., Army. Marin Correas Douglas Jose, Marine Corps. Maresh Jeremy Eugene, Army. Marino Jude Cruz, Air Force. Mariano Robbie Matthew, Army. Marin Dominguez Jr. Jose Santos, Marine Corps. Marion Javier Jr., Army. Marino Kirsten Keola, Marine Corps. Marino Ralph John, Army. Marion Adam Lee, Army. Marion Christopher Lee, Army. Moretti Keith Randall, Army. Markham Jonathan Allen, Army. Marks Taylor Daniel, Army. Marcoux Gentian, Marine Corps. Marsh Chad Eugene, Army. Marshall Bradley Wayne, Army. Marshall Evan Andrew, Army. Marshall James Edward, Army. Marshall John Winston, Army. Marshall Randall Tony, Army. Martins Robert Nathaniel, Navy. Martin David Jeffrey, Army. Martin J. Edward, Army. Martin Jonathan Lee, Army. Martin Ryan Eburn, Army. Martin Sean Paul, Marine Corps. Martin Stephen Glenn, Army. Martin Thomas Michael, Army. Martin Timothy Paul, Army. Martinez Flores Francisco Abraham, Marine Corps. Martinez Salazar Roberto Luis, Army. Martinez Anselmo III, Army. Martinez Francisco Gregorio, Army. Martinez Francisco, Army. Martinez Glenn Edward, Marine Corps. Martinez Jesse Jack, Army. Martinez Joseph Larry, Army.
Okay. Martinez Michael Anthony, Army. Martinez Michael Jason, Army. Martinez Michael Ray, Army. Martinez Michelle, Army. Martinez Oscar Amilcar, Marine Corps. Martinez Renee, Marine Corps. Martinez Robert Alexander, Marine Corps. Martinez Victor Alejandro, Army. Martinez Virgil Chance, Army. Martinez Luis Trinidad Rodrigo, Army. Martini Philip John, Marine Corps. Martino Michael David, Marine Corps. Martyr Jacob David, Army. Martone Justin Robert, Marine Corps. Marzano Michael Adam, Marine Corps. Masseth Ryan Douglas, Army. Mason Anthony Luke, Army. Mason Casey Parnell, Army. Mason Christopher Edward, Army. Mason Colin Tyree, Army. Mason Johnny Vell, Army. Mason Nicholas Conan, Army. Massey John Ray, Army. Mastrapa Arthur Stacy, Army. Mata Johnny Villarreal, Army. Mateo Ramon, Marine Corps. Matheny Charles E. IV, Army. Matheny Randy J., Army. Mathis Marcus Kale, Army. Matlock Michael Benson, Jr., Army. Matek John James, Jr., Marine Corps. Matero John Paul, Army. Madison James Charles, Army. Matthews Clint Richard, Army. Mattingly Matthew Charles, Army. Matula Matthew Edward, Marine Corps. Mattis Andrew Gary, Marine Corps. Maupin Keith Matthew, Army. May Donald Charles, Jr., Marine Corps. May Patrick Wiggs, Army. Mabin Danny Edward, Army. Mayak Joseph Patrick, Army. Mahan Ryan Lee, Marine Corps. Maynard Chad Bryant, Marine Corps. Maine Kenneth William, Army. Maine Michael Lee, Army. Mayo Barry Wayne, Army. Mayorga Pablo Vinicio, Marine Corps. Mazzarella Anthony Michael, Army. McNulty Brian Patrick, Marine Corps. McCarn Montrell Chante, Army. Macbeth Morgan Marie, Army. McBride Zachary Wade, Army. McCaffrey Patrick Ryan Sr., Army. McCall Daniel Lee, Army. McCandless Rodney Lynn, Army. McCants Marquis Germain, Army. McCarthy Christopher Dolette, Army. McCarthy Joseph Christopher, Marine Corps. McCawn Ryan Thomas, Marine Corps. McCauley Ryan Michael, Army. McCauley Randy Donald, Army. McCleary Jeremiah Paul, Army. McLeod Christopher Michael, Army. McLeod Joseph Train, Marine Corps. McClunn Megan Malia, Marine Corps. McConnell Daniel James, Army. McCormick Brad Preston, Marine Corps. McCormick Clinton Tyler, Army. McCormick David Phillip, Army. McCoy Gregory William Guy, Army. McCoy Steve Aaron, Army. McCracken Christopher Matthew, Marine Corps. McCrae Eric Scott, Army. McCraw Christopher Avon, Army. McCune Donald Roy II, Army. McCune Sean Patrick, Army. McCurdy Ryan Stanley, Marine Corps. McDaniel Huctine Richard Pat, Army. McDavid Robert Taylor III, Army. McDonald Sean Carl, Army. McDonough Brian Thomas, Army. McDougall Richard Jean, Army. McDowell Robert Matthew, Army. McElroy Brian, Air Force. McElveen Anthony Thomas, Marine Corps. McFall Thomas Michael, Army. McFarlane Dwayne James Jr., Army. McFarlane Jackie Lewis Jr., Army. McCaw Dustin Knight, Army. McGee John Edward, Army. McGeough Holly Jean, Army. McGee Ryan Casey, Army. McGill Arthur Raymond, Army. McGinnis Brian Daniel, Marine Corps. McGinnis Ricky Lee, Army. McGinnis Ross Andrew, Army. McLaughlin Michael Anthony, Army. McLaughlin Donald Ryan, Marine Corps. McGovern Timothy Ian, Army. McGowan Stephen Michael, Army. McGuire Daniel Aaron Carrier, Marine Corps. McHale James Allen, Army. McCoffey Jeremy Wayne, Army. McHugh Scott Ronald, Navy. McIlvaine James Ryan, Marine Corps. McIntosh Eric Allen, Marine Corps. McIntosh Joshua Dwayne, Navy. McIntosh Scott Alexander, Army. McKeever David Matthew, Army. McKenna John James IV, Marine Corps. McKinley Eric Scott, Army. McKinley Robert Leon, Army. McKinney Jeffrey Ray, Army. McKinsey Antoine J., Army. McKiskey Adam Thomas, Marine Corps. McKnight Omar James, Air Force. McLaughlin Michael Eric, Army. McLaughlin Scott Paul, Army. McLeod Garrett Ian, Army. McLeese Justin Daniel, Marine Corps. McClyman Eric Lay, Army. McCann Don Stephen, Army. McMahon Graham Martin, Army. Macmillan Jacob Gerald, Army. Macmillan William Lloyd III, Army. McMillan Heath Allen, Army. McMullen Michael Joseph, Army. McNail Robert Allen, Army. McNary Robbie Dean, Army. McNaughton James Dennis, Army. McNeil Jeremiah Emmanuel, Army. McNeil Philip David, Army. McNulty Michael Lewis, Army. McPeak Allen Eugene, Army. McPhillips Brian Michael, Marine Corps. McRae James Heath, Marine Corps. McCrill Robert Richard, Navy. McSwain Clarence Douglas, Army. McSween Joseph Adam, Navy. McVeigh Odie Joseph, Army. McVicker Daniel Morgan, Marine Corps. Metters Michael J., Army. Medellin Jesus Martin Antonio, Marine Corps. Medina Brian Anthony, Marine Corps. Medina Irving, Army. Medlicott Matthew Sauer, Marine Corps. Medlin Jean Paul, Army. Muswen William Benjamin, Army. Mejia Benjamin Enrique, Army. Mejia Bobby II, Army. Mejias David Alfonso, Army. Melcher Mark William, Army. Meal John William, Army. Melia Anthony Charles, Marine Corps. Mellon Casey Lee, Army. Mello Julian S., Army. Melson Jacob Eugene, Army. Melton Kenneth Allen, Army. Meluat J. Gee, Marine Corps. Melvin Tracy Lee, Army. Mina Ralph Jr., Army. Menchaca Christian, Army. Mendez Aceves Fernando Alejandro, Navy. Mendez Ruiz David Albert, Marine Corps. Mendez Sanchez Antonio, Army. Mendez Bobby, Army. Mendoza Antonio, Marine Corps. Mendoza Ramon Juan Jr., Marine Corps. Menke Jonathan D., Army. Menemeyer Stephen Paul, Army. Menusa Joseph, Marine Corps. Manyweather Eddie Eugene, Army. Mercado Velasquez Angel David, Army. Mercado Gil, Army. Mercado Raul, Marine Corps. Mercedes Saez Sergio Antonio, Army. Mercer Chad Michael, Army. Merchant Christopher Scott, Army. Merck Dennis Paul, Army. Murilla Michael Matthew, Army. Merlo Ivan Ernesto, Army. Merrill Jason Lynn, Army. Merville Christopher Andrew, Army. Messer Christopher Paul, Army. Messer Scott Anthony, Army. Messmer Nicholas Edward, Army. Metcalf Scott Joseph, Army. Methvin Daniel Keith, Army. Medley Michael Charles, Army. Meyer Brandon Abbott, Army. Meyer Harrison James, Army. Meyer Jason Michael, Army. Meza Barry Kenneth, Army. Meza Gilberto Alexander, Army. Mix Joseph Paul, Army. Mirsandoval Ilu A., Army. Mihalakis Michael George, Army. Milksark Matthew Gregory, Marine Corps. Maleo Jason David, Marine Corps. Miles Sean Henry, Marine Corps. Millard Gregory Nolan, Army. Milledge Joseph Bradley, Army. Miller Anthony Scott, Army. Miller Brian Keith, Army. Miller Bruce Jr., Army. Miller Clinton John, Marine Corps. Miller Daniel Bryan Jr., Air Force. Miller Dennis James Jr., Army. Miller Frederick Luis Jr., Army. Miller James Hoyt IV, Army. Miller John Wayne, Army. Miller Kyle Randall, Army. Miller Lowell Thomas II, Army. Milo Marco Lavin, Army. Miller Marvin Lee, Army.
Miller Michael Wayne, Army. Miller Nicholas Andrew, Marine Corps. Miller Patrick Joseph, Army. Miller Ryan Adam, Marine Corps. Miller Ryan Edwin, Marine Corps. Miller Scott Allen, Army. Miller William Lewis, Marine Corps. Milliken Jonathan Miles, Army. Mills Jerry Wayne Jr., Army. Mills Leah Robert, Marine Corps. Millsap Timmy James, Army. Milo Avilalo, Army. Menninger Robert Thomas, Marine Corps. Menjarez Gilbert Jr., Navy. Mintzloff Brian Lee, Army. Minucci Joseph II, Army. Miranda Troy Leon, Army. Meisner Gordon Foster II, Army. Misseldine Jody Wayne, Army. Mitchell Andrew Darnell, Army. Mitchell Curtis Anthony, Army. Mitchell George Arthur Jr., Army. Mitchell Keeman Lavore, Army. Mitchell Michael William, Army. Mitchell Raymond Neal III, Army. Mitchell Sean Robert, Army. Mitz David Anthony, Army. Mixon Justin Ray, Army. Meisner Jesse Douglas, Army. Mock Wilson Marcus, Army. Modine Scott Thomas, Marine Corps. Mottling Joshua Stephen, Army. Mokri Yari, Army. Molina Joshua Alexander, Army. Molina Bautista Jorge Alberto, Marine Corps. Moncada Raul, Army. Monroe Anthony William, Army. Monroe Christopher Taylor, Army. Monshka Justin Shane, Army. Mansour Michael Anthony, Navy. Montalvo Jesus Manuel, Army. Monteferring Jason Wayne, Army. Monteith Alexander Young, Army. Montenegro Alfonso Jr. II, Army. Montes Luis Antonio, Army. Montgomery Brian Paul, Marine Corps. Montgomery Robert Joe Jr., Army. Montgomery Ryan J., Army. Montoya Damian Michael, Army. Montpetit Michael Jeffrey, Army. Monson Milton Manuel Jr., Army. Moody Michael Dean Jr., Army. Moon J. Sick, Army. Mooney Adam Garber, Army. Moore Benjamin Jr., Army. Moore Christopher Lee, Army. Moore Dwayne Lawrence, Army. Moore Gary Lee, Army. Moore Horace Gerard, Army. Moore James Lee, Marine Corps. Moore Jason William, Marine Corps. Moore Joshua McKay, Army. Moore Keith Jesse, Army. Moore Nathaniel Kentian, Marine Corps. Moore Stuart Wesley, Army. Moore William Clint, Army. Muddart Travis Aaron, Army. Mora Arthur Anthony Jr., Army. Mora Jose Luis Jr., Army. Mora Melvin Yamil, Army. Mora Michelangelo, Army. Mora Omar Leonardo, Army. Morales Jason Matthew, Army. Moorberg Joshua Michael, Army. Moorhead Kevin Neal, Army. Morel Brent Lee, Marine Corps. Moreno David John, Navy. Moreno Gerardo, Army. Moreno Jamie, Army. Moreno Luis Antonio, Army. Moreno Reese David, Army. Moretti Trista Leah, Army. Morgan Carl James, Army. Morgan Dennis Bryan, Army. Morgan Keisha Marie, Army. Morgan, Richard Lynn Jr., Army. Morin, Steve Jr., Army. Morley, Joshua Lyle, Army. Morningstar, Christopher Randolph, Army. Moore, Alan Andrew, Army. Morris, Brian Lee, Army. Morris, Daniel Marshall, Army. Morris, Daniel Todd, Marine Corps. Morris, Darrell James, Marine Corps. Morris, Eric Wayne, Army. Morris, Jeffrey Stephen, Marine Corps. Morris, Kelly Scott, Army. Morris, Matthew Troy, Army. Morris, Ricky Ardell Jr., Marine Corps. Morris, Stephen Lloyd, Marine Corps. Morrison, Lawrence Emerson, Army. Morrison, Nicholas Bradley, Marine Corps. Morrison, Shauna Marie, Army. Morrow, Jason William Daniel, Marine Corps. Mortensen, Marty Garth, Marine Corps. Morton, Benjamin Charles, Army. Morton, Cherry Lynn, Navy. Moshillo, Robert Lewis, Marine Corps. Moshe, Timothy J., Army. Mosky, Jason Lyle, Army. Moss, Keelan Lamont, Army. Moss, Walter Mark Jr., Air Force. Mostiero, Allen, Army. Motley, Todd Aaron, Army. Maudry, Christopher O'Neill, Army. Moody, James Sean, Army. Mounts, Clifton Blake, Marine Corps. Mal, Kevin Scott, Army. Moxley, Clifford Leonard Jr., Army. Moyer, Ashley Lynn, Army. Mrazek, Corey Ryan, Army. Muldoon, James Patrick, Army. Molaire, Jeremy William Sr., Army. Mueller, Adam James, Army. Mundell, Michael Lewis, Army. Munger, Joshua James, Army. Munn, Donald Leon II, Army. Murchison, Matthew Michael, Army. Murkison, Herman Jerome Jr., Marine Corps. Murphy, Christopher Edward, Army. Murphy, Sean Matthew, Army. Murphy, Stephen Lloyd, Marine Corps. Murphy, Warren Anthony, Army. Murphy Sweet, Philip Anthony, Navy. Murray, Adam Russell, Marine Corps. Murray, David Joseph, Army. Murray, Jeremy Enlow, Marine Corps. Murray, Joel Lee, Army. Murray, Robert Wesley Jr., Army. Murray, Rodney Allen, Army. Muzak, James Paul, Army. Muscat, Dimitri, Army. Mutz, Mitchell Thomas, Army. Mui, Vyashna, Marine Corps. Myers, Edward Lee, Army. Myers, Zachary Taylor, Army. Nashampasak, Krishna, Marine Corps. Navi, Russell Hussein, Army. Nakamura Paul Takuzo, Army. Nakis, Nathan William, Army. Narley, Kenneth Allen, Army. Naper, Roger Allen Jr., Navy. Naputi, Richard Jr. de Gracia, Army. Narvaez, Joe Anthony, Army. Naisman, Brian Keith, Army. Nash, Casey Willis, Army. Nason, Christopher Gregg, Army. Nathan, Jason Dorian, Air Force. Navarro, Peter Joseph, Army. Navarrayano, Juana, Marine Corps. Nave, Kevin Gerard, Marine Corps. Navea, Rafael Lewis, Army. Naylor, Bryn Joel, Army. Enduri, Christine Muthoni, Army. Neil Jacob Huron, Marine Corps. Neely Troy Douglas, Marine Corps. Neely Paul Lawrence, Army. Needham Rob Gordon, Army. Neil Philip Isaac, Army. Neely Charles Larue, Army. Neasley Peter Collins, Army. Neff Christian Monroe, Army. Neff Paul Michael II, Army. Negron Julio Enrique, Army. Nyberger Christopher Todd, Army. Neighbor Gavin Lee, Army. Nellum Rahilio Eric, Army. Nelson Albert Marquis, Army. Nelson Andrew Henning, Army. Nelson Andrew Paul, Army. Nelson Christopher Joseph, Army. Nelson Craig Lewis, Army. Nelson Lex S., Army. Nelson Mario, Army. Nelson Richard Joseph, Marine Corps. Nelson Travis Lynn, Army. Nepsa Keith Vernon, Army. Nettles Marquez Jose, Navy. Newbar Paul Christian, Army. Nusha Joshua Martin, Army. Newgard William Robert, Army. Newman Willem Joseph, Army. Newman Randy Lee, Marine Corps. Newman William Nathaniel, Air Force. Newsome Daniel Allen, Army. Gerakid Marissa Bang Theodore, Army. Nguyen Dan Ong, Army. Nguyen Tung Han, Army. Nice Joseph Lee, Marine Corps. Nichols Jeffrey Franklin, Army. Nicholas Dominique John, Marine Corps. Niedermeyer Louis Edward, Army. Nieves Isaac Michael, Army. Nicely Scott Evan, Army. Nixon Patrick Ray, Marine Corps. Noble Daniel Scott, Navy. Nolan Alan Dwayne, Army. Nolan Joseph Michael, Army. Nolasco Marcus Omar, Army. Nolan Kyle Anthony, Navy. Nolte Nicholas Santo, Marine Corps. Nordmeyer Zachary Ray, Army. Norman Michael Allen, Army. Normandy William Joseph, Army. Norquist Joseph Carl, Army. Norris Curtis Lee, Army.
Norris Kyle Phillip, Army. Norris Paul Brandon, Army. North Christopher Mark, Army. Norton Jason Lynn, Air Force. Norton Justin Dean, Army. Norwood Byron Wayne, Marine Corps. Knott Leaf E, Army. Novak Sean Allen, Army. Nowaki Andrew Walter, Marine Corps. Noyes Justin Lee, Marine Corps. Nunez Todd Edward, Army. Nunez Jason, Army. Nurnberg Keith Allen, Army. Nur Joseph Charles, Army. Nutt David Terrell, Army. Nigabagowski Mick Ray, Marine Corps. Nyrin Nathaniel John, Army. O'Brien William David, Army. O'Day Patrick Terrence, Marine Corps. O'Donnell Shane Keegan, Marine Corps. O'Hare Walter Kearns, Marine Corps. O'Leary Daniel Todd, Army. Oakes Samuel Jr., Army. Obaji Francis Chinomso, Army. Obletner Brandon Frederick, Army. Oblias Prado Pena Javier, Marine Corps. O'Byrne George Robert Jr., Army. O'Brien Israel Paul, Army. Odell Robert Daniel, Army. Odoms Charles Edward II, Army. Ogburn John Banks III, Army. Oglesby Wade James, Army. Ojeda Ramon Candelario, Army. O'Cray Stephen Michael, Army. Olglin Randall, Army. Oliveira Brian, Marine Corps. Olivier Nicholas Joseph, Army. Olmsted Andrew James, Army. Olson Daniel Robert, Marine Corps. Olson Toby Richard, Army. Olson John Thomas, Marine Corps. Olson Nicholas Paul, Army. Olson Todd Donald, Army. Oneto Sikorsky Robert Charles, Army. Onworthy Justin Balalosia, Army. Opat Christopher Wesley, Army. Opeka Don David, Marine Corps. Opskar Brian James, Marine Corps. Odonez Julio Caesar, Army. Oremus Michael Kevin, Army. Orengo Richard Paul, Army. Orlando Kim Salvatore, Army. Orlowski Eric James, Marine Corps. Ornbeyadkins J.D., Army. Orozco Adrian No, Army. Orozco Osbaldo, Army. Orr Cody Jolin, Army. Ortega Elijah Matthew, Marine Corps. Ortiz Maria Enes, Army. Orton Billy Joe, Army. Osby Timothy Rindell, Army. Osborne Pamela Geraldine, Army. Osmolsky John Carl, Army. Ostrom Ryan Scott, Army. Oswell Scott Allen Muir, Army. Otay Deshaun Alisco, Marine Corps. Ott Kevin Charles, Army. Otodolini Michael Christopher, Army. Overstreet Tyler Ray, Marine Corps. Owen Michael Glenn, Army. Owens Anthony Chad, Army. Owens David Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Pabla Paul Singh, Army. Pacificador Palomarco U, Army. Packer Stephen Michael, Army. Paclip Raymond Nava, Jr., Army. Padilla Ailman Giovanni Rafael, Navy. Padilla Ramirez Fernando, Marine Corps. Page Rex Arthur, Marine Corps. Packney Sean David, Army. Payne Mark Christopher, Army. Palacios Rivera Eric Giovanni, Army. Palacios Gabriel Tramino, Army. Palermo Anthony, Army. Poliwata Eric Thomas, Army. Palmatier Jacob Christopher, Army. Palmer Charles Olin II, Marine Corps. Palmer Corey Leonard, Marine Corps. Palmer Eric Charles, Army. Palmer Joshua Douglas, Marine Corps. Palmer Joshua Michael, Marine Corps. Palmer Nicholas James, Marine Corps. Palomesano Eric Anthony, Marine Corps. Panchot Dale Alden, Army. Panegua Morales Jose Alejandro, Army. Pankey Larry Wayne Jr., Army. Paneer Philip Joseph, Army. Parcel Jennifer Marie, Marine Corps. Paredes Javier Gonzalo, Army. Paredes Alfred Garcia Jr., Army. Parker Bradley Lee, Marine Corps. Parker Daniel Ray, Army. Parker Elisha Richard, Marine Corps. Parker Evan Seam, Army. Parker James David, Army. Parker Kenyon Akwan, Army. Parker Christian Eric, Army. Parker Richard Kevin, Army. Parker Sabarunt, Army. Parker Tommy Lynn Jr., Marine Corps. Parkerson Harvey Emmett III, Marine Corps. Parks Larry Jr., Army. Parr Brandon Allen, Army. Parr David Shawn, Marine Corps. Perello Brian Patrick, Marine Corps. Parrish Charles Dustin, Army. Parrish Lawrence Lee, Army. Parrott Michael Calvin, Army. Parson David Bryan, Army. Parson Lonnie James, Army. Partridge Willard Todd, Army. Pate Christopher Todd, Marine Corps. Pathenos Matthew Paul, Marine Corps. Patton Jason Lee, Army. Patton Justin Travis, Army. Petriquin Travis Lyle Saldi, Army. Patton Andrew Grant, Marine Corps. Patterson Esau George Jr., Army. Patterson Jayton Daniel, Marine Corps. Patterson Nicholas James, Army. Patton Brian Mark, Navy. Patton Christopher Gabriel, Army. Patton James Richard, Army. Paul Henry, Army. Pauley Jackie London, Army. Paulson Ronald Lee, Army. Potch Jason Graham, Army. Payne Bradford Howard, Marine Corps. Payne Cameron Keone, Army. Payne Rocky Dennis, Army. Payne William Lee, Army. Paytas Dylan Ryan, Army. Payton George Jitendra, Marine Corps. Pierce Joshua Michael, Army. Perro Eric Paul, Army. Pearson Andrew R., Army. Pearson Brian Allen, Army. Pearson Samuel Frederick, Army. Peterson Michael Francis, Army. Peak Michael Christopher, Army. Pellegrini Gennaro Jr., Army. Panamedina Abraham Javier, Army. Panaromero Jorge Luis Jr., Army. Penistine Brian Hamilton, Army. Penley Shane Daniel, Army. Pennanen Ross Allen, Army. Pennington Gregory Vaughn, Army. Penrod Justin Owen, Army. Perales Javier Jr., Marine Corps. Perales Johnny Joe Jr., Army. Peretola Guzman Rafael, Marine Corps. Perez Andreas Hilario, Marine Corps. Perez Christopher Shawn, Marine Corps. Perez Emily Jasmine Tatum, Army. Perez Geoffrey, Marine Corps. Perez Hector Rene, Army. Perez Joel, Army. Perez Jose Amancio III, Army. Perez Jose Roberto, Army. Perez Luis Alberto, Army. Perez Nicholas Samuel, Marine Corps. Perez Orlando Antonio, Army. Perez Richard Anthony Jr., Marine Corps.
Perez Stephen Joseph, Marine Corps. Perez Wilfredo Jr., Army. Perkins Andrew Kane, Army. Pernicelli Michael Joseph, Navy. Purnell Carlos Eugene, Army. Perry David Scott, Army. Perry Joseph Walter, Army. Persing Charles Clayton, Army. Peters Dustin Wayne, Air Force. Peterson Alyssa Renee, Army. Peterson Dale Gregory, Marine Corps. Peterson Justin Dale, Marine Corps. Pete Ricken Brett James, Army. Petish Neil David, Marine Corps. Petaway James Lee Jr., Army. Petty Christopher Paul, Army. Petty Erickson Heath, Army. Petty Jarrett McKinn, Army. Fender Jonathan Richard, Army. Pfister Jacob Matthew, Army. Pfister Travis Dwight, Marine Corps. Phelan Mark Patrick, Army. Phelps Chance Russell, Marine Corps. Phelps Christopher Wade, Army. Phelps Coat James, Army. Felipe Vladimir, Army. Philippon Lawrence Robert, Marine Corps. Phillips James Ronald, Marine Corps. Phillips John Paul, Marine Corps. Phillips Michael Eugene, Army. Phillips Ronald Jr., Army. Phillips Samuel Eugene, Army. Phillips Stephen Lee, Marine Corps. Phillips Ivory Lee, Army. Piche Pierre Esprit, Army. Pickard Heath Kanye, Army. Pickard Joshua Daniel, Marine Corps. Pickering Aaron Clayton, Marine Corps. Pickering Randy Wayne, Army. Pickett Emmanuel, Army. Pickett Tyler Edward, Army. Pearson Jordan Christopher, Marine Corps. Pistewa Lauren Ann, Army.
Pillen Paul Jared, Army. Pineda Carlos, Marine Corps. Pinkston Foster, Army. Pinson Amanda Nicole, Army. Pintor Dennis Lloyd, Army. Pionk Matthew Ignatius, Army. Pirelli Robert Ryan, Army. Pirtle James Heath, Army. Pittman Michael Patrick, Army. Plasica Joshua Lee, Army. Pluhar Raymond James, Marine Corps. Plowman Derek James, Army. Plumandore Adam J., Army. Posh Devin Christopher, Army. Pullman Eric James, Army. Poindexter Jason Towner, Marine Corps. Picorni Frederick Eben Jr., Marine Corps. Picorni Andrew Robert, Army. Polk Johnny Roosevelt, Army. Pollard Jesse Guy, Army. Pollard Justin William, Army. Pauley Larry Earl Jr., Army. Polini Matthew Michael, Army. Polo Joe, Army. Pamonte Vincent James III, Army. Ponce Ruiz Lorenzo, Army. Poole Christopher Lee Jr., Marine Corps. Pope Robert Christopher II, Army. Porras Ralph Nicholas, Army. Portel Benjamin Bryan, Army. Porter Marquise Richard, Marine Corps. Pasivio Robert Jean III, Marine Corps. Pospisil Kenneth Blake, Marine Corps. Postal Michael Vincent, Marine Corps. Poston Christopher Michael, Marine Corps. Pataki Michael Joseph, Army. Potter Darren Keith, Army. Potter David Lewis, Army. Potter Jerome Jean, Army. Potts Christopher Scott, Army. Pallon Lynn Robert Sr., Army. Powell Chad Wayne, Marine Corps. Powell James Edward, Army. Powell Kyle Wesley, Marine Corps. Powers Caleb John, Marine Corps. Powers Joshua Francis, Army. Prater Terry William, Army. Pratt Austin David, Army. Pratt, Daniel Joseph, Army. Pratt, Dean Paul, Marine Corps. Brzezinski, Taylor Bradley, Marine Corps. Prenning, Brian Robert, Marine Corps. Presley, Michael Brandon, Marine Corps. Preston, Aaron Lee, Army. Prudhomme, Marcus William, Marine Corps. Prevett, James Edward, Army. Pruitt, Kelly Stephen, Army. Pruitt, Tyler D., Army. Price, James William, Army. Price, Jonathan Kyle, Marine Corps. Price, Timothy Evan, Army. Priest, Tina Marie, Army. Priestep, James Dennis, Army. Priestner, John Richard, Army. Prince, Kevin William, Army. Prince, Neil Armstrong, Army. Probst, Michael Stewart, Marine Corps. Procopio, Mark James, Army. Procopio, Scott Jonathan, Marine Corps. Proctor, Joseph Eugene, Army. Pryor, John Paul, Army. Puckett, Matthew Davis, Marine Corps. Pueblo Coronado, Gerard Cristobal, Army. Pugh, Kenneth Irving, Army. Pugh, Robert Shane, Army. Pugliese? Pugliese, George Anthony, Army. Pummel, Richard Thomas, Marine Corps. Purcell, Michael Avery, Army. Pusateri, Christopher Michael, Army. Putman, Cody Andrew, Army. Qualls, Lewis Wayne, Marine Corps. Quick, Marquise Antoine, Army. Quill, Richard Oscar III, Marine Corps. Quinn, Michael Bryan, Army. Quinton, Brian Lynn, Army. Raderstorff, Stephen James, Army. Ragamov, Murad, Marine Corps. Raheim, Joseph Andrew, Army. Rains, Carl Lex II, Marine Corps. Raridan, Ronald Dane, Marine Corps. Ramey, Brandon Paul, Marine Corps. Ramey, Richard Patrick, Army. Ramirez, Gonzalez, Elena, Army. Ramirez, Benito Antonio, Marine Corps. Ramirez, Christopher, Army. Ramirez, Eric Ulysses, Army. Ramirez, Jean, Marine Corps. Ramirez, Ignacio, Army. Ramirez, Reyes, Army. Ramirez, Rogelio Antonio, Marine Corps. Ramirez, William Cavinta, Army. Ramon, Julian Alberto, Marine Corps. Ramos Vargas, Miguel Angel, Army. Ramos, Christopher, Marine Corps. Ramos, Hector, Marine Corps. Ramos, Tamara J., Army. Ramsey, Brandon, Army. Ramsden, Carson James, Army. Ramsden, Christopher James, Army. Ramsey, David Joseph, Army. Ramsey, Joshua Adam, Army. Ramsayer, Jason Carroll, Marine Corps. Randall, Edmund Lee Jr., Army. Rainey, Cleston Conan, Army. Rangel, Jose Carlos, Army. Rangel, Ray, Air Force. Rankinen, Sean Phillip, Army. Rapavi, Nicholas Paul, Marine Corps. Rapico, Patrick Mark Manuel, Marine Corps. Rateb Samir Abdelmonem, Army. Ratzlaff, Gregory Elm, Marine Corps. Rodenbush, Nathan R., Army. Ravago, Rel Allen, Army. Ray, Jeremy E., Army. Ray, Thomas Columbus II, Army. Raymond, Jared John, Army. Raymond, Pierre Antoine, Army. Razani, Ahmed Hossein, Army. Reed, Brandon Michael, Army. Riali, Regina Christina, Army. Reckenmacher, William Joshua, Army. Redifer, Jason Charles, Marine Corps. Reese, Matthew Kyle, Army. Reed, Aaron Howard, Marine Corps. Reed, Christopher John, Marine Corps. Reed, Gerard Mantino, Army. Reed, Jeffrey Alexander, Army. Reed, Jonathan Ray, Army. Reed, Ryan Eugene, Army. Reed, Tatiana, Army. Reeder, Edward Thomas, Marine Corps. Reese, Aaron Todd, Army. Reese, Gary Lee Jr., Army. Reeves, Joshua Harrison, Army. Regalado Cesarego Alvaro Rogelio, Army. Regalado Jose, Army. Reagan James John, Army. Rainier Jeremy Francis, Army. Wren Randall Scott, Army. Riley Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Ranke Gavin Bradley, Army. Reese Brandon Curtis, Marine Corps. Renahan Kyle Joseph, Marine Corps. Rentschler George Scott, Army. Reppin Justin Daniel, Marine Corps. Resch Mark Thomas, Army. Reyes Torres Ramon, Army. Reyes Daniel Fernando, Army. Reyes Luis Ricardo, Army. Reyes Mario Alberto, Army. Reyna Seferino Jose, Army. Reynolds Edward Charles Jr., Army. Reynolds Sean Christopher, Army. Reynolds Stanley Bryan, Army. Reynolds Stephen Charles, Army. Reynoso Suarez Rafael, Marine Corps. Reynoso Yadir Gomercindo, Marine Corps. Rhett Jamal Maurice, Army. Rice David Lee, Army. Rice Demetrius Lamont, Army. Richard Joseph Avier III, Army. Richardson Brian James, Marine Corps. Richardson Stephen Carl, Army. Richardson William Dean, Army. Richardson William Douglas, Marine Corps. Rico Ariel, Marine Corps. Ridgely Kenneth Levi, Army. Ridlin Jeremy Leon, Army. Rickoff Robert Michael, Army. Rydell Andrew Gerald, Marine Corps. Reel Nicholas Emerson, Army. Rakana James Daniel, Army. Rice David George, Marine Corps. Ruhr Greg Neinard, Army. Riggs Wesley Robert, Army. Rhymes Gary Wesley Tan, Marine Corps. Rincon Diego Fernando, Army. Ring Michelle Raylene, Army. Rentamaki Stephen Arnold, Marine Corps. Rentamaki Stephen Arnold, Marine Corps. Reardon Daniel Patrick, Army. Rios Dwayne Roy, Marine Corps. Rios Hernando, Army. Ripito Russell Bryan, Army. Rissner Henry Cecil, Army. Ritzberg Brian Eugene, Army. Rivadeneira Jonathan, Army. Rivera Daniel Jose, Army. Rivera Jose Antonio, Army. Rivera Michael Daniel, Army. Rivera Santiago Gregory, Army. Rivera Vargas Milton, Army. Rivero Serrano Jose Antonio, Army. Rivero John Travis, Army. Rivers Frank Kevin Jr., Army. Riviere Christopher Thomas, Marine Corps. Rourke Timothy James, Army. Robbins Thomas Douglas, Army. Robbins Todd James, Army. Robbins William Terry, Army. Roberts Jonathan Richard, Army. Roberts Alan Christian, Marine Corps. Roberts Anthony Paul, Marine Corps. Roberts Bob William, Marine Corps. Roberts Derek Tillman, Army. Roberts Robert Dwayne, Army. Roberts Trevor Andrew, Marine Corps.
Robertson Michael Tremaine, Army. Robinson Jeremiah Wayne, Army. Robles Lisbeth, Army. Robsky Joseph Edwin Jr., Army. Rocha Moses Daniel, Marine Corps. Rock Nathaniel Shea, Marine Corps. Rockhold Marlon Tyrone, Army. Rockhold Ricky William Jr., Army. Rhodey David Sean, Navy. Rhodey Malcolm Dale, Army. Rode John David, Army. Rodriguez Contreras Luis Odanis, Army. Rodriguez Velasco Juan Rodrigo, Marine Corps. Rodriguez Dominic Nathaniel, Army. Rodriguez Jaime Jr., Army. Rodriguez Joseph Edward, Army. Rodriguez Michael Joel, Army. Rodriguez Ricardo Xavier, Army. Rodriguez Robert Marcus, Marine Corps. Roel George Ronald Jr., Army. Rogers Allen Gregg, Army. Rogers Gregory Scott, Army. Rogers Jeffrey Allen, Marine Corps. Rogers Michael Anthony, Army. Rogers Nicholas Keith, Army. Rogers Philip Gerard, Army. Rojas Jonathan, Army. Rojas Kenny Dwayne, Army. Rojas Michael Matthew, Army. Rojas Gallego Christian, Army. Rolfing Rob Lura, Army. Rollins Justin Allen, Army. Roman Cruz Alexis, Army. Romeo Vincenzo, Army. Romero Joshua Glenn, Army. Romero Ramon, Marine Corps. Okay, Romines Brian Matthew, Army. Roothouse Edwin William, Army. Rooney Robert Edward, Army. Roos Timothy David, Marine Corps. Rosa Alexander Jr., Army. Rosa Angel, Marine Corps. Rossiker Randall Kent, Marine Corps. Rosales Benjamin Salgado, Marine Corps. Rosales Lomeli, Victor Angel, Army. Rosario Jose Emanuel, Army. Rosas Richard Romero, Army. Rose Christopher David, Army. Rose Scott Christopher, Army. Rosemma Adam Jason, Army. Rosenbaum Thomas Chad, Army. Rosenberg Mark Edwin, Army. Rosenberg Randy Scott, Army. Ross Eric Shea, Army. Ross Marco Damien, Army. Rosie Jonathan Michael, Army. Roki Lawrence Arthur, Army. Rustum David Lawrence, Army. Ravinsky Gary Thomas, Navy. Roe Allen Blake, Marine Corps. Roe Brandon Jacob, Army. Roe Michael David, Army. Roe Roger Dale, Army. Rosier Jonathan David, Army. Rubalca Isela, Army. Rubio Hernandez Jose Abraham, Army. Rude William Patrick, Army. Rudolph Brady Joe, Army. Ruren David Allen, Army. Ruiz Jose Luis, Army. Ruiz Manuel Antonio, Navy. Rund Gregory Paul, Marine Corps. Rundle Gregory Bryan, Army. Runyon Luke Smizer, Army. Runyon Michael Lewis, Army. Ruoff Michael Lee Jr., Army. Russin Aaron James, Army. Russell Blake H., Army. Russell John Wayne, Army. Russell Ryan David, Army. Russoli Andrew David, Marine Corps. Ruth Monta Chavaz, Army. Rutherford Christopher Neal, Army. Ryan Mark Tyler, Marine Corps. Ryan Timothy Lois, Marine Corps. Reimer Lyle Wyman II, Army. Rindish Yevgeny, Army. Rystad Corey John, Army. Sava Thomas Edward, Marine Corps. Sabo Scott Arlo, Army. Sacco Dominic Joseph, Army. Saenz Carlos No, Army. Sage Lance Sharif, Army. Sahib Rashid, Army. Saint Justin Andrew, Army. Saintville Gael, Marine Corps. Sakota Steve Makoto, Army. Salis Ricky Jr., Army. Salis Rudy, Marine Corps. Salazar Bruce Cameron Jr., Army. Salazar William Isaac, Marine Corps. Salcedo Rudy Augustine, Army. Salem Adriana Nicole, Army. Sally David James, Army. Salinas Eric Domingo, Army. Salter Richard Matthew, Army. Saltz Edward Matthew, Army. Sam Solomon T., Army. Samus Benjamin Wilson, Marine Corps. Sampler Sony Jean, Army. Sams Joey Tyrone II, Army. Samson Dennis Kenneth Jr., Army. Samson Marco Mato, Army. Samson Tenzin Lobsang, Army. Samuels Princess Crystal, Army. Sanchez Alberto Vireta, Army. Sanchez Ephraim Jr., Marine Corps. Sanchez Emilian Damien, Marine Corps. Sanchez Enrique Carlos, Marine Corps. Sanchez Oscar, Army. Sanchez Paul Timothy, Army. Sanders Christopher Allen, Army. Sanders Gregory Paul, Army. Sanders Justin Troy Goodell, Army. Sanders Ronnie Lee, Army. Sanders Ryan Travis, Army. Sandoval Flores Felipe de Jesus, Marine Corps. Sandoval Frank Michael, Army. Sandoval Leroy Jr., Marine Corps. Sandry Matthew Joseph, Army. Sanvic Monroe Jeremy Scott, Marine Corps. Sanford Barry Sr., Army. Santee Daniel John, Marine Corps. Santini Ed, Army. Santorello Neil Anthony, Army. Santos Fernando, Army. Santos Isaiah Enrique, Army. Santos Jeremiah Soham, Army. Santos Jonathan Jose, Army. Santos Luis Daniel, Army. Sapp Brandon Robert, Army. Sarandrea Jessica Yvette, Army. Sare Charles Otto, Navy. Sarno Cameron Bryan, Army. Sather Scott Douglas, Air Force. Sauceda Oscar Jr., Army. Sausto Anthony Jonathan, Army. Savage Jeremiah Edward, Marine Corps. Savage John Jared, Army. Saxton Stephen Patrick, Army. Sales Philip Nicholas, Army. Sailor Paul Anthony, Army. Scarborough Michael Phillip, Marine Corps. Skates William Daniel, Army. Schaffer David Allen Jr., Army. Okay, Shaw Kenneth John, Army. Schomburg Kurt Daniel, Army. Sheets Robert Charles Jr., Army. Scheibner Daniel Edward, Army. Shale Daniel Ronald, Army. Shelbert Jens Edward, Army. Scherer Christopher George, Marine Corps. Sherry Daniel Rocco, Marine Corps. Schwarman Jason Drew, Army. Schiavone Nicholas David, Marine Corps. Child Richard Lee, Army. Schiller Jonathan Eric, Army. Schiller Rhett William, Army. Schmidt John Taylor III, Marine Corps. Schmidt Justin Bryan, Army. Schmidt Peter William, Army. Schmidt Ronald Andrew, Army. Schmidt Joshua Andrew, Army. Schmitz Joshua Mark, Marine Corps. Schmucker Jacob Stephen, Army. Schmunk Jeremiah Wesley, Army. Schneider Matthew Evan, Army. Schneider Sean Michael, Army. Schnell Shayna Ann, Navy. Schober Anthony Jason, Army. Shockmel Colin Ryan, Army. Schaff Brian James, Army. Skoll Michael David, Marine Corps. Schoolcraft John Michael III, Army. Shorneck Christopher James, Army. Schrage Dustin Howard, Marine Corps. Schramm Matthew Earl, Army. Schramm Brian Keith, Marine Corps. Schroeder Edward August II, Marine Corps. Schubert Nathan Allen, Marine Corps. Shuck Brandon Scott, Marine Corps. Schultz David E. II, Army. Schultz Christian Christopher, Army. Schumann Daryl James, Marine Corps. Schumann Jason Allen, Army. Schuster Benjamin Chandler, Army. Schwab Kobe Glenn, Army. Schwartz Michael Anthony, Marine Corps. Schwedler Joseph Clark, Navy. Scott David Allen, Air Force. Scott Earl Raymond III, Army. Scott Joshua Adam, Marine Corps. Scott Joshua Michael, Army. Scott Carey David, Army. Scott Ricky, Army. Scott Stephen K, Army. Scott Stephen Michael, Army. Skripsik Brian Joseph, Marine Corps. Seal Aaron Lee, Marine Corps. Seal Stephen Albert, Army. Siemens Timothy James, Army. Sebastian Miles Cody, Marine Corps. Saban Benjamin Lucien, Army. Setcher Robert Michael, Marine Corps. Sealy Michael Todd, Army.
Cisan Aaron Nichols, Army. Segura Juan Estevan, Marine Corps. Segura Leroy Jr., Army. Seidel Robert Augustine III, Army. Seidman Tyler Ross, Army. Seiden Mark Scott, Army. Searfrit Christopher Scott, Army. Sieg Anthony Phillip, Army. Siegart Carl Leonard, Army. Seitz Joshua D., Navy. Sekula Dustin Michael, Marine Corps. Self John Thomas, Air Force. Selge Todd Willis, Army. Sellen Dennis Lee Jr., Army. Assembly Bernard Leon II, Army. Surio Matthew Kenneth, Marine Corps. Serrano Juan Manuel, Army. Serrano Nazario, Marine Corps. Sesker Danielle Laverne, Army. Settle Darren Thomas, Marine Corps. Settle Robert Jason, Army. Setzler Tavares Denard, Army. Sevitasi Raymond Sasa, Army. Sexton Daniel Riley, Army. Seymour Devin Paul, Marine Corps. Shackleford Michael Bear, Army. Schaefer Edward William, Army. Schaefer Jason Allen, Army. Schaefer Jeffrey Paul, Army. Schanenberger Wentz Jerome Henry III, Army. Shank Jeremy Reed, Army. Shank Neil Moran Army. Shannon Stephen Daniel, Army. Charette David Hastings II, Army. Shaver Jeffrey Ross, Army. Shaw Alan Wayne, Army. Shaw Daniel Jordan, Army. Shea Jordan Michael, Army. Shea Corey Michael, Army. Shea Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Shea Timothy Magnus, Army. Sheehan Casey, Army. Sheehan Kevin Francis, Army. Shelley Ronnie Lee Sr., Army. Shelton Jimmy Lee, Army. Shelton Randall Scott, Army. Shepard Stephen Earl, Army. Shepard Adam Roger, Army. Shepard Daniel Michael, Army. Shepard Christopher Linwood, Army. Shepard Joshua Dean, Army. Sherman Alan David, Marine Corps. Sherman Anthony Lee, Army. Sherman Stephen Richard, Army. Cheryl James Alexander, Army. Shields Andrew Carl, Army. Shields Jonathan Bernard, Army. Schilling Bradley Nolan, Army. Ship Daryl Wayne, Army. Shock Jeremy Scott, Marine Corps. Shoemaker Jared Matthew, Marine Corps. Shoemaker Russell Keith, Army. Sean D. Harry Nelson Jr., Army. Shutter Brad Sangin, Marine Corps. Scholl James Allen, Army. Shumney Dustin Michael, Marine Corps. Sickles Kenneth Lee, Marine Corps. Sides Dustin Lee, Marine Corps. Siebert Todd Michael, Marine Corps. Seeger Eric Rudolph, Army. Seekert Thomas Christian, Army. Seitzema Ashley, Army. Sigsby John Patrick, Army. Segua William Mason, Army. Seiler Alfred Barton, Army. Silva Alfredo Barajas, Army. Silva Eric Hernandez, Marine Corps. Silva Marco Antonio, Army. Silva Sean Anthony, Army. Simmons David Neal, Army. Simmons Leonard Dale, Army. Simmons Wendell Jared, Army. Simon Chad Jerome, Marine Corps. Simons Aaron William, Marine Corps. Simpson Abraham, Marine Corps. Simpson Christopher Curtis, Army. Simpson Jacob Mark, Army. Simpson Jonathan James, Marine Corps. Sims Charles Marquez, Army. Sims John Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Sims Justin Duran, Marine Corps. Sims Kafel H., Army. Sims Sean Patrick, Army. Sinclair Isaiah Joseph, Army. Singh Uday, Army. Singletary Channing Garrett, Army. Singleton Todd Andrew, Army. Circo Stephen Frederick, Army. Sissel Aaron James, Army. Sisson Christopher Aaron, Army. Sisung David Leonard, Navy. Sizemore Garth Douglas, Army. Skelton Bradley Joe, Army. Skinner Nicholas Malloy, Marine Corps. Slater Michael Jason, Army. Slavin Benjamin James, Army. Slavenis Brian Donatus, Army. Slay Russell Lee, Marine Corps. Slobodnik Eric Wentworth, Army. Sloan Brandon Ulysses, Army. Slocum Richard Patrick, Marine Corps. Slocum Thomas Jonathan, Marine Corps. Small Corey Lee, Army. Smallwood Eric Scott, Army. Smart Albert Eugene, Army. Smet Keith Lee, Army. Smith Aaron Apansa, Army. Smith Antoine Demetrius, Marine Corps. Smith Benedict Joseph, Army. Smith Benjamin Alexander, Army. Smith Benjamin Kent, Marine Corps. Smith Brandon Clinton, Marine Corps. Smith Brian Drew, Army. Smith Bruce Allen, Army. Smith Christopher Glenn, Army. Smith Darren Allen, Army. Smith Darrell Lee, Army. Smith Edward, Marine Corps. Smith Eric Allen, Army. Smith Jason Edward, Marine Corps. Smith Jeremiah David, Army. Smith Jonathan Keena, Army. Smith Jonathan Lee, Marine Corps. Smith Justin Shansante, Army. Smith Kevin Joseph, Army. Smith Kevin Scott, Marine Corps. Smith Matthew Reed, Marine Corps. Smith Matthew Robert, Marine Corps. Smith Michael Antonio, Army. Smith Michael James Jr., Marine Corps. Smith Michael James, Army. Smith Orenthal Javon, Army. Smith Paul Ray, Army. Smith Raleigh Clinton, Marine Corps. Smith Richard Anthony, Army. Smith Ross Andrew, Marine Corps. Smith Scott Robert, Army. Smith Shannon Michael, Army. Smith Timothy Michael, Army. Smith Tristan Caleb, Army. Smith Tyler Jacob, Army. Smitherman Brandon William, Army. Smykowski Mark Thaddeus, Marine Corps. Sneed Brandon Keith, Army. Snell Eric Lamar, Army. Snowberger Stephen Paul III, Army. Snyder Adam Paulson, Army. Snyder Joshua David, Marine Corps. Snyder Matthew Albert, Marine Corps. Soltzer Christopher Frank, Army. Sonskin Katie Marie, Army. Sokolowski Stanley John III, Army. Solomon Gordon George, Marine Corps. Solomon Rhetoric Antoine, Army. Solario Emil Galvin, Army. I said that wrong. Solario Ishmael Galvin, Army. Solario Juan Manuel, Army. Soltau Adrian Valentine, Marine Corps. Soltes Charles Robert Jr., Army. Sonnenberg Kevin Henry, Air Force. Sonoda Michael Takeshi Jr., Army. Soper Matthew Ryan, Army. Sorum Skipper, Army. Sorensen Ryan James, Marine Corps. Soriano Armando, Army. Sotelo Tomas Jr., Army. Soto Danny Richard, Army. Soto Joshua Warren, Army. Soto Pinedo Carl Oscar, Army. Sofront Luis Ariel, Navy. Sokenka Richard Anthony, Army. Sorvon Kemptha Butch, Army. Solson Kenneth Clarence, Army. Sawinski Nicholas Ryan, Army. Spar John Charles, Marine Corps. Spakowski Philip Ian, Army. Span Jacob Daniel, Marine Corps. Sparks Gina Renee, Army. Sparks Jason Lee, Army. Spatz Corey Emmett, Army. Spatol Theodore Arnold, Army. Spears Jonathan Ross, Marine Corps. Spear Michael Raymond, Marine Corps. Spence Joseph Boyd, Marine Corps. Spencer Clarence Tavares, Army. Spencer Cole Edward, Army. Spencer Ray Anthony II, Marine Corps. Spencer Raymond Nigel Jr., Army. Spencer William Clifton, Army. Spencer William David, Marine Corps. Spink Trevor Lawson Jr., Marine Corps. Spivey Curtis Robert, Army. Splinter Christopher John, Army. Spone Clifford Adams III, Army. Sprayberry Marvin Ross III, Army. Springer Lance Craig II, Army. Springle Charles Keith Sr., Navy. Spry Brian Nichols, Army. Squires Brad Duane, Marine Corps. Squires Shannon Lee, Army. St. Urain Brian Robert, Marine Corps. St. John John Bailey II, Army. Stats David Roger, Army. Stacy Jeremy Leon, Army. Stack Michael Boyd, Army.
Stacy Stephen Anthony, Marine Corps. Stahl Nathan Eugene, Army. Stallman Michael Ross, Marine Corps. Stalvey John Robert, Marine Corps. Stansel George, Army. Stanley Matthew Joseph, Army. Stanley Robert Marshall, Army. Stanton Kenny Francis Jr., Army. Stanton Seth Michael, Army. Starchovich Lucas Vincent, Army. Starkovich Sean Vincent, Marine Corps. Starr Jeffrey Bryan, Marine Corps. Starr Michael Leonard Jr., Marine Corps. Stephanie Eric Matthew, Army. Steinbacher Nicholas Paul, Army. Stelmat David Samuel Jr., Army. Stenroos Derek Thomas, Army. Stevens Blake Christopher, Army. Stevens John Scott, Army. Stern Andrew Carl, Marine Corps. Stevens Andy Ellen, Marine Corps. Stevens Joseph William, Army. Stevens Randy Lee, Army. Stevenson Jeffrey Scott, Marine Corps. Stever Robert Anthony, Army. Stewart Carla Jane, Army. Stewart Carla Jane, Army. Stewart David Stephen, Marine Corps. Stewart Ian Wesley, Marine Corps. Stewart James Douglas, Army. Sticklin Joshua Connard, Marine Corps. Stinson Shane McKell, Army. Stock John Christian, Marine Corps. Stokely, Michael James, Army. Stokes, Sean Andrew, Marine Corps. Stone, Douglas Cameron, Army. Stone, Gregory Lewis, Air Force. Stone, Mark Allen, Army. Stone, Samuel Donald, Army. Story, Clint Joseph, Army. Stottlemyre, Travis Martin, Marine Corps. Stout, Brandon L., Army. Stovall, Matthew Ryan, Army. Stover, Michael David, Marine Corps. Strader, Morgan William, Marine Corps. Strain, Adam James, Marine Corps. Strange, William Rodriguez III, Army. Stratsky, Kirk Allen, Marine Corps. Straub, Francis Joseph Jr., Army. Straughter, Matthew Francis, Army. Strickland, Thomas James, Army. Strong, Jesse Warner, Marine Corps. Strong, Johnny Ray, Marine Corps. Strong, Joseph Allen Leonard, Army. Stubenhofer, Mark Norman, Army. Sturdivant, Michael Rubin, Army. Sturdy, Brandon Chauncey, Marine Corps. Sturgis, William Russell Jr., Army. Storino, Paul Joseph, Army. Suarez del Solar, Jesus Alberto, Marine Corps. Suarez Gonzalez, Roger Alfonso, Army. Sewell Joseph Duane, Army. Soliveris Wilberto, Army. Sullivan Christopher James, Army. Sullivan John Michael, Army. Sullivan John Robert, Army. Sullivan Narson Bertil, Army. Sullivan Vincent Michael, Marine Corps. Summers James Eugene III, Army. Summers Vincent Earl, Army. Sun Ming, Army. Sunset Benetta Astor Antipole, Army. Serber Robert Allen, Army. Sutherland Stephen John, Army. Sutphin Ernest Harold, Army. Suter Michael John, Army. Sutton Greg Lamont, Army. Sutton Timothy James, Army. Suzge Sean Michael, Army. Swaim Daniel Freeman, Marine Corps. Swain Harry Ramon the Fourth, Marine Corps. Swain James Eric, Marine Corps. Swanberg Shane Clannon, Marine Corps. Swaney Robert Adam, Army. Swank Brett Daniel, Army. Swanson Christopher William, Army. Swanson Timothy Allen, Army. Swartworth Sharon Therese, Army. Sweeney Robert Wesley III, Army. Sweet Christopher Perry, Army. Sweet Jack Tavis, Army. Sweet Thomas John II, Army. Swieger Franklin Allen, Marine Corps. Swagger Jason William, Army. Swindell Nathaniel Troy, Army. Swisher Christopher Wayne, Army. Swisher Tyler Bobbitt, Marine Corps. Sykes Sean Dante, Army. Silvestre Jonathan Matthew, Army. Silverson Paul Roland III, Army. Swedek Stephen Walter, Marine Corps. Taquet Joseph Merrill, Army. Taha Ayman Abdel Rahman, Army. Tainch Patrick Shannon, Army. Talbert DeForest Lee, Army. Tallman Matthew Lamont, Army. Tamayo Fernando Sanchez, Marine Corps. Tamburello Jeremy Paul, Marine Corps. Tamez Eddie Daniel, Army. Tanner John Corey, Marine Corps. Tanton Nicholas Aaron, Army. Tapia Samuel, Marine Corps. Tarango Greece Linda Ann, Army. Tarlavsky Michael Yuri, Army. Taula Nimu Westhill Marasala Masania, Army. Tavai Iosa Philogia Jr., Army. Tayaotao Michael Estigo, Marine Corps. Taylor Brian Nicholas, Marine Corps. Taylor Christopher James, Army. Taylor Christopher Michael, Army. Taylor David Gladney Jr., Army. Taylor Joel Allen, Army. Taylor Keith Edward, Navy. Taylor Mark Douglas, Army. Taylor Matthew Joseph, Army. Taylor Michael Charles, Army. Taylor Michael Vernon, Army. Taylor Norman Robert III, Army. Taylor Shannon Delane, Army. Taylor William Grady, Marine Corps. Teal John Robert, Army. Teeters Brandon Lee, Army. Tiwia Prince Cao, Army. Tejeda Luis Enrique, Army. Tejeda Riayan Augusto, Marine Corps. Tello Johnner Andres, Army. Tarando Joshua Adam, Army. Terrazas Miguel, Marine Corps. Tessar Jonathan, Army. Tetrault Jason Andrew, Marine Corps. Textor David William, Army. Thacker Nathan Ziriax, Army. Tharp Jerry Allen, Navy. Tharp Sean Douglas, Army. Theobald Stephen M., Army. Tebalt Jordan Peter Pohl, Army. Thibodeau Joseph Clarence III, Army. Thigpen Thomas Ruel Sr., Army. Thury Jesse Lee, Marine Corps. Thomas Brian Matthew, Army. Thomas Brian Richard, Army. Thomas Carl, Army. Thomas John Frank, Army. Thomas Kendall, Army. Thomas Kyle Gregory, Army. Thomas Sean Michael, Army. Thomason Paul William III, Army. Thompson Anthony Orlando, Army. Thompson, Christopher Worth, Navy. Thompson, Jacob Martin, Army. Thompson, Jarrett Bennett, Army. Thompson, Lance McGregor, Marine Corps. Thompson, Michael E., Army. Thompson, Nils George, Army. Thompson, Stephen Scott, Army. Thorne, William Edgerton, Army. Thornsbury, Jonathan Brett, Marine Corps. Thornsbury, Dwayne Anthony, Army. Thornton, John Joshua, Marine Corps. Thornton, Robert Cecil Jr., Army. Thornton, Stephen William, Army. Thorson, Brandon Tyler, Army. Thrasher, Robert Brooks, Army. Tiai, Frank Faga, Army. Tiffner, Benjamin David, Army. Tijerina, James Rodney, Marine Corps. Tillery, Jesse Daniel, Marine Corps. Tillery, Joshua Michael, Army. Timberman, Harry Hoyt, Marine Corps. Time, Tina Safara, Army. Timmerman, Jason Gary, Army. Timoteo Humberto Fonsecadas, Army. Tinnell Jeremy Lee, Marine Corps. Tinnell Patrick Allen, Army. Tinsley Douglas Logan, Army. Tipton John Edger, Army. Tirador Amy Catherine, Army. Titcomb Joshua Cooley, Army. Titus Brandon Thomas, Army. Tobiason John Joseph, Army. Tobler Brandon Scott, Army. Toslowski Jeffrey Phillip, Army. Todachin Lee Duane, Army. Todd Benjamin Harris, Army. Todd John Harrison III, Marine Corps. Toledo Pulido Victor Hugo, Army. Tollefson Benjamin Bryan, Army. Tollefson John Oliver, Army. Tollett Norman Lane, Army. Tomke Joseph Anthony, Marine Corps. Tomzak Zachary Blaze, Army. Tomko Nicholas Allen, Army. Tony Timothy, Marine Corps. Tumalatai David Tipo, Army. Torrance Joshua Lewis, Marine Corps. Torres Daniel, Army. Torres George Daniel, Marine Corps. Torres Michael Stephen, Marine Corps. Torres Omar Ernesto, Army. Torres Richard, Army. Torres Teodoro, Army. Torres Elias III, Marine Corps. Tosto Michael Lee, Army. Toth Eric L., Army. Tausha Sean Paul, Army. Towns Michael Lopez, Army. Towns Robin Leslie Sr., Army.
Toy Chomaine Kian Sr., Army. Tracy Jacob Timothy, Army. Trahan Seth Randall, Army. Trahan Tyler John, Navy. Tran Du Hai, Army. Tran Kwok Bin, Army. Travis Philip Lamar, Army. Trejo Stuart Sylvester, Marine Corps. Tremblay Joseph Stephen, Marine Corps. Trevithick Richard Kennedy, Army. Tribble Brett Lee, Army. Trost Marvin Lee III, Army. Trotter John Byron, Army. Trevilian Tyler Seth, Marine Corps. Troxel Chester William, Army. Troyer Tyler John, Marine Corps. Trussell Francis Marion Jr., Army. Sue Daniel Ako, Marine Corps. Tuazan Andrew Lee, Army. Tucker Mark Lewis, Marine Corps. Tucker Robert Wesley, Army. Tucker Ronald James, Army. Tucker Thomas Lowell, Army. Tudor Stephen Richard, Army. Tudor Stephen Richard, Army. Tuialu'ulu Salamo Jared, Army. Tulang Morgan Charles, Navy. Tulau Tulsa Tulaga, Army. Tull Gregory Leroy, Army. Tully Michael Joseph, Army. Tumanuvau Louis, Army. Turcot Nicholas David, Army. Turner Ricky Lee, Army. Turner Roger Clinton Jr., Army. Turner Thomas Boyd Jr., Army. Tutton Brian Joseph, Army. Tuttle Jordan Elias, Army. Twitchell Abraham George, Marine Corps. Twitty Bobby Lee, Marine Corps. Twyman Wade Michael, Army. Tyler Corey Paul, Army. Tyrell Scott Matthew, Army. Tyson Andre Demetrius, Army. Uhl Eugene August III, Army. Yulee Drew Michael, Marine Corps. Ulbrich Brian Scott, Army. Ulloa George Martinez Jr., Marine Corps. Ulloa Jose Enrique, Army. Ulmer Robert Douglas, Marine Corps. Umbrell Colby James, Army. Unger Daniel Paul, Army. Unger David Michael, Army. Unruh Gregory Daniel, Army. Unruh Robert Oliver, Army. Upchurch Clinton Robert, Army. Urbina Wilfredo Fernando, Army. Oduro Iosuo, Army. Ut Ernest Eugene Jr., Army. Uvani Michael Angelo, Army. Vacho Nathan John, Army. Viharvalos Steve, Marine Corps. Valiant Gary Alexander, Army. Valdefenas Eric Paul, Marine Corps. Valdez Ramona Magdalena, Marine Corps. Valdez Reuben Jr., Marine Corps. Valdivia, Jennifer Ann, Navy. Valentine, Donald Eugene III, Army. Vallejo, Robert II, Army. Valleys, Melissa, Army. Van Dusen, Brian Keith, Army. Van Perry's, Brandon Joseph, Marine Corps. Van Slyke, Bufford Kenneth, Marine Corps. Vanelstein, Adam John, Marine Corps. Vandenberg, Alan Jeffrey, Army. Vandegrift, Matthew Ryan, Marine Corps. Vanderbosch, Jacob Thomas, Army. Vanderhorn, Christopher John, Army. Vandertulip, Josiah Hannon, Army. Vandling, Thomas Edward Jr., Army. Vanek, Joseph Michael, Army. Van Giesen, John James IV, Marine Corps. Van Komen, Darren Dale, Marine Corps. Sorry. Van Komen, Darren Dale, Army. Van Leuven, Gary Francis, Marine Corps. Van Orman, Timothy Randy, Army. Van Osdal, William Zachary, Army. Varilla, Alexander Ray, Army. Varga, Robert Daniel, Army. Vargas Medina, Oscar Dario, Army. Fernando, Daniel Ryan, Army. Vasquez, Christian, Marine Corps. Vasquez, Justin Lee, Army. Vasquez, Mark Daniel, Army. Vaughn, John Shaw, Army. Vaughn, Michael Lewis, Army. Vaughn, Brian Alexander, Army. Vaughn, Jason Walter, Army. Vaughn, Richard Allen, Army. Veeder, Dennis James, Marine Corps. Vishon, Mark Richard, Army. Vega, Francis M., Army. Vega, Michael Willard, Army. Veitch, Jeremiah James, Army. Velasco, Marcelo Ronaldo, Marine Corps. Velasquez, Paul Anthony, Army. Velez, Jose Alfredo, Army. Velez, Jose Miguel, Army. Veloza, Jake Robert, Army. Venegas, Juan Carlos, Marine Corps. Verbeke, Daniel R., Navy. Vidyakorn Chirasak, Army. Vigliazzone, Caesar Samuel, Army. Villa, Ruben Jr., Army. Villanueva, Javier Antonio, Army. Villanueva, Joselito Onas, Army. Villarreal, Emmanuel, Marine Corps. Villatoro, Ramon Astides Jr., Army. Vilorio, Frankie Rudis, Army. Vincent Scott Michael, Marine Corps. Vinedge, Anthony Michael Kress, Army. Vergadomo, Travis Michael, Army. Vitagliano, Thomas Eric, Army. Vizcaino, Eric, Army. Voles, Kimberly Ann, Army. Vogel, Ross Eugene III, Army. Volker, Robert James, Army. Vollmer, Chad Joseph, Army. Von Ron, Kenneth Gerald Grimm, Army. Vosbein, Matthew Joseph, Army. Voss, Michael Scott, Army. Vroman, Brent Thomas, Marine Corps. Jeremy Dale, Army. Vu Tai, Army. Wade Patrick Lee, Navy. Wofford Michael Blake, Marine Corps. Wofford Michael Blake, Marine Corps. Wagner Christopher Allen, Army. Wagler Peter Daniel, Army. Wagner Gregory Allen, Army. Wagoner Terry Daniel, Army. Wall Gregory Leonard, Army. Waits Andrew Kenyon, Army.
Wakeman Dustin Scott, Army. Wahlberg Stephen Joseph, Army. Walden Brett Eugene, Army. Walker Aaron James, Army. Walker Allen Kendall, Marine Corps. Walker Antoine Lavelle, Army. Walker Jeffrey Calvin, Army. Walker Jeffrey Davis, Marine Corps. Walker Christopher Carl, Army. Walker Ryan Doran, Army. Walker Timothy Hamilton, Army. Walker Zandra Ternice, Army. Walkup Frank B. the Fourth, Army. Wall Mark Adam, Army. Wallace Andrew Peter, Army. Wallace Brandon Lee, Army. Wallace Jeffrey Robert, Army. Wallace Matthew Phillip, Army. Wallace Terry O'Patrick, Army. Waller Richard Price, Marine Corps. Wallsmith Thomas Alexander, Army. Walsh Christopher Gerard, Navy. Walsh Justin Tyler, Marine Corps. Walsh Nicholas Rudolph, Marine Corps. Waltenbaugh Joshua Elliott, Army. Walter Quisling K, Army. Walter Rowan Dale, Army. Walters Donald Ralph, Army. Walters Gary Wayne Jr., Army. Walters Richard Allen Jr., Army. Walton Brett Andre, Army. Ward Aaron Joseph, Army. Ward Andrew Martin, Army. Ward Jason Maxwell, Army. Ward Joshua Allen, Army. Ware Carl Jerome Jr., Air Force. Ware Joshua Gerald, Marine Corps. Warford William Troy III, Army. Warndorf Christopher Tyler, Marine Corps. Warner Heath D., Marine Corps. Warner, Richard, Daniel, Marine Corps. Warnes, Robert, Paul II, Marine Corps. Warren, Charles, Houghton, Army. Warren, Christopher, Cody, Marine Corps. Warren, Mark, Carlisle, Army. Warren, William, Thomas, Army. Warugene, Kevin, Gachow, Marine Corps. Washalanta, Natchez, Little Fawn, II, Marine Corps. Washam, Rusty, Lee, Marine Corps. Washington, Benny, James, Army. Washington, Havarez, Havan, Army. Wasser, Christopher, Brandon, Marine Corps. Waterbury, Forrest, John, Army. Waters, David, Lawrence, Army. Waters Bay, Kendall, Damon, Marine Corps. Watkins, Glenn, James, Army. Watkins, Joshua, Charles, Marine Corps. Watkins, Timothy, D, Army. Watkins, William, Randolph III, Air Force. Watson, Gordon, Cody, Marine Corps. Watson, Craig, Nolan, Marine Corps. Watson, David, Lee, Army. Watt, Kimel, Linkola, Army. Waters, Kelly, Everett, Charles, Marine Corps. Watts, Christopher, Eugene, Navy. Watts, Donovan, Earl, Army. Watts, Justin, James, Marine Corps. Weaver, Aaron, Andrew, Army. Weaver, Christopher, Lee, Marine Corps. Weaver, Drew, William, Marine Corps. Weaver, Shannon, Vautier, Army. Webb, Brandon, James, Marine Corps.
Webb, Charles, Joseph, Army. Webb, Christopher, Ralph, Army. Weber, Matthew, Allen, Army. Weber, Robert, Francis, Army. Webster, Leroy, Otis, Army. Weeks, Jamie, Dunbar, Army. Weger, Michael, Spencer, Army. Worley, Kyle, Brett, Army. Wiedemann, Michael, Ross, Army. Weigling, Joseph, Michael, Army. Weekle, Ian, Patrick, Army. Wymorts, David, Gardner, Marine Corps. Weiner, Timothy, Ron, Air Force. Weir, David, Thomas, Army. Weisenberg, David, James Robert, Army. Wisemantle, Douglas, John, Army. Weiss, Andrew, Robert, Army. Welke, Joseph, Tyler, Marine Corps. Wells, Charles, Gary, Jr., Marine Corps. Wells, Larry, Lloyd, Marine Corps. Wells, Lonnie, Dion, Marine Corps. Wells, Stephen, Michael, Army. Wendling, Michael, J., Army. Wenger, Adam, McCamey, Army. Wentz, Brad, Arnold, Army. Wentz, Cody, Lee, Army. Warner, Earl Delmer, Army. Warner, Raymond Mitchell, Army. Worshow, Jeffrey Madison, Army. Wertish, James David, Army. Wesley, Christopher Jude Rivera, Army. Wessel, Kevin Scott Canna, Army. West, Bobby Russell, Army. West, Christopher John Lee, Army. West, James Gary, Army. West, Jason Michael, Army. West, Jeremy David, Marine Corps. West, Kyle Grant, Army. West, Laurent Jerome, Army. West, Philip Gordon, Marine Corps. West, Robert Hodge, Army. West, Theodore Mitchell, Army. Westbrook Marshall Allen, Army. West Housing Theodore Scott, Army. Weatherby Alexander Edmond, Marine Corps. Wheeler Donald Laverne, Jr., Army. Wheelis Dexter Eugene, Army. Weststone Mason Douglas, Army. Weisenhunt Gerald Allen, Army. Whitaker Marquise Antoine, Army. White Aaron Dean, Marine Corps. White Anthony James, Army. White Christopher Neal, Marine Corps. White Delmar, Army. White Dwayne Lennell, Army. White Denui Ebenes, Army. White Lucas Timothy, Army. White Nathan Dennis, Navy. White Raymond Loya, Army. White Stephen Jerome, Army. White Stephen Wayne, Army. White William Wayne, Marine Corps. Whitehead Sean Jeffrey, Army. Whitehouse Jason Daniel, Marine Corps. Whitener Joey Dwight, Army. Witham Chase Ryan, Army. Whitting Justin Ryan, Army. Whitley Dion Mario, Marine Corps. Whitworth Dante Jamal, Marine Corps. White Nicholas Johan, Marine Corps. Witchlets Travis Michael, Marine Corps. Whitner Vernon Ralph, Army.
Wiegand Lee Allen, Army. Uyghur David Allen, Air Force. Wiener Jeffrey Lewis, Navy. Weens Corey Dwayne, Army. Wiesman Michael Joseph, Army. Wiggins Michael Joseph, Army. Reitman William Brett, Marine Corps. Wilcox Carlos E. the 4th, Army. Wilfong Joshua Shane, Marine Corps. Wilhelm Kiefer Prescott, Army. Wilkerson Charles Thomas, Army. Wilkie David Anthony Jr.,
Army. Wilkins Charles Langdon III, Army. Wilkus Eric Ryan, Army. Willett Gary D., Army. Wiley Cheyenne Christopher, Army. Williams Andre Lewis, Marine Corps. Williams Arthur Charles IV, Army. Williams Benjamin Dwayne, Marine Corps. Williams Bryant Thelonious, Army. Williams Christian Bautista, Marine Corps. Williams Clint Ellery, Army. Williams David Blankley, Army. Williams Dwayne Ein, Marine Corps. Williams Eugene, Army. Williams Jeffrey Allen, Army. Williams Jesse Lawrence, Army. Williams Luke Christopher, Army. Williams Michael Jason, Marine Corps. Williams Michael Leon, Army. Williams Philip Brandon, Army. Williams Ronnie David, Army. Williams Taft Virgil, Army. Williams Wesley James, Army. Willis Tracy Clint, Army. Willoughby Christopher Robert, Army. Wilson Brian Scott, Marine Corps. Wilson Dana Nathaniel, Army. Wilson Jamie Dugan, Army. Wilson Jerry Lee, Army. Wilson Joe Nathan, Army. Wilson Lamont Noel, Marine Corps. Wilson LaRon Adrian, Army. Wilson Lee Christensen, Army. Wilson Miguel Antonio, Army. Wilson Nicholas Eugene, Army. Wilson Nicholas, Navy. Wilson Robert Joseph, Army. Wilson Stephen J., Marine Corps. Wilt Nicholas David, Marine Corps. Wilworth Thomas Joseph, Army. Wimberg David Neal, Marine Corps. Winnie Trevor Anthony, Army. Winchester Christopher David, Marine Corps. Winchester Ronald Dominic, Marine Corps. Winder Nathan Lloyd, Army. Windorski Philip Eugene Jr., Army. Windsor Nathaniel Dane, Marine Corps. Weingart Daniel Weston, Army. Winkler Harry Alconius III, Army. Winkler Jordan Dale, Marine Corps. Winslow Ryan George, Marine Corps. Winston Peter Enders, Army. Winterbottom Jonathan Dea, Army. Wiskowski William Joseph, Marine Corps. Wisdom Clinton Lee, Army. Weiss Robert Allen, Army. Wisniewski Justin Daniel, Army. Witham Donovan Dwayne, Army. Witkowski James, Army. Whitmer Michelle Marie, Army. Witt Owen David, Army.
Whit Kevin Michael, Army. Whit Even Brett Allen, Marine Corps. Warbler Zachary Ryan, Army. Wichkowski Mark Anthony, Marine Corps. Wolf James Richard, Army. Wolf Colin Joseph, Marine Corps. Wolf Dune George, Navy. Wolf Jeremy Lee, Army. Wolfer Stewart Adam, Army. Wong Alea Te Wa, Army. Wood Brian Michael, Army. Wood George Andrew, Army. Wood John Edward, Army. Wood Nathan Raymond, Marine Corps. Wood Ronald Tanner, Army. Wood Ryan Mitchell, Army. Wood William Wesley, Army. Woodall Julian McKinnon, Marine Corps. Woodall Peter, Marine Corps. Woodcock Daniel Eugene, Army. Woodham Anthony Lynn, Army. Woodliff Michael Richard, Army. Woods Eric Paul, Army. Woods Gary Lee Jr., Army. Woods Julian Augustus, Navy. Woods Shane William, Army. Woodward Ryan Andrew, Army. Wooden Curtis Lorenza III, Army. Workman Dustin Lee II, Army. Worrell Christopher Duane, Army. Worrell Matthew Wade, Army. Worcester James Robert, Army. Worthington Robert Adrian, Army. Wasika James Matthew Jr., Army. Wren Thomas Elvin, Army. Wright Brian Albert, Army.
Wright Derek Darrell, Army. Wright Gregory Anthony, Army. Wright James Christopher, Army. Wright Jason Graham, Army. Wright Thomas George, Army. Roblewski John Thomas, Marine Corps. Woolenweber Luke Charles, Army. Wyatt Daniel Richard, Marine Corps. Wyatt Matthew Allen, Marine Corps. Wyatt Stephen Eugene, Army. Yayuda Benyahamin Ben, Army. Yale Jonathan Tyler, Marine Corps. Yancey Dustin Allen, Army. Yarborough Michael Joe, Marine Corps. Yashinsky Michael Emerson, Army. Yates Michael Edward Jr., Army. Yates Niall III, Army. Yoch William Christopher, Army. Yazzie Clifton Gerard, Army. Barra Henry III, Army. Gerby H. Martin, Marine Corps. Yepson Luke Carney, Marine Corps. Yokuma Keith, Army. Yeomans Justin Ray, Army. Yon James Michael Sr., Army. Yolkin V. Vladimirovich, Army. Yost Anthony Ray Charles, Army. Humans Joshua Vernon, Army. Humans Roderick Antoine, Marine Corps. Young Christopher Duane, Army. Young Donald Michael, Army. Young John Joseph, Army. Young Joshua Anthony Richard, Army. Young Ryan Clint, Army. Youngblood Kelly David, Army. Youngblood Travis Levi.
Zabieric Andrew Jonathan, Marine Corps. Zamora Jesse Maria, Army. Zamora Jose, Army. Zangara Nicholas John, Army. Zanudo Adam Oliver, Marine Corps. Zapasnik Stephen Gage, Army. Zapata Mark Anthony, Army. Zapfi William Andrew, Army. Zap Thomas, Jan, Marine Corps. Zahn, Mickey, Edward, Army. Zaweda, Angela, Akram, Army. Zayas, Edgardo, Army. Ziegler, Kenneth Eugene II, Army. Ziegler, Kevin Lee, Army. Zemer, Matthew Thomas, Army. Zambiak, Douglas Alexander, Marine Corps. Zieski, Benjamin Thomas, Army. Zilberman, Miroslav Stephen, Navy. Zielinski, Dennis William II, Army. Zimmer, Nicholas Eugene, Army. Zimmerman, Christopher Michael, Marine Corps. Zimmerman, Luke James, Marine Corps. Zimmerman, Travis Clyde, Army. Zimney, Christopher Edward, Marine Corps. Zinders, Matthew Ross, Marine Corps. Ziolkowski, Nicholas Lee, Marine Corps. Ziolkowski, Nicholas Lee, Marine Corps. Zook, Ian Thomas, Marine Corps. Zorn, Ryan Lee, Army. Zuka, Brent Basil, Marine Corps. Zubowski, Scott Allen, Marine Corps. Zurhide, Robert Paul Jr., Marine Corps. Zyla, Michael Shane, Army. Zillman, Casey Phillip, Army.
Alexander Joseph, Army. Altamirano Esteban, Army. Bartley Michael Patrick, Army. Beatty Clifford Earl, Army. Bellard Nicholas Price, Army. Bergman Matthew James, Navy. Byers Nathan Ryan, Army. Berner John Franklin III, Army. Campo Emilio Jaime Jr., Army. Caraballo Morales Andy, Army. Carrillo John Jr., Army. Charles Sean Patrick, Army. Cintron Rosado Jose Miguel, Army. Cintron Marcos Armando, Army. Cofield Mark Adams, Army. Cook Michael Benjamin Jr., Army. Crawford James Kevin, Navy. Cruz Dominique Dion, Navy. Delgado Arroyo Jose Alberto, Army. Elliott Daniel Lucas, Army. England Matthew Joseph, Army. Evans LaShawn Donnell, Army. Everts Michael Sale, Army. Philippi Vincent Anthony III, Navy. Finch David Dustin, Army. Fishbeck Christopher Brooke, Army.
Freese Robert Michael, Army. Gallagher Matthew Ryan, Army. Gandy Lolini William, Army. Garcia Christian Anthony Sarcaco, Army. Hanson James Arthur, Air Force. Hartwick Robert Preston, Army. Hickman David Emmanuel, Army. Hill Micah Aaron, Navy. Hinkle Michael John II, Air Force. Hinckley Wesley James, Army. Hocking Brandon Scott, Army. Hodgins Quadi Sareem, Army. Jenkins Philip Chad, Army. Johnson Christopher Page, Air Force. Johnson Dylan Jeffrey, Army. Johnson Stacy Oridia, Navy. Jones David Richard Jr., Army. Lamar Martin James, Army. Laura Andrew Evan, Army. Leap James Ronald Jr., Army. Luff David James Jr., Army. McClamrock James Fleet, Army. Mills Adrian Glenn, Army. Mora Raymond Jr., Army. Nelson Gary Lee III, Army. Newby Nichols Wayne, Army. Nielsen Matthew Ganar, Army. Noonan Gebra Panu, Army. Oliveri Michael Curtis, Army. Owens Corey Charles, Air Force. Proctor Russell Jeremiah, Army. Reed Dylan Thomas, Army.
Reyes Donald Charles, Army. Robinson David Gregory, Army. Scatliff Jorge Antonio, Army. Sewell Glenn Michael, Army. Shapiro Stephen Francis, Army. Stiggins Antonio Giuseppe, Army. Talamontes Stephen L., Army. Tanner Philip Cecile, Army. Tenney Robert Gregory Jr., Army. Torre Jose Antonio Jr., Army. Vencamp David Edward, Army. Vasquez Omar Justine, Army. Vincent Dustin Dale, Army. Winston Mark Clayton, Army. Wilkie James Bryan, Army. Asana Vorsak Thomas, Army.